Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Asha. Good to see you.
Yes, sir. Same here, sir.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait for another 2 minutes and we'll start the session.
Animesh online?
Yes, sir. Sir and madam both have joined. We'll
Okay.
just quickly start.
Sir, good morning. Yeah,
Morning,
good morning,
Animesh.
Dr.
Good to see you.
Pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Dr. Asha.
Good morning.
Hi, Rashmi. Okay, back again. Good to
Yes,
see
back again. Yes, sir.
together. Okay.
So
अच्छा लगता है.
yesterday I had a good session with some of my ex-students who have passed in the last 2 years.
Uh-huh.
So there was a good panel discussion. So thanks to Dr. Asha. I just spoke to her 2 days back and said that let's have that on electives because they have gone to various places.
Yeah.
And it went on as a very good discussion yesterday, I felt. So
Yes, sir.
I missed
Much
out. We had a
appreciated by
lot of
everyone.
meetings yesterday, Animesh.
yes, I understand,
not
sir. Yes.
occupational hazards.
Yes, but nice, sir. You still, I saw from morning you were there. I was online from 10 o'clock onwards. So you were
Okay.
there. You gave your comments on the other session also, which was there on
Yeah.
that empathy and I mean that just previous to mine. So
Yeah.
you also talked about those assessment things and all. Nice, at least.
Yeah.
It was a great experience, sir. All the students appreciated it, including faculty. They have been watching this whole session in YouTube
Yeah.
and they have all appreciated the student interaction.
Good. Very good. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll join you back.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Sure, sir.
So we'll just start in another few minutes, sir.
Yeah. Please
Sure,
go
sir.
ahead. Please go ahead. I'm waiting for a session of Animesh to listen.
Oh, sir. My
Yes,
bhagya, sir.
Our principal is
Right.
here.
Right.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of DeMedCon 2021. We hope that it has been an enjoyable experience so far, and Day 2 will be no less exciting as well. We have a lineup of several incredible speakers, our e-poster presentation, and of course, the much anticipated Round 2 of CPC. So without further ado, I call upon Dr. Ruth Sneha from the Department of Psychiatry to introduce our first speaker of the day. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good morning to everyone who is here for today's first session of day 2 of DeMedCon. So we have already become very famous with Dr. Animesh Jain, Professor of Community Medicine at Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore, spoke to us yesterday on the topic electives and mentorship in health sciences. We had a very nice interactive session and a lot of valuable inputs and suggestions to the students. And we also had Dr. Rashmi Jain, additional professor of ophthalmology, e-paper presentation questions. So we are very pleased to have both of them with us again today for this session, and they will be talking to us about presentation skills. I welcome Dr. Animesh Jain and Dr. Rashmi Jain, and hand over the session to.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth and the organizing committee. I hope I'm audible. Could you please confirm that?
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Thank you. So we will start off. If it's okay, shall we start? I'm just sharing the screen. You just confirm that the slide is
Yes, sir.
visible.
The slides are visible and you're audible. You can
That's
start the
great.
session, sir.
Right. Thank you so much. So very good morning to all the delegates and all the faculty and all the people who are in the audience today. So we will start with the session, the first session of the day on the second day of DeMedCon. Yesterday has been a very fruitful and very, very successful day, and my compliments and congratulations to all the organizers. So what are we going to do today? I think it's a very, very important and aptly thought of topic. And again, I think this is important for all of us. So we all know that somewhere or the other, all of us will have to face some audience or do a presentation. And very much more in case of my students here and all the people in the audience who have already started off on their career in health sciences. Now, to give you a fact, 74%, that is almost nearly 3/4 of people, suffer from speech anxiety, right? And almost similar distribution in males and females. It's not that either of the gender is a little better predisposed. It's almost similar if you see, right? Now, it's also seen from various studies, including psychological studies, that it's found average 3 to 5 seconds is the time that is required by somebody to make an impression about somebody. So if I meet someone for the first time, my mind will judge them. It will make an impression within 3 to 5 seconds. And what is this based on? It's based on basically what is my confidence level when I present myself to someone. And that's the most important thing. So that creates an impression about me, my professionalism, my character. And that is why it's very important. So this is not just the topic is not just confined to presentation. It's rather much more to being a life skill, I would say. And I will come and share a few things, and then I will hand over to Rashmi, and then she'll take you through some other things. We've tried to keep this very simple, but I'm sure at the end of the session, we will be able to give you some tips. This would be a good workshop, actually, at least half a day or maybe a full day minimum. But then we are trying to condense this in a 1-hour session where we will take about 45 minutes, maybe a 50 minutes at the max, and then we'll take 10 minutes of discussion. So that's the plan. Now, this is also known as glossophobia. What is this glossophobia? So glosso is something to do with the tongue. So glossophobia basically is fear of speaking or public speaking. And this is a kind of a fear of unknown. People think that they might lose control, or we get into a fight or a flight mode. So all these things, and our adrenaline rush comes in, and the problem starts more complicated. It becomes more complicated because we probably sometimes don't even have a backup plan. For example, if suddenly my slides were to fail now, how would I go about? How would I handle? What would I do? Can I still go on? What if my network were to fail, since it's an online? Or if I were speaking at a particular place where it's a in-person or a physical meeting, what if my slides failed? What if the mic system failed? Will I get nervous? So all those things. And then the other thing is, many times we have seen that everything is fine, but the speaker or the presenter does not demonstrate, or there is no kind of enthusiasm which is demonstrable. And that lack of enthusiasm, again, somehow rubs on and goes to the audience, and they also start getting passive, they start losing interest. So all this is very, very important. So what we need to understand is, when we present, we have to keep quite a few things in mind. It's like a performance. And over a period of time, like any skill, like any art, we can master it. And that's what we are trying to give you the tips today. So there are two myths. If possible, if audience can put it on the chat, it would be good. Do you agree with these two myths? Or do you think that this is, I've already said these are myths. So great presentation or public speaking is an inborn talent. Many people believe that. Is there anyone in the audience who thinks like that? Or do you think it's not really so? So anybody in the chat can put up. The second one is fear of public speaking is negative and it's undesirable. So if there are any responses, is there any response? I don't see any. So please remember, that's why I've said these are myths. Myths because they are not true. So basically, I think there is a response here. Okay, first one is a myth. Yes, Atharv, thank you. What about the second one? So first one is a myth. It's not really an inborn talent. I'm glad. Yes, of course, I agree with you. And thank you for coming forward and at least expressing yourself. Right. So it's not necessarily an inborn talent. Yes, of course, some people have that talent of being a little flamboyant and maybe a little better at presenting themselves. But please understand, none of us, nobody is born with this talent or skill. We all can acquire, and most of the great speakers that we are like admiring, they all have over a period of time learned it and mastered it. And how do we do that? That's over a period of time by persistent practice. And that is what we are going to share a few things about. What about this fear? Is it negative? It's undesirable? So research has suggested that everybody goes through this fear. That means even the best of the people who have delivered multiple speeches, they also go through it. You would have heard of some really superstars, people like Amitabh Bachchan. They have said when they get into some role again, okay, I just see the chat that, Rahil Mohammed says the second is true. So Rahil, thank you for expressing, but that's what I'm trying to say, that it's not really necessarily true. Actually, everybody gets the fear. It's only how we manage it. And sometimes this fear is good. How do we channelize this fear? Because fear comes from multiple things, including the whole idea that I might fail. I might not live up to the expectation. So that's the thing which actually constantly nags us, and that brings us down. The other thing is that we have this adrenaline rush, that fight or flight I said. So that also, now that we need to channelize. And this fear can be brought in such a way, this fear is still there, but then we kind of manage it. I don't say that, we totally overcome it. Let it be there. Sometimes we need to channelize it in a different way, or we need to sometimes manage it so that it's not going to impede what we are trying to portray or we are trying to present. So with that, let me move forward. Now, as I said, managing nervousness. Now, this nervousness basically comes from multiple things. So, one is, on the other hand, like you have the road to success, the confidence, everything. But the other thing is, we have multiple things going on in our mind when we face an audience, and especially for the beginners. I don't know what to do with my hands. Am I talking too fast? Is it making sense to the audience? Have I landed with a mental blocks? What suddenly if I don't get a word? What if I get stuck? I'll be panicky. I'll be embarrassed myself. I will embarrass people who are having some belief in me or my own peers or colleagues. Or maybe I will embarrass the audience also by saying something which is not really in place. So all these things play a part. And what we need to do is we need to have some idea of that, and that is where the preparation comes in. So preparation will help us. And even after that happens, in case one of these things happen, let's face it, we are all humans after all. I will tell you a very brief story before I move on. Today you see and you feel that, I'm talking to you very confidently, you are listening to me and I'm giving you a presentation. But this particular person who you see right now on your screen, this person, when he was in the 10th standard, when he was reading news to the whole school in the assembly, was trembling top to bottom, was sweating like anything, holding a paper in his hand, just 5 sentences properly he could not read. And from there to now, I have come a long way. And I'm talking to you. What an irony. So that's what is the meaning of actually overcoming, managing, and being persistent and practicing. I just share this because I say that it is possible. And it was possible because I also said, no, I want to achieve it. I want to do it. Of course, I felt bad, but my teachers and my parents had faith in me. And then I took up all the opportunities that came. And I always participated, whether it was a debate, it was some kind of a drama, anything. I went on. I started mixing with people and talking. So this is what I wanted to share. Let me move on. So we will talk about effective presentation skills, Rashmi and myself. And we would like to say that whatever views and ideas we express are our own. They do not represent any organization or institution. And we have created this session from various sources that we have come across and we have compiled it. And it's also based on the experiences that we've had till now. So let's think about what is this, the whole idea of stage when we present. Is it this such kind of a large gathering in an auditorium or in a big hall? Or is it in some kind of a group discussion? Or is it some kind of a big kind of, say, conference venue or something? Or it's just some kind of a stage where you have to perform and the spotlights are on you, and probably you are the mono actor, or sometimes you might be just part of some people who are displaying or demonstrating something, or it could be just a talent at some kind of an event, informal event. It could even be when you're talking to 2 people, 3 people, just a conversation. Or maybe you are leading some team and you're talking to them, or you're a part of the team, not even leading it. And you want to express yourself, you want to bring in your ideas, you want to share. Now there you need confidence, you need to present yourself. So please remember, it doesn't matter what is your audience. It may be 2 people, 3 people to 3,000 and 30,000 people. The idea is the confidence and how I convey what I want to convey. And that's the whole idea. So that's the stage. So we've said all this. So what? Who cares? Why should I bother? What's in it for me? You might think. Well, this skill is crucial for all of us, we'll say. Why? Because being in the healthcare profession, we will have to use this skill very effectively and almost day in and day out, because we deal with a variety of people, our patients, the bystanders, or the relatives. We also deal with the public at large. We sometimes deal with the media. We deal with the policymakers. We have so many people. And of course, if we go into the academics, we have educational purposes. You have conference presentations. You have debates, symposia, whatnot. So all these things are there. We sometimes might need to persuade, whether it's our peers, whether our boss, whether the other people, or where we are thinking of advocating. Right now, we are talking about COVID control, prevention and control of coronavirus infection. Now we need to advocate. So advocacy. So all this is very, very important, and we have to exude confidence. We need to know what we're doing, what we're talking, and we have to tailor make that message in such a way that it comes across very, very convincing. Of course, we need to disseminate information as well. So this is why it's very important for us. Now, what we need to remember is when we want to plan any presentation, we need to prepare and we need to do a thoughtful delivery, like what you would be probably witnessing today. And we hope that we will be able to demonstrate that in our presentation as well. And please remember, a good presentation comes only with preparation. So we need to spend some time. We need to invest time. So when we invest time to prepare, then the fantastic presentation is on its way. So please remember, plan, prepare, and perform. And once you start getting into this, it becomes easier. It starts getting into your habit. It starts becoming very regular thing. So that is the idea. How do we go about preparing them? So we will give you just 3 steps. That is preparation, content, and delivery. So it starts with preparation. Then you also have to have your content and how do you deliver. So these are the 3 stages that we will take you through in this presentation. As we said, you will find multiple resources talking about multiple things, but we decided to condense this to just these 3 steps: preparation, content, and delivery. Now I will hand you over to Rashmi and she will take you through the next few steps and I will come back in again at a later stage. So over to you, Rashmi.
Good morning, everyone. So this is Rashmi Jain, ophthalmologist. Rashmi Jain also has a little different affiliation. She has recently become a Toastmaster. Well, what's a Toastmaster? That's an organization which talks about public speaking. When I joined this, I was told you're already a speaker. What's there? Why would you like to learn how to speak? As Animesh very correctly said, it's all in planning, preparation, knowing your tools. So now, Animesh often tells me I am his better 3/4, not better half. So I will be talking to you about 2/3 of how to go about preparing. So let's move on to what are the 3 steps he told about: the preparation, the content, and delivery. You know, this is a dictum I always go by. Failing to plan is planning to fail. Sounds familiar? Sounds something which all of you might be knowing. Let's see. Is it true? Is it true in terms of public presentations? Is it true when you're trying to make any sort of presentation? Know your audience. One of the most important thing. You know, I and Dr. Animesh have taken this presentation several times for several different audience. Each time our presentation changes. Each time it changes depending on whom I am addressing, whom he is addressing, who is the audience, what is their needs, interests, and concerns, what's the knowledge level, what is the motivation level. Motivation, well, that is where the entire key is. If in my presentation, I can bring out something which motivates you, something which interests you, my presentation will have all ears. It is something you're going to listen to. Now, when I say what motivates, it's not just about the brain. It's not just about what I want you to know. It's about the skill of what I want you to be able to do. It's about what I want you to feel, the heart, the change in attitude. Now, if you look at the objectives of our presentation, it is to understand the components of effective or successful presentation, to know the technique for improvement, to feel. I would like, Animation, we would like each one of you to feel you can improve the skill. It's not something which is inborn on inherent ability. I would like you at the end to think that this talk was useful. You had something which you could take home. Or, as I say, take back to clinics, take back to classes, because most of us might be at home only. And what is it that I want you to achieve? I would like each one of you to be able to give a better presentation. That's my objectives. Now, how did I start this? How would you have to start this preparation? Visualize the environment. What do I mean by environment? Plan your space. What's the space? How many people am I addressing? Is it a group of 5 students? Is it just my postgraduates? Is it an audience? Or am I talking to an online audience where my audience may be from a few hundreds on Zoom to innumerable people on YouTube? What is my sitting arrangement? Well, right now, I may be visible to you on your smaller screens, on your laptops, right? Whereas if I was taking this presentation in a room, it would be a very different arrangement. Is it an open arrangement? Do I get to come in the audience, interact, or do I need to stand on a podium and present? What's my audiovisual equipment? Very important, extremely important, as I need to know what is the level of preparation which needs to go in that. Do I know how to handle my audiovisual equipment? So very important that we know about it. Something we often forget, distractors. When we are planning, we just think of what's going to go best, the well. Do I keep in mind the distractors? Something I must know. Well, I know that when I'm speaking to you online, one of the often distractors could be a message, a WhatsApp, a SMS you get. What do I need to do? I need to plan for it. I need to make sure my content, each one of my slides is interesting. So you do not get distracted. Any day, anytime, morning, post-lunch session, high sugar levels. Well, these are the things which you have to keep in mind. This is how you have to plan for it. If I know my session is going to be post-lunch session, I need to make sure I have some lots of built-in activities, things which will make sure the audience is gripped onto what I am speaking. Now comes something which is the king. Well, whatever I do, it's content which will always be the king. And how do I go about preparing my content? Well, I need to look at three things: the structure of a presentation, introduction, the body, and the conclusion. Any speech, whether it is 2 minutes, whether it is 5 minutes, or whether it is 5 hours, must have this particular component or this particular pattern. Introduction. Introduce yourself, introduce the topic. Why do you need to know me? Well, that is the way I build a rapport. Why do I build a rapport? To get your attention, to gain your trust. I can start with something interesting, something attractive, a catchy phrase, one of the most standard ways to start, a quote, something I love as a teacher. Case scenarios, get my students directly into the clinical side. This is what you are going to see. My experience, well, today's talk started with Dr. Animesh sharing his experience, his story which took you to how a 10th standard boy felt while reading a news. Statistics, that was also used during this presentation. Humor is something which is little difficult to deal with. Just a joke picked up from WhatsApp is not humor. You need to develop the skill to deliver humor. Humor does not mean I am laughing. Humor means I may be straight faced, but you are the one laughing. That is how you introduce a topic. Introduction is the key. They say well begun is half done. Introduce yourself, get the trust, build a rapport. Next comes the skill of, now this will stimulate the audience to think, it will invite participation and interaction. Next comes the body. This is very important. Your entire presentation depends on this, because the better the content, the more you're going to take home. I need to research well. Dr. Google, Mr. PubMed, all of these are there, multiple search engines, but you need to know what to take. Don't pick up the first presentation from SlideShare. Everybody does that. Don't pick up the first article for Google, but that doesn't mean don't ignore it. Research well, add your inputs. If you just wanted to hear a presentation of internet, why would you call me to speak to you? So research well, add your inputs. Be clear, crisp. Take time in preparing, modify your words, make your content so that your audience directly connects to it. Anything you say should be evidence-based. If something is not evidence-based, be bold enough to tell that this is from your experience or a hearsay. It should be relevant. And of course, it should have multiple examples which will make the understanding of the content better. Most important thing for me, I love to present solutions, not just challenges. So when you give a talk, make sure your audience feels you are taking home a message, not just lots of questions. Conclusion. Indicate that you're about to close. It's so important. Abrupt ending, a person doesn't have time to wind up. In his mind, he needs to know, well, there were 3 points. First point over, second point seems to be getting over. Now, what's the third thing I'm waiting for? Human mind works better in that way. If I know I have a time limit of 5 minutes, at end of 4 minutes, if I tell you, well, I'm going to wind up in another minute, you will be ready to listen to me, to concentrate a little more. Always summarize the main points. And most important, there has to be a message. It should be countable message. Don't give me paragraphs. I would be happy to take home 1, 2, 3, max 4 messages. I cannot take home an entire book. If I wanted to take home a book, I wouldn't listen to you in your presentation. Ask, answer questions. A technique which is very difficult to master, but something, if mastered, can really help you create an interactive presentation. Tell them what you told them. That's one of the basic skills of summarizing or concluding any presentation. Visual media. I strongly believe in this thing that media is just to support me. It's me who is presenting, it's me whom you're listening to. But then I can always be aided by loads and loads of things. A graph, a chart to display my things better, display the data better, a picture image. You know, a picture image talks 1,000 words. Yes, they really do. Just one single image can mean so many things. It can be open to interpretations. It can highlight what I would like to talk. Caption of the image, so important. PowerPoint, something which you all know. Prezi, do you know about it? Well, I'm sure you do know. Knowing is different. Do you use it? Make sure you use and you innovate on these visual medias. Video clippings, your own, created from YouTube, using flip charts, age-old method, but it's still an awesome visual aid to use. Concept map, something new. Think home, it's something which you can work on. These are some of the media which can help us create a better presentation. Just some simple tips for effective slides. Choose colors wisely. Colors create contrast. Contrasts has a very appealing way, it's a very attractive way to talk to your audience. Use readable font size, whether you are on an online presentation like this or addressing audience. When you know your environment and audience, you will know the appropriate font size for that presentation. Don't talk in paragraphs, talk bullets. Easier to register, easier to read. Avoid crowding the slides with two things: too many words, too much information. Both are crowding. So avoid this crowding. And most important, just because I know how to use an animation, I can Google any image. I know how to use colors, font, and contrast, does not necessarily mean I have to show you all my skills in this particular presentation. Use it only when it is necessary. Well, with that, I have completed two important parts of this trilogy of how you are going to make a effective presentation. I spoke about the content and the presentation. Now I hand over to Animesh for how are you going to deliver your hard prepared presentation.
Thank you, Rashmi. So she's talked about the preparation and the content. Now comes the third part. So we told you preparation, content, and delivery. Now comes the part where you are going to demonstrate that you have actually sweated and toiled for what you have come to tell them about. Whether, as I said, it's only 2 or 3 people, it's a group of people, or it's just a large audience, wherever. Even if it is, say, somewhere you happen to come across just a group of people, you have to get into this habit. So once you start doing this, it will come as a second nature. So how do we deliver? Please remember, there are certain things that we have to think of. One is the vocal variation. That means we need to think of the volume, the pitch, and the pauses. There are multiple things, but we'll concentrate on only a few. Now, if I talk very softly, you may not register. You may not actually listen, or you may not be able to follow me. Or you might just lose interest, because if it's in a group, if I talk very softly, nowadays it's very easy to get distracted. We have gadgets, we have so many other things. So we need to have a volume. Again, I cannot be shouting. If I shout, again, I'll come across as rude or maybe ill-mannered. So I don't want to do that. I need to have a volume which is appealing, but at the same time, which will help people to register. What about the pitch? Now I need to pitch it in such a way which is again something which is pleasant. And I need to intersperse my speech with pauses. So you would have realized that when we talk, sometimes we pause. It could be a deliberate pause, it could be a planned pause, it could be a short pause, it could be a longer pause. Depending on where I need to pause, for what reason I'm pausing, it will be based on that. Of course, it depends how we want to use it, but it comes also with practice. Let me give you an example. Now, when I wanted to know how many of you were in sync with that myth, I paused. I waited for your response. Of course, few of you responded, but I gave you that. I was also giving you time to actually register, think about it in your mind, and come with your own conclusions, or maybe think of, okay, how does it relate and what's coming next? So even if you didn't respond, I gave you that time. That also is important. Sometimes I might just pause for just 2 or 3 seconds, a very short pause. But that will let me also to think about certain things, what's coming next. It gives you a kind of a break, because sometimes the brain cannot register if everything is coming in too much in succession, it gets crammed. So we need to give these pauses as well. So volume, pitch, and pause. What next? The body language. Of course, we have very little room on this online platform, but we are trying to use our gestures and the expressions, and we're trying to do that. It would have been much easier when we do it in person. However, we can always use it to our advantage. So there are gestures and there are posture. What do I mean? I'll tell you a few tips. When we are talking to an audience in a particular hall, or if I'm behind a lectern or a podium, what I need to remember is some of the parts which are above the lectern are visible. So I need to utilize that. Now, please remember, when I said that, it just reminds me, people who have a shorter height, they have to take care that they already have visited that place, and or maybe they already have an alternate. If there is a possibility of a stool or a step or a wooden block which can help them to elevate themselves above the lectern, that would be good. If not, they'll have to probably come aside of the lectern, because if you are not visible, again, that does not make such an impact. So that's something which you need to remember. Having said that, it's not a good idea to step aside and use the lectern to support yourself. Many people do that. That's not a good idea. Again, most of the people and most of the purists will say that's not a good idea and doesn't convey a good posture. So please avoid that. You can sometimes just go around, or you can move around, that's a different thing, but do not use it to support yourself. So coming of talking about posture, again, posture, there are two things which I really want you to remember. One is the open stance. If I go and stand, and I stand like this, or I put my hands in the pocket, that's not a good idea. So I should be just relaxing, standing with the open stance, where people feel very comfortable, I feel comfortable. So I have feet a little apart, and I stand very relaxed with my hands open, not just by the side or maybe folded like this or in the pocket. I should not be doing some fidgeting movements. I should not be doing gestures. Again, gestures means, how I point out, how I use my hands and pointing and fingers and other things. Now, some people use it too much. I start doing so many things, you get confused. People get actually just confused, and some of them will start looking at, oh, what next? What is he doing? And that will become the focus. So we don't want that. So gesture is important. And also sometimes when I want to ask someone some questions in the audience, what I need to do is, this is the open gesture, not pointing, because that can sometimes be looked at as threatening. People get startled. We don't want to do that. So I need to use an open. The same purpose is served, and then people don't get threatened. In fact, they are encouraged. So we need to use that. So these are some things about, as I said, it's a little difficult to demonstrate, but we are trying to use these gestures and it should go in sync with what I'm speaking. So that's very important. And the next thing is eye contact. Now, again, it's easier to do it in live audience, but again, you would have seen that we have been trying to make an eye contact. How do you do that in an online? Of course, we can try and do that. So if it's a live audience, what we do is something known as a sweeping. Just don't focus only on the first few rows or only a few people. Other than giving a wrong impression, it can also lead people at the back to get just drifted out. So what we need to do is have a sweeping kind of eye movement from this side to that side, and then so that is what is required. And when you do that, people feel, oh, you're speaking to me. If I'm in the audience or you're looking at me, you're speaking to me. It just maybe for a second or so, but I see, yes, the speaker is connecting. Here what I'm doing, I'm looking at the camera. I don't focus only on my screen or my laptop. I look at the camera, and for that, I need to be prepared. I need to know what I'm talking. I need to know what is on my slide. So I look at the camera, and it gives you an impression wherever you're looking at in the mobile or maybe in the laptop screen or wherever, you see that the speaker is speaking to you by looking at you. So that is what is required. What are the things to avoid? Now, many of us have these things which are there, which are known as fillers or crutch words. It happens. Now, it's a good practice that what we do is we ask somebody who we trust to listen to us and tell us. The other way is record yourself. I usually follow this from the days of physical meetings and classes, or sometimes when delivered speeches or in conference presentations, I've done this. I've recorded myself on the mobile, just an audio recording, and I've listened to it with the sole purpose of listening to me and analyzing myself. How did I do? Could I make it better? Now it's easier with the online, but then that's also possible. And it's always good if I can do that with sometimes asking people who are, even if I'm delivering in front of an audience and if I know some people and who will be really, what I mean is they will give me a feedback, a genuine feedback, not just a good feedback as such as a good, everything was good, but what is good and what can be improved. Reading from screen, avoid that. So wherever, if I am in the audience also, I should not look only at the screen in front of me or turn back and look at the screen. That's not a good idea at all. I need to connect with the audience. So I need to connect and I need to deliver confidently. Another thing is people sometimes have these movements. They think that if I move, that is an effective way. So swaying, rocking, distracting movements. Some of them start using the mic in some way where they will keep on shaking it, and so those things are better avoided because they distract. And very importantly, always stay on time. And that's where, again, the preparation and planning comes in. It's always a good idea to be under time rather than over time. If at all you feel that it's very, very difficult or impossible because of some reasons, because of the delayed start, or then it's always good to try and be in time. If not, check with the organizer and then also just go a couple of minutes only, depending on what's the session duration. If I have a 1 hour duration, if I, for some reason, if I with permission go for 5 minutes about extra, that's okay. But I would say still keep it within, because that shows how you can be flexible and how you can actually deliver what you wanted to within a time frame which was allotted. And that gives a best impression. So we've always tried doing that always keep it to time, never overshoot. Then comes certain other things in delivery. Keep a conversational style. Now you would have seen here, we are trying to talk to you. We're not just giving you a sermon. We are trying to talk to you as if we are interacting with you. And that is what is required. Build a rapport, build a connection. And how do you do that? Build in something in your presentation which will connect with everybody, which everybody will see, yes, this happens to me. Oh, this is so much like me. When Animesh Jain talked about his being a nervous student delivering that news, many of you in the audience would have thought, yeah, this has happened to me. This kind of thing has happened. I can, relate to it. So that's what builds a connection. bring in something. If you're presenting something very clinical, build in some case with something very important or maybe something very obvious. And people, yes, I know this, I've done this. So that is what is the idea. Do not try to memorize everything. By heart will be by heart. So be comfortable with content. Know what you're talking about. Be confident, be aware, and go with that. Dramatics, again, I would give you a very guarded opinion. Don't go overboard. Try to use some of these theatrics or dramatics, but not going too overboard, because again, that will take off the focus. So what is required is we have a little of these, and I would say that you can keep it for a little later time once you have become a little more comfortable. So once you start doing that, and then you start building in maybe one at a time, and enthusiasm, integrity is the must. So when I talk, I should have enthusiasm. When I talk to you, it should show that, yes, I am convinced, I'm for it. I am very much into it. And then I will take everybody else together with me. Even if somebody is not very keen to listen, they will be, let's listen. He seems to be very enthusiastic, very jovial, very, flamboyant. And he's so enthusiastic that I want to listen just for a minute and to see what he's talking. And integrity that comes by actually being honest. Integrity, very simply put, is doing the right thing even when no one else is watching. So when I'm convinced I'm doing something from the heart, genuinely, it just comes across. And as humans, we know when it is. Be flexible. As I said, now if the organizers told me that, I need to cut short by 10 minutes, I should be flexible. I should not just say that, yes, this is not possible. I had been told 1 hour, I have to stick to that. No. So I need to know how to speed up, what to cut down. And once I'm comfortable with content, I will know. I will know for sure that, yes, these are the things which I could probably go about faster. So I'll tell you just one quick thing. I have done sessions on communication skill right from 20 minutes to a whole day workshop. And I managed to deliver the same kind of messages, of course, in shorter version to a longer version. So you should know how to be flexible, whether it's a 20-minute, half an hour, or a 1 hour session, or 1.5 hours, or a half day to full day. I should know how to expand, where to expand. So that flexibility is very important. Again, if something challenging happens, I should be flexible. If there's a power failure or my internet fails, I should know what to do. Practice. Now, I cannot emphasize this more. The more you practice, the better you get. But please remember one thing which I learned long years back, probably way back, I think more than a decade back now. It was, I think, somewhere in 2004 or 5 when I heard Shiv Khera, the motivational speaker, live in Manipal. He said, we've all heard, practice makes it perfect. How many of you in the audience agree to that? Anything in the chat quickly? Do you think practice makes it perfect? Yes, no? You can type Y or N if you agree. Yes, okay. Atharv, thank you. So practice makes it perfect. Why? Yes, I see a lot of yes, Yes, Sahil, Apurva, go on. Sarla, yes. Good. Yes, Shri Gayatri. Okay, so you think that practice makes it perfect, right? Now let me give you an example and illustrate. I start, yes, Dr. Asha. So I'm trying to learn driving. Now, I don't buckle up, or I start reversing very fast and then suddenly abruptly change the gear and go into. Do you agree that this is the right practice to do? And I keep on doing day in and day out, and I do this for 15 days, 20 days, 1 month. What do you think? I'm practicing. I'm religiously practicing. I've deliberately taken a non-health example. So what do you think of this, what I just told you? Is that a good thing? I'm practicing, and I'll be all right after, say, practicing it for 15, 20 days, 1 month. You wake me up from the sleep, I will just put the gadi in the reverse gear and then just reverse very fast and then, change gears and go. Absolutely. So you nailed it, Sarla. So practice in the right way. So what Shiv Khera said, and it still rings in my ear. practice doesn't make it perfect. Practice only makes it permanent. So it's the essence, that is, how do I practice? So practice makes it permanent. How nicely he delivered that, and I still remember it 16, 17 years down the line. So practice makes it permanent means I practice in the right way, then only it will become the right thing. So practice, but practice it in the right way. And for that, I need to know what is right, and I need to have some supervision. Practice with slides, practice with teammates, the group members, and if possible, practice at the venue. Because if I am to deliver in a venue and I'm not knowing that venue and the layout, I might fumble, I might falter. Similarly, if I'm about to deliver on a Zoom platform, I need to know about the Zoom platform. I should have familiarity with the Zoom platform. Otherwise, I'll have glitches, I'll have technical issues. So I need to know that. So practice. And of course, time. So time is again, once I know my timing, I will be able to deliver it in that way. Now, a few tips on managing nervousness. What is suggested is take deep breaths. Take deep breaths, relax. That helps because that calms us down. Because remember that adrenaline? So we need to calm ourselves down. Another thing is if I'm facing an audience, look for friendly faces. Have a connect with them. That reassures us. We know that these are the friendly people. So look for them. That reassures. And be comfortable, dress in the best way possible. Be comfortable. That also helps. The other thing is focus on positives. Think at the back of your mind, I know this well. I have done my preparation. I know my stuff. If you are confident, you say, I know today I'm the best, I'm the master, I am here to deliver, the others are here to listen. So yes, I'll put my best foot forward. Keep that positive attitude. And in case after all that, if you forget to say something, just pause, continue, because you are the only one who knows what you're going to say. Nobody else in the audience knows that. So you know, and you have forgotten it. If at all you think that was an important point, and if you remember later, come back and apologize and tell them and continue. So what? As I said, we are all humans. So we need to, people will appreciate you for your integrity, for your humility, for your genuineness. So that's important as well. And as I said, after each presentation, think about the presentation, take a couple of minutes whenever you get time, reflect what went well. What did you do good? And if there was some scope for improvement, what could be improved, how it could be improved. If possible, get a feedback from peers. Ask your peers who you trust, and they will give you the feedback that will help. If possible, make notes. Put it in a notebook or somewhere and just try and practice it next time with those notes in mind. So that will make you better. So we have tried to give you some important tips. As we said, we will give you tips on each aspect. So we've told you about preparation, the importance of it, what to keep in mind when we prepare, the content, and how exactly to go about laying down our content, organizing our content, and the delivery part of it. So this was the whole idea of giving you some idea and tips about going about presenting the best way you can. So please remember our key messages at the end of this presentation are: organize your presentation, make it a performance that you'll remember, your audience will remember. And please remember, your presentation skills are as important as your content. So it's not that any of these takes a precedence. Both of them have their own importance. Please remember that you need to present well along with your good content. Build a rapport. People like to listen to people they like. So if you are liked by them, obviously people will like to listen to you. So with that, we would end this, and we will be happy to take a few questions or any comments if you have. Thank you so much. We can be reached on these email IDs. In these times of pandemic, stay home, stay safe. Thank you so much. We've enjoyed talking to you, addressing you. Rashmi and I would be happy to take a few questions. Anything that you would like to ask us, share with us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. That was really a very informative and enjoyable talk. The floor is now open for any questions that you wish to direct towards Dr. Animesh Jain or Dr. Rashmi Jain.
I have raised my hand with the permission of the organizing team.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Can I, or any students would like to ask first?
So you may go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Animesh and Rashmi. I have a small conflict now. Animesh is supposed to be animated, but Rashmi is more animated. Do we, when presenting, expect to have more animation? Because not all can be animated. Not all are, of that personality. Now, is it okay if I'm like Animesh, or should I behave like Rashmi in terms of facial expression, body language, animation?
Okay, sir. Very, very correctly put question. Because, there are certain skills which we have, certain things which become our trademark. So I am a person who likes to use my face, my facial expression to an advantage. I have learned to master that skill. When I started, I was not like that. I
Okay.
am very uncomfortable speaking straight. That's not the way I am. In fact, you will hardly see even a picture of mine where I am not animated. But that's my skill. So each one of us has certain skills. When we are learning to practice, when we learn to, deliver, that is the time when we know what is my strength. So I like to use that skill. I love dramatics. I love stories. So I have learned my foothold and Animesh has learned his things. So a take home message would be that's when we learn it. The more you practice, the more you know, yes, this is me. This is what I want you to remember me with.
So I should be what I am, not trying to imitate somebody.
Exactly, sir. Each one of us is unique and we have to discover our niche. What is it? And do well in that. If I want to use dramatics, I need to learn how to use them correctly. Every facial expression, every gesture, every posture, every dramatic is not required. So it is when I wouldn't be so dramatic if I'm taking a subject class in ophthalmology or, but I may be dramatic, but not to this extent. So it depends on the talk and the audience. Yeah.
Sir, if with your permission, I may add. I would like to, yes, sir. So what Rashmi said is true. The other thing is we also evolve. What happens is over a period of time, once we start getting comfortable, more confident, and when we see a lot of things, when we have more experience, we evolve. Also evolve with the content as well as the delivery style. I'm sure that if you look back, sir, your earlier days and now, you would have definitely evolved. Same thing is with me. So we evolve. Now, one thing which is very important, as you rightly said, and you got the correct message, that we need to be comfortable. I should not try and imitate because just because it works for Rashmi, I should not try to imitate because I may not find myself comfortable. And that's where I will start losing out. So I should, if I want, I should practice. But yes, I should give myself that comfort level. So I hope we have answered that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see a question in the chat which says from Rahil Mohammed, it says, how do we master the art of rhetoric? Very interesting and very good question, Rahil. Again, it comes with practice. So what we need to do is, see, rhetorical question is something that we want to ask, but sometimes we don't really expect an answer. Sometimes this is just to stimulate the audience or maybe just to get that impact and create that attention. So that's something which we need to plan that. And we need to build that. Now, I'm not saying that you have too many of them. Then again, it starts losing the importance. So you need to build in that by thinking of what exactly is your topic and start putting it once in a while and then develop that. If despite our best interest, there are many who seem disinterested at that moment, what do you advise us to do? Very interesting question. I'll see if Rashmi wants to take it.
It depends, a simple thing would be if it's a class where I do not want them to be distracted, I might just pause for the effect, pause for them to look back at me. If I feel it is something that I can build in a story, have a dramatic, have a question, have a rhetoric question, have something which will get their attention back. Sometimes, in the interest of time, I may even just let it go. If I am supposed to finish a presentation by a particular time, and if the audience is continuing to distract, if I feel that I would still like to talk to those who are interested, I might just go ahead. It entirely depends on my content, the audience, and what it is that I'm trying to deliver. But yes, managing distractors is a very important skill in giving any presentation like this. Animesh, anything from you?
Yes, I agree with that. And in spite of our best effort, there will be, I have seen, whether it's the audience, live audience, class, or anywhere, there will be some people. We can make our efforts, but I feel that we should not get just distracted ourselves by those people. Fine, we'll try our best, and there will be something which will cater to their interest, maybe. So let's try that. But if not, we should not get derailed. We should focus on what we are saying and the people who are interested in. Many times that itself brings them back into it. Or sometimes there is a certain thing which is certainly interesting and they will come in back. So make our efforts, but then don't just get derailed or estrayed because of that. So that's what my advice and suggestion would be.
We encourage all participants. Any questions would be welcome in the chat box.
I don't see any other question. Is there anything that is there?
So it seems that we do not have any more questions coming in right now. So if that is the case, we would like to thank both of you, sir and ma'am, for taking so much of your precious time. I'm sure that every single person, whether we are undergraduates or not, who was attending the session really reaped many benefits. Thank you once again, ma'am and sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you, the organizing committee, Pradeep sir, Dr. Asha, and everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. And it was a pleasure interacting with everyone. Thank you.
On behalf of the Academy, let me thank you for your wonderful contribution to the generation next. If we can make few animations and Rashmi's in the making, that will be a great achievement for all of us. Thank you. Over to you, Rahil.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Lokeshwar from the Department of Speech Pathology and Audiology to give the introduction to our next speaker. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Partha Dapke, who has pursued his MBBS from Medical College, Manipal. He has completed his PhD in neuropediatrics and metabolic disorders from Center for Systems Neurosciences, Hanover Medical School, and University of Veterinary Medicine, Hanover, Germany. He has been awarded the C4R Research Fellowship from Care for Rare Foundation, Ludwig Maximilian University, Munich, Germany, the SDTFG Fellowship to attend the 64th Nobel Laureate Meeting on Physiology and Medicine in Dau, Germany. He has been awarded medical research initiatives from KMC Manipal. He is also an astounding 3-time recipient of STS, as short-term studentship award from Indian Council of Medical Research. Highly experienced professional, as a highly experienced professional, he was the student representative of ZSN PhD program, Center for System Neurosciences, Hanover, Germany. He was the founder and president of Indo-German Convention in Lindau Alumni, KMC Manipal. He was also the co-founder and member of Indo-German Metabolic Meet, KMC Manipal, and Hanover Medical School. He was the young ambassador of the German Academic Exchange Service. He was the founder and president of Manipal University Students Research Forum. He was also the co-founder and vice president of Student Research Forum. Right now, we'll be playing a pre-recorded video of Dr. Partha Dapke, who will be speaking on a career in research after MBBS. So he'll be joining us for the question answer sessions.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you. First, I would like to thank the university and the medical college in Kolar for inviting me to your conference, the DeMedCon 2021. I'm very happy to be here. I will start the presentation. So we are going to talk today about what are the possibilities for, or how is a career in research after doing MBBS. And I'm Dr. Partha Dapke. I will start the session now. I'm currently in Hanover, Germany. So firstly, I would like to ask the audience, all of you there, do you know the following people? Yeah, they are quite famous, and they have discovered some very interesting things. So Alexander Fleming, I think most of the people, or maybe even everyone, must be knowing that he's the one who discovered penicillin. What about Edward Jenner? I think I'm also sure that a lot of you know that Edward Jenner is the person who discovered the smallpox vaccine. So his experiments were quite famous when he vaccinated people with smallpox. Then we have Banting and Best. What did they discover? Insulin. That's the correct answer. And following this, Röntgen. Do you know? Can everyone say Röntgen? So that's a German name. The O with the double dots is spoken as Ö. He's the one who discovered X-rays. And in fact, X-rays in Germany are called as Röntgen. So in the hospitals, they don't say that we will get an X-ray done, but it's Röntgen. Harald Suhrhausen, he's the person who discovered, who did the research on the human papilloma virus, which led to the creation of the HPV vaccine as protection against cervical cancer. And I am very happy to say that I have actually met Professor Harald Suhrhausen in Germany, as he's a Nobel laureate. He received the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. And I met him at the Lindau meeting and afterwards once in Germany. So he's a great guy. And Barry Marshall. So maybe you have come across this name also. He's from Australia, and he's the person who discovered the association between Helicobacter pylori and peptic ulcer disease. Now, what is the reason that I am sharing these names here? Yeah. Why? I mean, what can be the thing behind this? So it's basically that these are some of the people, and of course there are many more, but some of the people who, because of whose work, groundbreaking discoveries were made in the field of medicine. And of course, most of them are also medical doctors. And the reason why they could come out with these things is that they intensively focused themselves in research. So they did not just do research just on the side, or only when they got free time, but this is what they did for the whole for their careers, and they're still doing it, some of them. And this is what led to some of the groundbreaking discoveries in the field of medicine and physiology. And these are the people from whom we can, as medical doctors, as medical students, we can take inspiration, that medical doctors, other than the treatment part, the patient care, of course, which is the first duty of any medical doctor anywhere in the world, research is also another very, very important, you can say it's also a duty of every doctor, because medicine progresses. Any science progresses with time. As soon as some discovery is made, it is like building blocks. All of us have played Lego when we were small. It's like building one block on top of the other, and sometimes then we get a house. And this is what is very important, and this is why medical doctors, rather from the student stage, right from when one is in MBBS, it is very, very vital that if you're interested in research, please get into research right from the beginning, so that a mindset is created, so that you have you get a flair for research, you develop the liking for research. And this is what would in this is what later would really help you to intensify your research. Now, research during MBBS, so this is something that is not conventional. Yeah. We as medical students, of course, our absolute first priority is to study the subjects that we have. So in the first year, it's anatomy, biochemistry, etc. Second year, we go on to pathology, microbiology, then community medicine, then medicine, surgery, pediatrics, so on and so forth. So there are many, many subjects, more than 20 subjects that we have to study during MBBS. And that is, of course, a task. So all of us know it. I think we are at different stages of someone maybe just in their first year, so who's trying to now explore the field of medicine. Someone is in their final year, so they are already loaded with a lot of work, a lot of clinical postings, so on and so forth. And also, for example, like I have finished my MBBS. So this is, so now I can look back at it and say, yeah, okay, those were not easy things. Yeah, studying for pathology paper 2, for medicine paper 2, it was not an easy task when you don't get a holiday and there's so much portion. So there's a lot. So we are told by everyone, by our teachers, by our parents, then we see our friends, oh my God, people are studying so much in the hostel, we also need to do it. Yes, but this is also very important, that is research during MBBS. Firstly, when a lot of people have asked me, is it feasible? Yeah, I mean, we are just undergraduates. See, this is what all of us think, and so did I, and so did a lot of my friends also. That what can we do? Yeah, we are 18 years old when we enter medical college. We really have very hardly any knowledge. We have studied for the entrance exam, of course, but that's nothing when you're entering medical school. But is research feasible? Do we have the required knowledge? So the first point here to remember is that knowledge, we always have to keep gaining knowledge. Yeah, there's no such thing that there is a fixed amount that will be in your head and you'll do research based on that. No. Even the top professors, even Nobel laureates, have to continue literature search whenever new things are coming out. And that is why those people are at that stage, because they are at the cutting edge of research. They are at this interface where really new things are happening, and they are keeping up. They're keeping up with the pace of it. So it's very much feasible. Then people have a question, okay, I am interested in research, I want to do it, but what about funding? Yeah, are there funding opportunities available? Of course, there are some funding opportunities for undergraduates. So of course the funds are limited. It's not like you're going to get 10 lakh rupees to do research, but there are some funds available where some simple projects can be done. And always the faculty also has some funds. Your professors in the college, the departments have some funds, and you can be a part of those projects. And then what also people think that, let's say I'm in second year. So that means I'm going to study 4 main subjects for second year. Yeah, pathology, pharmacology, microbiology, and forensic medicine. But it does not mean that you have to do research only in these subjects. You can do research also in a first year subject like physiology, but you can also do research in a subject, a super specialty like cardiology. There's nothing stopping you from doing these things. Yeah. And also, just why I am stressing about this, I know the title of the talk is A Career in Research After MBBS, but it is very crucial to know what are the opportunities during MBBS that one can take up, so that you develop a connection with research, so that you develop a liking for research. Yeah. So that is why I'm also speaking about the research during MBBS. And then the question is, do I really need research experience during MBBS? Now, that's a very important question. Do you need research to pass your exams? Probably not. You have your textbooks, you have your notes, your professors have shown you presentations, so you have them. In today's online time when lectures are going online, so you also have those opportunities. So to pass your MBBS exams, research experience may not be necessary. Of course, sometimes a professor might tell you, okay, We are talking about type 1 diabetes. So please do some research into it, find articles, and you may have to give presentations. So that is possible. But it's not a necessity. But what is very important is that research is a part of education. It's not that only one person in a class of 100 has to do research. Everyone can be a part of this. Everyone can do some small part of it, or at least many people. And once you start doing research, once you start taking up small projects, then you can realize, okay, whether I'm liking it or not. If I'm liking it, what is the subject am I liking? What is the type of research? Do I like clinical research? Do I like laboratory-based research? So on and so forth. Why to do research during MBBS? So I will go through these slides slightly fast. So one is because we will be talking about these things also later on in the presentation. One is that one can become a clinician scientist. Yeah. So someone who has done his MBBS and also then doing a PhD, that becomes a clinician scientist. So you get to experience best of both worlds, the clinical medicine and the laboratory research. Research is not really an option. Yeah. So this is my personal opinion, and I know certainly that also some people do share this opinion, because we are doctors, we are students of science. Science is a continuously evolving process. It's not something that is stagnant. And when something needs to evolve, research is an integral component of it. Just imagine a small thing. You are working in community medicine, you are in a setup, and then there you realize, okay, I have limited resources, I have limited tablets which I can prescribe to the patient, whether it is anemia, whether it is hypertension, and then you start experimenting with whatever resources you have. Okay, I have this iron tablet, maybe this is more beneficial in this patient, but maybe this other patient needs iron tablets plus something else, so on and so forth. This is also a kind of research in its own merit. And research during MBBS may open up several more opportunities for you. So then the only option for you will not remain to do a residency, whether this is in India or abroad, but it can open up options of doing PhD or of getting into clinical research and so on and so forth. And this can also help you during your MD or MS or DM or MCH when one has to also write a thesis. How to do research during MBBS? We can speak about this a lot, and maybe we'll take this if there are some questions at the end of the session, but I'll quickly go through the slide. There are ICMR STS scholarships available. Maybe some of you are already aware of this. These are 2-month studentships, as far as I remember from my time when I was doing MBBS, and everyone can apply for this. And it was at least at that time a rupees 10,000 grant to do research. You can be a small part of a faculty project. So there are many professors, faculty in your college who might be doing some projects, who are definitely doing some projects, and you can ask them, you can request them to be a small part of it. And then there are research internships, which you could do in India, in your own university or some other university, or you may decide to even go abroad to do this. It is also possible. When to do research during MBBS? Yeah. Can someone give me an answer for this? Okay. I'm just interested to know what is your opinion about when should one or when can one start doing research? My opinion is it is never too soon. Yeah. You have taken admission into MBBS, you're starting to learn dissection, so on and so forth. Please, why not start also research? Yeah. Do not think that, oh, I'm just a first year student, it's just the first week or first month or second month of my college. What can I know? It's too soon. Yes, you have to read. You have to read a lot. You have to read books. You have to look up databases like PubMed for research papers. You have to speak with your faculty, interact with your peers, and you can do it. It is never impossible. I also, by God's grace, could do my first ICMR STS funded project in first year. And this was about mitochondrial disorders. So again, maybe later on we can discuss about this if anyone wants to ask something. Now, basic steps to start your journey. So I just have sort of listed some things here, which from my experience, I feel could be some important steps to start your journey into research in MBBS. Now I have made this color coded. So red, according to me, again, your opinions can be different, and you can, of course, sort of discuss with me what your opinions are about this. But I think that the red ones could be quite difficult. The orange ones could be moderately challenging, while the green ones could be relatively less difficult. Again, as I said, this is a personal opinion. Um, Everyone can have different opinions about this. Figuring out your area of interest. Yeah, this is a crucial question for most of the people as to what do we, what am I interested in? There are dozens of different fields in medicine. It's getting more and more advanced by the year. What am I interested in? So this can take some time, but don't have the fear of exploring. Explore. If you do your first project in pathology, doesn't mean that your lifelong research has to be in pathology. You may go into say obstetrics and gynecology later on. Basic literature search. If this is done methodically, it can be done even by undergraduates in a proper way. Absolutely, there's no problem about this. And again, later on, if anyone has questions, we can go into it, and I'm sure some of your friends have already done this. Finding a guide for your research, whether it is an ICMR project or a non-ICMR project, this could be a little challenging, because you have to find, so maybe most of the teachers are doing research in your college, yeah, or maybe all of them are doing research, but they have to have the time to, to sort of train you, sort of get you a project. And this can be a bit challenging, but you can do it. I'm sure a lot of your teachers are very supportive in this, and you can do it. Discussions with the guide is very important. Your compatibility, how much you discuss with the guide, what you discuss, the content of how the project is going on, what are the aims, and so on and so forth. This is a constantly evolving process, and you can learn a lot. ICMR or non-ICMR STS projects, for me, this is a simple decision. Do both. Do either. Yeah, apply for ICMR, but even if you don't get an ICMR STS funding, you can do a non-ICMR project. Yeah, ICMR should not, that should not be the only criteria for doing a project. It's great if you get an ICMR grant, but you can also do non-ICMR projects. Like I did both in medical college, and both helped me. The project execution and presenting or publishing. Now, these two things are, of course, so project execution is, of course, when you're doing the project and then presenting it at a good conference and publishing it in a nice journal. This depends on several factors, and it's going to be a mixed bag. So there is a lot of things we can discuss about this, but this is not today's scope of my presentation. Now, I would like to share what was my journey like. Yes, so now from here on, we will go into what is life sort of after, after MBBS, what you can do research. Yeah. First part is expressing interest in research. I think this is an absolutely crucial step. Until you step up and tell one of your professors, yeah, that, sir, ma'am, I am interested in doing research, they cannot help you. So the first step has to come from you, because this is not something that someone is going to force upon you. Yeah, this is not like a biochemistry viva where if you don't learn the protein structure, sorry, you cannot score in the viva. It's not like that. Research cannot be forced. It's not mandatory. But if you have interest, don't hold back. Don't think, a lot of students have this thing in mind. Oh, what will the faculty say to me? It is it too early? They will tell me I should just go and study. Don't think of those things. Yeah, if you have interest in research, if you're up for it, if you're going to do the efforts, please express your interest. Conducting ICMR, other projects, we already spoke about this. Going to conferences. So for me, 2 conferences, I went to, of course, more conferences, but 2 conferences were, I think, 2 important stages in my life. One was the ISIM, the International Conference on Inborn of Metabolism, and the other was the Nobel Laureate meeting in Lindau. I will show you some pictures later on about this. But these conferences really set the ball rolling for me, where I met 2 important professors, I met Nobel laureates, and this was a fantastic chance also where I could present my research in the ISIM, and this led to elective, this led to many more things. Elective and research fellowships. So please try in your holidays, or maybe if your college allows you. So my college, Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, I'm really thankful to them, allowed me to allowed all of the students actually to go for 1 month of elective rotations in in any country, any professor who was offering this. And of course, our parents had to fund us for that, so we didn't have funding. But I also I got the accommodation from the professor in Germany, and I also in my internship later on did a research fellowship also in Germany. So these are the things that helped me a lot. So I did my clinical elective in Hanover Medical School, where I also did my PhD later on, and I did my research fellowship in Ludwigs Maximilian Universität München in Germany. And these 3 months was a fantastic experience for me to sort of go from clinics to research. A nice bridge, so to say. Applying for PhD, yeah, this would be a big decision. It was a big decision for me also, because the conventional route for anyone, for all of us, is generally to get into MD or MS, or give the USMLE, give the PLAB, and so on and so forth, and do your residency. But I decided to apply for a PhD, and luckily I was offered a position here in Germany by my professor at Hanover Medical School, and he also arranged for the funding. And then I had to apply to the graduate school, and so on and so forth. This was an important stage in my life, so I had to really plan all the things in the internship and do this. And also my parents were very supportive. Then I worked for 4 years in neuroscience. The graduate school was the Center for Systems Neuroscience, and I worked in the lab of pediatric metabolic medicine. So this was a fantastic experience. 4 years was complete lab-based research for me. So of course, I was not that much in touch with patients. Sometimes I would go to the outpatient clinic and see some patients, but that was not much. But this gave me a fantastic laboratory experimental research experience, which we do not get while doing our MBBS. Because of course, that's not the scope of MBBS. The scope of MBBS is to train someone to become a basic medical doctor. But these 4 years during my PhD, really I got to work on so many things. Like, for example, doing different enzyme assays, doing PCR, so polymerase chain reaction experiments, doing Western blots, doing other fluorometric analysis, doing cell culture, and so on and so forth. So I worked especially with hippocampal neurons. Later on, if someone is interested, we can discuss about this, but I would not go into the detail. And my thesis was about understanding the mechanism of action of ketogenic diet in neuronal cells. Yeah. So this was, I think, a lovely experience, something completely different from clinical medicine, but something that is so useful to develop a very deep understanding of the subject of neuropediatrics, for example, or of neuroscience. It was very a rewarding experience. And now currently I am working as a research scientist in human genetics in a clinic here called Medicover in Hanover. So yeah, so I recently started here, and this is my journey till today, what it has been like, the professional journey. Now, what is it like to work in a lab? Yeah, this is maybe an important question for some of you when you want to hear about research after MBBS. How is the lab work? So, okay, firstly, let me make it clear here. It's not that research means only working in a lab. It's possible that you can do clinical research. Yeah, maybe you can be a part of a clinical trial. So research does not always mean working in a lab, but experimental research is something, the way I chose to go into after MBBS. So that is where my experience is, and that is why I'm talking about it from that point of view. Yeah. So I will just describe here what is it like to work in a lab. Yeah. Firstly, very interesting. Yeah. Let me say. I mean, coming from a clinical background, yes, you sometimes do miss that. Okay, I'm not seeing patients. So that, I think, is the tendency of every medical doctor, that you want to see patients, but the lab work is also fascinating. So it's completely different, and yeah, I mean, the environment is different. Yeah, you're working with biologists, you're working with biochemists and molecular biologists, and so on and so forth. The learning curve, this is one point, could be steep. Yeah, because we are not used to we are used to using the stethoscope, but in the labs we have to use the pipettes. Yeah, we are used to working with patients, but we would have to work with cells or with animals in the labs. So these things are quite difficult and it may take some time to adjust. So I will honestly accept that it took me some months to really get used to working in the lab, but it's worth it because once you are into it, you will enjoy it. The type of work, as I already said, is quite different between the two, the clinic and the lab, or the bedside and the bench, as it's also called in translational research, bench to bedside. And it's exciting, absolutely. So because you're working on something new, you're working on something where not a lot of work has been done, sometimes no work has been done, and so you are really excited about what results are going to come out of this. Yeah, so this is really really exciting again, to repeat the word, but it requires a lot of patience. So one experiment is not sufficient, you need to do it over again, and then you have to present it, publish it. This will be discussed with your professor, with your peers, with your colleagues, and then you'll get different inputs as to how it is. And yeah, I mean, it requires patience, but in the end, it's lovely when you publish a paper. Actually, yeah, it's fantastic, for the experience. Now, what are the advantages of having a clinical background to go to do a PhD? So, as most of you might know, that mostly the people who have an MSc in, say, molecular biology or biochemistry, they go on to do a PhD. It's rare that people with medical degrees do a PhD, but this is not so rare in countries like Germany or even in some places in the US. There are a lot of clinicians who do a PhD here, and this is something very, very good because the advantages are a lot. When you have a clinical background, you cannot I mean, see, you already have a clinical background, so you already know basics about symptoms of disease, about what the pathology is of the disease, how the organs look like. You have maybe operated, sometimes you have seen patients, you have treated patients, you have prescribed medicines, so you already are familiar. Of course, one is not yet a specialist. So, like, for example, I did my PhD after my MBBS, so of course I was not a specialist, but we have a basic background. Yeah, you're like a family physician, you have that background, and this can become very, very useful to do a PhD because the association between clinical medicine and experimental research, to understand this, is very important. To give you an example, I worked to understand the mechanism of action of ketogenic diet. Now, while reading the papers have always both the information. Yeah, the papers have the clinical information of the patient, and then what were the research things done. What genes were analyzed, for example, or what enzymes were analyzed, proteins were analyzed. While reading this and while doing my research, I could very well imagine, okay, this patient is having seizures, is having so many seizures per month or whatever, and this treatment was given, say valproate was given or something else was given, and now ketogenic diet is being used. And then this is the clinical side. And then when we go on to the research side, the experimental research side, then I also started understanding, as I started doing my PhD, as to what is exactly happening inside the neuron. So firstly, we have an understanding of what is happening to the patient, the clinical symptoms, and then what is happening inside the neuron actually that is leading the patient to have seizures. And then how can the ketogenic diet help in this? And what can be the mechanism? And this is what we investigated in our project. So this is very interesting. Then you understand both sides of the coin. Yeah. So this is something fascinating when you have when you know what is happening to the patient and when you know what is happening exactly inside his or her tissues. It's like building a nice picture. Yeah, you really enjoy it. And then the clinician scientist track offers options. So if you do a PhD followed by MBBS, it can give you a lot of options, because later you can decide, do you want to go back to the clinics full time? Do you want to enter research full time? Or do you want to do both part time? Or maybe, yeah, so that there are different opportunities that one can think of after having a basic training in both. It takes time, of course. Yeah, so I spent 6 years in my MBBS and 4 years in my PhD. So after 10 years now, I have to think of the next thing. So of course it takes time. It's a longer route, but it really is something interesting. It's something we need. India needs this, to develop core research methodologies and core, advancements in research and in patient care. We need clinician scientists. Of course, mostly we need clinicians because we have a lot of burden. So we need a lot of doctors to treat patients. We need pure scientists, and then we need clinician scientists who can, understand both the things, both the sides, and then develop diagnostics, develop treatment, develop management options for patients. Now, what does a PhD student's day look like? Yeah, of course, this will vary. So don't comment. Later on, if someone else gives you a different experience, it's completely possible. This is something what my experience was like, and what a lot of other friends I have who did their PhD, what their day looks like. Yeah, what does it actually look like? Firstly, it's a lot of variety. Yeah, so we are not doing one thing the whole day. There's a lot of variety. Of course, there are some days where you'll do only experiments, some days where you'll only write the papers. That happens, but again, that's a part of the variety. Conducting experiments, of course, the first job. Yeah, you have to conduct experiments. You have to you have to work in the cell culture, in the other labs, in the protein lab, in the gene lab, and do enzyme assays. And if it's animal experiments, then you have to take care of the animals, feed them, and so on and so forth. Documentation, you have to record whatever has been, whatever your experiments have yielded, have got you the results. Literature search, very important, as we've also earlier. So literature search is something, because constantly things are being updated. Maybe every day new papers are being uploaded on PubMed, on Google Scholar, and so on and so forth. And you need to be really on the edge of what is happening. You have to be any PhD student has to be on the interface of the current knowledge and the knowledge that's coming in, the new knowledge. This is very, very important. Without this, you cannot present your data. Yeah, maybe today you were doing some experiments and you thought, okay, I cannot explain this. But maybe 1 month later, if you have not done your literature search and there is already a paper which explains your findings, then you have missed it. And that is not possible. So PhD student always has to be on the edge, always updated with the literature, up to date with the literature, with the new papers. Then I was a part of a graduate school. So we had seminars, lectures, different labs. So other than our own lab, where we learned some other techniques. For example, I learned a technique called patch clamping, where you can record the activity of one single neuron. Very, very interesting. I also attended EEG seminars and labs and so on and so forth. So this was very interesting. So I had to attend several of these in the 3-4 years here. Preparation for conferences, whenever you have to submit an abstract, and then if it gets accepted, you have to prepare your presentation or your poster. That is important. Then maintaining the lab equipment. So one of the duties of the PhD student is also to keep the lab equipment clean. So of course, everyone does this, also the technicians and the other people in the lab, but it's on a rotational basis. Yeah. So if there are centrifuges, if there are cell culture benches, and so on and so forth, you have to keep it clean and proper, and everything has to be sorted. Then lab meetings, seminars. So we usually had 2 meetings a week. One was our internal group meeting, one was with the other groups, where every week some different person presented their progress report. And in our internal lab meetings, we generally discussed whatever was done in the week, whatever had to be done in the next days, and we planned. So the group came together and discussed. So this is also universal. I think everywhere around the world, these things happen. Then writing grants and funding applications. So if you're applying for some special scholarships or special funding, something extra for your project or to continue your project. So this is also one of the jobs. And of course, you have support in all this. So your professor is going to oversee all of these things, your presentations, your applications, your lab meetings, and so on and so forth. So this is the variety. Yeah, you have a lot of different things to do. So one is, of course, the science of it, the core science. You have to be you have to be really proper at doing the experiments and doing the literature search. But the other important skills are time management, Then communication, it's very important that you communicate with your other lab members, what is happening, and so on and so forth. So one has to be very organized. All the things have to run systematically. And this is generally how a PhD student's day looks like. And I think everywhere it must be similar with some individual changes. What are the advantages of doing a PhD after MBBS? One is you become a clinician scientist. Yeah, clear. So you know both sides now. You have been in the clinic, you have been in the lab, you now know what is bench to bedside. Yeah, you know what is translational research. What one gets to learn when one works, when one does a PhD, is the in-depth understanding of the molecular mechanisms, of the biochemical mechanisms of any disease, of any pathophysiological process, which we do not learn so much in depth in MBBS. Yeah, of course, we learn that, okay, say this gene is responsible for this disease, but what are the epigenetics of it? What are the biochemical mechanisms of it? Which enzymes work in which way? Are there some translocations? Are there some enzyme deficiencies? Is it a partial enzyme deficiency? Why is it being caused? How is it happening? What are the tests done to identify this? Is the protein being made but the enzyme not functioning? There are so many things. There are so many things that one has to understand. And this understanding can be nicely developed, of course, in the particular field where you're working in. So suppose if someone is working in neurosciences, then it's about that. Someone is working in molecular biology, it's about those things, immunology, say even surgery, so on and so forth. So you get to understand that. Understanding the challenges of research and diagnostics. So many a times, if we are only focused in the clinic, we do not know what are the problems that happen in the lab. Yeah. So we send a blood sample, we send a biopsy, but what actually happens after that? Why does it sometimes take more time for the results to come in? So one also understands the challenges that people face in the research and diagnostics, and this can help us to develop an all-round understanding of how a university functions with its different aspects, with its different parts, constituents. And then you can really be at the cutting edge of the medical research and help in development and help in patient care, help in developing patient care. Yeah, if you're working in pharmacology, you can really, for example, be at the highest stage of what is, okay, this drug, okay, the clinical trials are going on, and as soon as the clinical trials are done, they are approved, the drug is approved, you can start prescribing it to patients, then start studies, follow up, long studies, 5-year studies, 10-year studies, publish your articles, publish reviews, publish systematic reviews and meta-analysis, and so on and so forth. And so much can be done once you have a research experience. So once, like for example, a PhD after MBBS. I would just like to share in short my Lindau experience. I mean, it's basically just photos I have compiled here. So the Lindau is, as you see in the map, it's in Germany. It's in the south of Germany on the lake called Bodensee or Konstanz. And this meeting takes place every year, and it is alternating. So 1 year in physics, 1 year in chemistry, then medicine, physiology, then interdisciplinary, and then the whole cycle over again. And so I was selected as a part of a 20-member team from India to represent India in this meeting in Lindau in 2014, in June, July. And about 600 students and young researchers were invited from all over the world, from 80 countries. And 37 Nobel laureates were present in this meeting. So it was fantastic listening to the experience. Yeah, why am I sharing this? Because this meeting was also instrumental for me to decide that, yes, I want to get into research after doing MBBS. Yeah. So this is why I'm sharing this experience. That time was Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Honorable Minister for Science and Technology in Indian government, who handed us the certificates, because we all received a fully funded fellowship from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and the German Research Foundation to attend this Nobel laureate meeting. This was the certificate that we received, that we had attended the meeting, and this was from the Department of Science and Technology. The first one was from the Lindau Council, this one was from the DST, Government of India. And these are just some of the pictures. It was fantastic to meet people from all over the world, to meet Nobel laureates, also meet Indians who were living in other countries who had attended this meeting. And as you see in the corner photo, it's written Bharatiya Rajdootavas. So we were invited to the Indian Embassy in Berlin for a dinner after this meeting, because we went on a post-Lindau tour of different universities in Germany. So the meeting was for 1 week and the post-Lindau tour was for 1 week. So I think this was a fantastic experience, and I urge all of you to please look up whenever the next Lindau meeting is. So for medical students, of course, you can attend any meeting. You can also go to the meeting in physics, also chemistry, also interdisciplinary. But maybe the best chance is to attend a meeting in physiology or medicine. So please look up. It's a fantastic experience. You can contact me later if you need some details about this. I mean, if you need some, you want to have some you have some questions about it, I will be very happy to help. And then I will just show this graph quickly. I just thought of sharing this here as to how to do a residency, a medical residency, like medicine, surgery, pediatrics, ophthalmology, ENT, so on and so forth. All the subjects in Germany, it is called as Facharztweiterbildung. This is something completely different, and this is, I know it's not a part of today's topic, but I will just quickly share share the steps for this. And if you have questions, you can contact me later. One is learning German. In Germany, absolutely you need to speak German. English does not work. So of course, there are people, especially the younger generation, who speaks English, but you need German in the hospitals. Absolutely. And a minimum B2 level is required. Then in doing internships at German hospitals or universities is helpful. You have to do it rather. You have to collect your documents like your certificates, transcripts, a degree, and so on and so forth. And these have to be translated in German. Then there's something called as the language test, or the Fachsprachprüfung. This has to be given. And if you clear this, you get something called as a Berufserlaubnis. That is a temporary license to practice medicine in Germany. And this is restricted to the particular state you are in. Then you have to apply for the job as an Assistenzarzt, as a doctor. So in Germany, residency is not a course, it's not studies, it's employment. Yeah, it's a job, you get paid, and of course there is no fees. So this is something this is the process. And of course, we can later on, if someone has questions, you can approach me. Then is the Kenntnisprüfung, so the knowledge test, which you have to give within 2 years after getting the Berufserlaubnis. And after this, you get the Approbation. That's the permanent license to practice medicine in Germany, but also in the entire European Union. Yeah, but of course, you have to remember that each country has its own language, so you need to learn that. So that's it from my side today. I thank the university and the medical college again in Kolar, SDUAHER, for inviting me. And I hope that you all like my presentation. Hopefully it was something useful for you. And now if anyone has questions, I would be happy to interact with you, happy to discuss. And also later on, you can contact me on my email ID that is given here. Thanks a lot. Namaste, and thank you again.
Thank you, sir, for that amazing talk. We now open the floor for question and answers. Participants who have any questions, please type them in the chat box.
Partha, are you there? Good morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning. Hello.
Yeah, how are you doing? Good to see you.
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. One minute.
Yes,
I've got a call. I'll call you back.
Sure, sir. So if anyone has questions, please, I'm here. We had to play the video because I had some problems with my internet connection right now. But I think and I hope that I'm audible. So anyone who has questions, students especially, please don't hesitate to ask.
Yes, sir, you're audible. And once we receive the questions, we'll type it in the chat box.
Okay.
So we will be receiving one question from our YouTube live chat shortly.
Okay.
Good morning.
Sorry, I was had another call.
Good morning.
Sorry, Partha, I had
No problems.
exit for a while because of the call from my superior.
No problem.
Very, very interesting and very meaningful talk to the generation next. I don't know. Any questions? Please go ahead with the questions, Asha.
Yes, sir. Because yesterday the students were very much interested in electives, so I thought if Dr. Partha could throw a light on his experience on electives. Meanwhile, if we get some more questions, we could take it.
So my experience was that I came to Germany in January, February 2014. This was the time when I came for a 4-week or 1-month elective here. And I worked in the Department of Pediatrics and specifically in the clinic for pediatric metabolic medicine. So we were allowed officially by KMC Manipal for every student to go for 1 month. Thanks once again to Pradeep sir. he's here. He was there right at that time, and this was really helpful for all of us. So what I basically learned was how does a different health system function, because the healthcare system in Germany is quite different as compared to what it is in India, and of course then the subject matter. So pediatric metabolic medicine is a really evolved and a well-developed discipline in Germany. And we don't, in India, we are still developing in the field of inborn errors of metabolism. So this is something where it will take some time. There are a lot of expensive investigations involved. The treatments are also not that easy. So we will get there hopefully in a decade or two, maybe. But that was something I could learn from my electives. And what was also important maybe for the students to know that the funding had to be self-organized. So my parents essentially had to pay for the travel, but my professor was kind enough to actually give me accommodation. So I did not have to pay for my accommodation in Germany. So students, please look at that. There are options where sometimes professors and some departments do give you accommodations to stay on campus. And sometimes you might get subsidized accommodation. So that also might be possible. And then later on, we are actually working with KMC Manipal to promote more and more exchange of students. So we have had 4 students from KMC Manipal come to here, Hanover, in my institution, Hanover Medical School, where I was. And we have had 2 students from Hanover Medical School going to Manipal over the years. So such exchanges, it's great to see that the students of Kolar with their faculty guidance have organized this conference. And I think this can be the first step to developing such programs maybe.
Asha, can I ask you a question? Then I request you to take the chat box questions.
Yes, sir. Surely, sir.
Partha, in the context of several people wanting to see if they have an opportunity, could there be an open platform for people across India to apply to the facilities what you have suggested just now as an open, so that you can choose the best in the country?
Sure, sir. I mean, in principle, the Hanover Medical School is generally open to accepting students from anywhere. So there is no limitation as such. But of course, there are some processes, and German people in general love processes. There is also a lot of bureaucracy involved. So we would have to come up with a sort of an agreement maybe or something like this. Or the students can also individually apply to the professors. So if students are interested, they can write to me first an email, and then maybe I could help them navigate the process and as to who they can contact and so on and so forth.
Asha, you can take the questions now, Asha.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
We have 2 questions here in chat box.
Yeah.
So the first question is, could you please talk about the conferences? Where did you find these opportunities by full-time education?
Right. Okay, so that's a good question. So for the conferences, continuously keep searching on the internet, keep searching on Google, be in contact with your professors. So to give you an example, my project where I had mentioned the conference ISIEM, I had done a project where we developed a prototype diagnostic app to diagnose mitochondrial disorders. So this was done under the guidance of Professor Pragna Rao, that time the head of biochemistry department. And this particular subject of mine had an overlap between pediatrics, biochemistry, so to say. So I was actually eligible to go for both the conferences. So one is of course a conference, a student conference like what you have organized or what we organize in Manipal, or I think so many colleges across the country does. You can always present your work over there. But what is also interesting to present the work at specialist conferences. So many times undergraduate students have this notion in mind that as an MBBS student, maybe I'm not eligible to attend the specialist conferences where all the professors and maybe everyone starting from residents come. But that is not the case. Even UG students are accepted for such conferences. And if they find your paper interesting, they will accept it for an oral or a poster presentation. So I got the chance to present an oral presentation, and this led to me meeting my professor in Germany. So it was really instrumental, this conference. So always keep searching the internet, keep in touch with the professors, your guides, who can recommend you to go to some particular conferences because they are already experienced. Talk to your peers, and always, keep sort of try to do this once a week, maybe when you're doing a project. Okay, what's the new conference coming in? Yeah, where is it? And don't limit yourself. Don't think that I cannot go to international conferences. That's not the case. You very well can. And I'm there if you need my help for anything. So my email address I had already given.
Thank you, sir. One more question in the chat box is,
Yeah.
do we get sponsored in the Lindau from Suresh?
Yes. Yes, the Lindau meeting is a fully sponsored meeting. So it is a co-funded fellowship by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and the German Research Foundation. At least this was the case when I applied for the meeting in 2014. Of course, I applied in 2013 and the meeting was in 2014. So once you will have to get updated, but as far as I know, that DST is still the academic partner for India. So not everyone can just go to the Nobel laureate meeting. So you cannot just decide that, okay, I want to register and I will register. That's not possible. This has to go through the academic partners and there is a selection process. So it is a fully funded meeting. Your registration costs, living, travel, even daily allowance in Germany, everything is taken care of.
Thank you, Partha, for really clarifying on the.
Thank you for inviting me, sir. It's nice to be online here again.
Yeah. God willing, we'll make it offline because there are always several questions to students. I think one more question. Asha, can you please take a question? One more is there?
Yes, sir. From students' side, I just wanted to ask, like, which phase of MBBS are these students allowed for such meetings, the Lindau meetings?
Okay. So actually, there is no specific phase as such. So you can basically apply anytime. But I would generally say that maybe the third or the final year or maybe internship is a good time to do this because, for example, I went in the final year. One has a chance to build up a profile till then, because the selection for these meetings is extremely competitive. So to give you an example, the year when I was selected for this meeting, 850 students had applied from all over India. And these included from undergraduate to postdoctoral students, everyone below the age of 35. From that, 30 were shortlisted by the Department of Science and Technology, and then 20 were finally selected for the Lindau Council. So you can see that we began at 850 and 20 were finally selected. So it's a really competitive process. So it would help if the students can build a nice profile by doing some research projects, some internships maybe till their third year, and then maybe apply in final year or internship. So that would be my personal recommendation, but there is no such official recommendation. Even first year students are theoretically eligible to apply. So at any phase, it's possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. Partha, for clarifying those issues. Definitely, I
Most welcome.
feel our students will be motivated, some of them.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again for inviting me.
Thank you, sir.
Other students and staff members who want to clarify, mentors who want to clarify anything, could please.
We still have some more time for part of this session. We encourage anybody with any questions to put it on the chat box or raise your hand and unmute yourself.
That's what Partha yesterday. Yes, if anybody wants to ask question, raise your hand. I just want to make a small observation. We have a lot of inhibitions when we are young. I was just telling yesterday in my plenary that as a child we explore, as a child we break open things to see what's happening inside. Curiosity. I don't know why when we become adults, a lot of hesitation to ask questions.
That's right, sir. I think one of the reasons is probably the fear of being wrong or fear of a stupid question. But I feel there are no stupid questions. I mean, if there is a question, there is.
There's no stupid question. There's a question, that's all. Let us not be judgmental. So even the silliest question can be asked and clarified. I always wonder why the generation next is very. I think one more question is there from
One.
I think.
Yes. So in preclinical department, what electives have you come across? Oh wow, that's a good question. So honestly, I do not know. So generally, I mean, I did my elective in pediatrics, but I have to say, and I've mostly heard people doing their electives in either medicine or surgery or maybe OBGYN. But why not? I mean, preclinical, one could also do an elective, and in principle, it would be possible. So during my elective in pediatrics, I also attended some days the lab, our pediatric metabolic medicine lab. So which was core research. It was a lot of biochemistry and molecular biology. So in principle, and that's a good question, ma'am. So I think even research electives is possible. So something that I did during my internship, I went for 3 months in LMU in Munich, and there I worked in the department of pediatric immunology, hematology, but that was completely a research elective. So I was working on a rare disease called severe congenital neutropenia and working on the genetic basis of this disease. So there I learned all the relevant lab-based methods.
Okay.
So it is
we can
surely
motivate the students to take up those things, I think.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Because now at present NMC has put up now, sir, like electives for preclinical also we have to do one block. So we have to think of the topics, what to give the students, what we have to cater to them. So I thought in your place how it is so that we can also plan some of the electives according to that, I thought.
Absolutely. So, and I would just add a point here so that the students are well aware. If they want to do a clinical elective in Germany, what would be necessary is that they speak some German. So at least a B1 level of German would be necessary because that's the language of patients. That is the language which the doctors will speak with the patients. But if they want to do a research elective, everything in the lab generally happens in English. So it is possible to do a research elective in English, but I would recommend learning at least some German to, when they come here to order in restaurants, something like this. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Can I,
Thank you.
Suresh, what is that? Suresh is a professor of pathology. Anything you want to ask, Suresh?
Sir, I was just, I missed the part of the talk. Maybe my question is not right. I just wanted to know the assessment system for the electives. Is there any grading or assessment for the electives?
So you mean, so to get an elective, is there a selection process? Do you mean, or was there an assessment after the elective?
Do they do the assessment of the at the end of the electives?
After the
okay. So I think, at least in my case, what I can say that there was no formal assessment, but yes, my professor did write a letter back to the college because this was a necessity that the professor writes back to the college saying what the student exactly did in the elective. So in that sense, it was an assessment. There was no grading as such. But yes, he wrote to the college as to what all I had been involved in. And yes, as much as more the student motivated, as much as the student is motivated, the better it benefits him or her, for sure.
Can I, Asha? Can I make a small observation?
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether my principal is with me. Is the director of student affairs participating in today's session? Because this is all student matters. Because why I'm saying is electives, when we used to do as Manipal is in the at the end of seventh semester after passing ENT Opto, there used to be a 4 weeks vacation. And we used to allow students to go there as a window open for any student to go so that he will forego his vacation and take an elective. There are certain times where a student used to get electives during the functioning of a medical school. So what we used to do is to facilitate such activities is, if a student is posted in any of the medicine related postings in India or surgical related postings, we used to consider that attendance as a criteria for him to go and pursue. Of course, we will not give any marks, but he has to come back and learn the things what he has left. Can I be permitted to go? Thank you. I have another meeting to attend. Asha, I'll join you back as soon as I'm done.
Yes, sir. Surely, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Nice
sir,
to
for
see
your
you, sir.
presence.
Bye. So there was one question, I think students who have, yeah. So I do not know that students, if they're repeaters, but I think if you're applying individually to electives, that may not play a role. That is what I think. So if you have a very specific reason, I mean, sometimes people have repeated because they're ill, or sometimes they have some family problems or something like this, then I don't think that should come in the way of someone. So, but this you can specifically check with the prescribed members. I can type in my email ID again in the chat. I'm doing it right now. And okay, I can have to send it to everyone. Okay. And
thank you, sir.
Yeah, and someone has asked what are the requirements for electives in Germany. So as I said, if you want to do a clinical elective, the first requirement would be the language. You need to know some level of German, and I would also recommend some medical German. And then it depends on your CV. It depends on how good your resume is. So the professor whom you are applying to should feel that, okay, this candidate is really interested, is really motivated to do this. How you write emails, this is also important. So when you approach a professor, that is it really, I mean, the email has to start properly: dear professor, doctor, so on and so forth. Make it personalized. Yeah, don't send a generic email. Don't send one email to multiple professors. So please don't do this, because then they will know that you're not serious. So write a proper email, write it structured. Your email address should be proper, simple, your name at whatever email.com. And I think basic things like this, and of course a well-prepared resume and a motivation letter.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. How to get internship before final year? The procedure would be the same. Kshitij, who has asked this question, I don't think there is any difference in the procedure, but you have to coordinate with your college as to how they allow you, when to go, or you do it in your holidays. That you'll have to see. And then someone has asked a general question, how to apply for electives. So again, see the country where you want to go to, or even if it's within India, that's also possible. Or see the country where you want to go to, the discipline you're interested in, Google it, apply, write to the professors under whose guidance you want to do the elective. And yeah, I mean, that's, but if you have specific doubts, then you can again email me so that I can answer them in detail.
Thank you so much, Dr. Partha, for your time. I'm sure that all of our nascent researchers have learned a lot from your session, and we will encourage them to reach out to you with any further doubts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Yeah.
Next on our agenda, we have the much anticipated clinico-pathological correlations, or CPC. To begin this session, I will share a short video on CPC. Clinico-pathological correlations, or CPC for short, has finally arrived. CPC is a competition which has been tailored to encourage the fledgling doctors and awaken the dormant clinician within each one of us by making us think outside the box, beyond textbooks, and beyond our classrooms. The event consisted of 2 rounds, and it is my honor to introduce our esteemed panel of judges for the evening. We have Dr. CSBI Prasad, former professor and HOD of Department of Pathology, SDUMC Kolar. We have Dr. Ravisha A, professor and HOD of Department of Medicine, SDUMC Kolar. And we have Dr. T.N. Suresh, professor of Department of Pathology, SDUMC Kolar. It's my privilege to now hand over the session to Dr. Suresh and Dr. Ravisha and Dr. CSBI Prasad. Let the fun begin.
Good morning to all. I'm audible. So, good morning to all. So, we sincerely thank the DeMedCon organizer for giving us the opportunity to conduct this clinical pathological conference. So, I would like to introduce this CPC for the benefit of the delegates who are attending this program. CPC, otherwise known as clinical pathological correlation, as the name indicates, it is the correlation of clinical findings with laboratory findings to arrive at most probable diagnosis. CPC is an important education tool. The main objective of this CPC is to teach the undergraduates and the residents about the clinical problem solving skill. The cornerstone of the CPC is how students or the presenter present their logical discussion of the differential diagnosis. It's more important than the final diagnosis, how they correlate the clinical findings with the laboratory findings and with the physical examination. So basically it's giving explanation for the final diagnosis based on the evidence available. So it's a practice of evidence-based medicine. CPC is not something new. It is started way back in 1898 at the prestigious Harvard Medical School by Walter B. Cannon. But later it is more popularized by the weekly publish of the one of the renowned medical journal, that is New England Journal of Medicine. All of us will be familiar with this because it is one of the highest impact factor journal. At present, the impact factor is 75. So it's one of the topmost medical journal. So this journal, since 1924, every week presents one clinical pathological conference. Those delegates who are interested, please read this session of the weekly journal, which help you to correlate the clinical signs and symptoms with the laboratory and with the advanced technology also. So this is one way to begin with. So just to introduce what happened so far, the first round of CPC was conducted on 26/5/2021, where a case of pediatric neonatal jaundice was given. And I should tell you that all of them have done very well. Only we could able to choose only top 5 because that was the mandate given to us. Now we have got 5 participants who will be presenting today. One case, this case was given today morning at 8:30 a.m. and all of them have completed their preparation for this case and they submitted to us at 10:30 a.m. Now they will be appearing on this platform to make a presentation for 70 minutes and this will be followed by 3 minutes of question and answer sessions. So these are the 5 brilliant participants. So we have Padmavati KK, Sanjay M. Gowda, Fajira Fatima, Amulya S. and Rishi Manimaran. So all of them will be presenting this case. I request Ravi sirs to introduce this case to the delegates.
Can you speak? Yeah. I'm Dr. Ravish. I'm HOD of medicine. I'll be introducing the case history now. A 23-year male patient presented with 3-year history of intermittent right-sided colicky abdominal pain and progressive abdominal distension for the past 1 year. 2 days before the admission, patient developed persistent abdominal pain, which was associated with nausea and vomiting. There is no loss of appetite. Past history, there is no history of fever, no history of abdominal injury, non-smoker, non-alcoholic, no history of diabetes, hypertension, not taking any medications, is a vendor by occupation. Family history, it's non-contributory, this was nothing significant. His vitals were normal on arrival. Physical examination. General examination. Alert and oriented patient. He doesn't have pallor. There's no edema, clubbing, or lymphadenopathy. So it's cardiovascular system examination. Heart rate was regular. The pulse rate was normal, and it was normal in rate and rhythm. There was no murmurs, no rubs, and there was no gallop rhythm which was heard. Respiratory system examination. Bilaterally, normal vesicular breath sounds were heard, and the normal air entry was present. There were no abnormal sounds. Abdominal examination. So abdomen was distended. It was more onto the right side. Diffuse mild tenderness on palpation. There is no rebound tenderness. There is no guarding or rigidity. Bowel sounds are present throughout, and they are well felt, normal. Mass felt on the right side of the abdomen, involving the right hypochondrium and lumbar region. There is no surface nodularity of the mass. Mass is not moving with the respiration. Liver could not be palpated separately. There is no splenomegaly. So genitourinary examination, genitalia examined in standing position with a normal external examination. There is no mass felt with cough. There is no impulse on cough. So neurological examination, there was no focal deficits and the patient was conscious. Skin warm and dry, there were no rashes. That was a history. So examination and the history. So the investigations which are provided here was CBC, HB 15 grams per deciliter, total count of 5,100 per cubic millimeter. DC was neutrophils 61%, lymphocytes 34%, eosinophils 4%, and monocytes 1%, basophils 0%, and platelet count of 1.7 lakhs per cubic millimeter. Biochemistry investigations were blood glucose levels, that is done through the glucometer. It was 90 milligrams per deciliter. Bilirubin was 3.1 milligrams per deciliter. Direct bilirubin is 1.7 milligrams per deciliter. And the liver enzymes were ALT 78 units per liter, AST 70, and ALP 350 international units per liter. And RFT, that is the renal function test, BUN 10 milligrams per deciliter, and creatinine 0.8 milligrams per deciliter. And the electrolyte sodium 140 millimoles per liter, and serum potassium 3.8 millimoles per liter. Urine examination was normal. The culture not yielded any bacteria or any growth. So on USG abdominal examination, giant cystic mass in the right side of the abdomen with extension into the left side. Right kidney not visualized. Normal liver echo pattern. Gallbladder compressed by the cystic mass. Diagnostic procedure was done and the patient underwent surgery. So we are waiting for that the diagnostic procedure to be revealed by pathologists. Then we can go ahead with the presentations by students now.
So we have given these questions to the participant to answer the differential diagnosis at the history level, examination level, and at the end of the investigations. And they should tell us what is the most proper diagnosis and explanation, and what other investigations are required to confirm your most proper diagnosis. With this we'll wish all of you all the best. All the 5 hours there. Now we'll call upon one by one. I request the organizer to call upon the delegates and upload the PPT.
Thank you, sir. First, we will be having registration number CPC 005. Registration number CPC 005. Please be ready for your Q&As. Please be ready with your video on and your mic on. I will now be projecting your presentation. You will be having 7 minutes for presentation, following which you have 3 minutes for your Q&A. All the best.
A very good morning to all the esteemed panelists and the other viewers present. I'm Padmavati KK and I will be presenting my differential diagnosis for the given case scenario. So at the end of the initial history taking, these are my observations that it could be a case of small bowel obstruction, colorectal cancer, abdominal tuberculosis, acute appendicitis, or acute pancreatitis. So why did I say the first one? The first one is because of presence of intermittent colicky pain, which is associated with nausea and vomiting. Next one is due to, 1 minute. Am I audible? So Hello. Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Go ahead.
So my next diagnosis was there's no history of progressive abdominal pain patient. Hello. Can you please move to the second slide, like the third one? Yeah. So for colorectal cancer, it was abdominal obstruction, but there's no associated symptoms of fatigue and hematochezia. So we can rule this out. And the next one was, can you please minimize the screen? I'm not able to. Okay, no, this is fine. So differential, so why did I say abdominal tuberculosis? This progressive abdominal pain and the patient is 23 years old, but there's also no associated other symptoms of vomiting. So for now, we're ruling this out too. And my next differential diagnosis was acute appendicitis, where there's presence of colicky abdominal pain with progressive abdominal distension. And 2 days before admission, patient had complaints of persistent abdominal pain associated with nausea and vomiting. And the last one was acute pancreatitis, where there's presence of abdominal pain along with vomiting, but patient did not have complaints of pain in the back. So based on, and at the end of the examination, this was these are the following differential diagnoses.
Can you wait?
Hello?
Yeah. At the end of the history, you should be discussing.
Okay, yes, sir. So,
Yeah.
so at the end of the history taking, we have noticed that the patient has no past history. His patient is not diabetic, hypertensive, and has had not.
Can we just debate why you suspected intestinal obstruction here?
Yes, sir. Because I suspected intestinal obstruction because of presence of intermittent colicky pain.
One, okay, agreed. But there is one more symptom which you have conveniently forgotten. There's a distension also. Progressive abdominal distension.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, that symptom also has to be considered, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, considering both, you should give a DD. Isn't it? There is an abdominal colicky pain, agreed? And there is an abdominal distension also.
Yes, sir.
So you should bring both together, right?
Yes, sir, I should.
Yeah. Now, would you like to change your DDs? Anything else that comes to your mind at the end of the history?
At the end of history, I'm not sure.
There is a rare possibility because it's almost down.
Ischemic colitis. Just one moment. Okay, you may continue with your presentation.
Continue.
Yes.
So at the end of the history, you have 5 diagnosis, right?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
How many DDs you have?
5, sir.
Yeah. One is intestinal obstruction, colorectal cancer, or tuberculosis, then acute appendicitis. What's the next one? The last one?
Acute pancreatitis.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the next would be my differential diagnosis at the end of examination. Over here, I have ruled out colorectal cancer and intestinal obstruction, small intestine obstruction. And at the end of examination, this is my differential diagnosis: acute cholecystitis, acute appendicitis, tuberculosis of abdomen, and acute pancreatitis. Why I mentioned acute cholecystitis is because there's a mass felt in the right lumbar region. However, what contradicts this is that the mass moves on respiration. As we can, this mass does not move on, as the patient presents with mass which does not move with respiration, and there is no radiating pain to scapula. And acute appendicitis, because there is no nodular mass that is palpated, and there is presence of pain in the right lower quadrant. And the next differential diagnosis is acute. Ma'am, can you please move to the next slide? Yeah. The next one is tuberculosis of abdomen. And points in favor of this diagnosis is because of the presence of a palpable abdominal mass. It can be multiple, there can also be multiple masses. And the mass is palpated in the right iliac fossa. However, there is no associated liver signs, such as there's no associated ascites, etc. So tuberculosis of abdomen is ruled out in this case. And the next one is acute pancreatitis, where there's presence of there's abdominal distension and there's a palpable mass present, but there's no bluish discoloration around the umbilicus, or Cullen sign is not seen. So at the end of my clinical examination, I have got it down to the 4 possibilities. Further diagnosis can be made by looking at the differential diagnosis of at the end of investigations, that is biochemical, etc. So I've got it down again to acute cholecystitis, pancreatitis, appendicitis, and abdominal tuberculosis. So why acute cholecystitis? Because there are elevated total bilirubin and direct bilirubin levels, and there's also presence of a cystic mass that extends to the on the right side, which is extending to the left side. This could be attributed to the presence of surrounding peritoneal fat, and but however, there's a compression of gallbladder which is seen by the external mass. So but usually in cholecystitis, I believe the gallbladder is dilated. So hence I've ruled out acute cholecystitis. So the next would be acute pancreatitis, where again there's a cystic mass seen on UCG. However, the lab investigations did not give any indication of elevated serum amylases, which is one of the key features to diagnose this. So acute pancreatitis is also ruled out. And the next one is the next differential diagnosis is acute appendicitis, where there's a presence of cystic mass. I'm sorry, I included leukocytosis. I don't think there was any leukocytosis, but I forgot to include the point that there is a cystic mass which can be attributed to presence of a.
You have 1 minute more.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Epidermal appendix mass, which can mimic acute appendicitis. So I have no points against this DD. And the last one is abdominal tuberculosis, where the mass is not cystic. It's usually a nodular mass, so the mass is not cystic. So we've ruled out abdominal tuberculosis. So my most probable diagnosis at the end of all this would be acute appendicitis, which favors and more points favorable are that patient is a young adult male, and he presents with persistent abdominal pain within 48 hours associated with nausea and vomiting, when the pain is in the lumbar region. And the final diagnosis, you can do an Alvarado scoring system where points are given for certain clinical examination features, certain symptoms, and also a biopsy, pathological biopsy can confirm this diagnosis. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, we will now start your Q&A session. Your time starts now.
Yeah, I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
So, how do you justify entertaining a diagnosis of acute nature in this case?
So, because patient, although had progressive abdominal pain for a year, he had sudden persistent abdominal pain 2 days before he came to the hospital, and it was accompanied by nausea and vomiting.
Then how do you correlate distension? Distended abdomen also is progressive in nature, for lasting for more than 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Your time starts now. Sir, can I talk?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah, I have a small clarification. As sir said, there is a history of more than 3 years, I think. In the history itself, the patient presented with history of 3 years history of intermittent right-sided pain. So you cannot bring any acute condition at all here.
Okay.
That isn't it? So anything,
yes,
it has to be chronic. The second one is it is clearly specified the mass is in the right hypochondriac region, right? In
yes,
the examination.
Sir.
Yeah, if there's a right hypochondriac region, how to explain the acute appendicitis, acute pancreatitis? These two things both are in the different area, isn't it? Pancreas is in the paraumbilical area and the appendix is lower down, right iliac fossa.
Yes.
Yeah, if at all you are getting a pain, you should get pain somewhere in the lower down, right iliac fossa, or it should be paraumbilical. But here the patient
Yes.
has got all problems in the right hypochondrium. Right. So you have to pick up something else, right? So your DDs are far away from what exactly that is actually discussed here. And it is basically a chronic problem. It's not at all acute problem. One.
Okay.
And other thing is, when you are bringing a chronic thing, you cannot bring acute cholecystitis, acute pancreatitis, acute appendicitis, all are out.
Yes.
Correct? TB abdomen.
Yes,
Yeah. So there's one more clue that to say that it cannot be tuberculosis. Did you pick up that? They say there's no history of loss of weight, loss of appetite there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a must for any chronic disease, right?
Yes, sir.
Could it be a malignancy there? That's also again ruled out because that's again a chronic
There's
disease.
no weight loss. Yes.
Yeah, isn't it? So
Yes,
those things we have to consider. Okay, right.
You entertained a diagnosis of carcinoma colon.
So?
You entertained a diagnosis of carcinoma colon in one of your DDs in the first.
Yes, sir.
So if it is carcinoma colon, what if, other features you will search for in a young patient? $25 is unusual for CA colon, is it?
Yes, sir. So, is it something about pain after consumption, pain after burger?
No, any other clinical features that will favor possibly carcinoma colon? No, it is not related. Your diagnosis is off track. Straight. So you diagnosed acute condition. It is actually chronic. Just I am asking because you asked, you entertained a diagnosis of carcinoma colon. And if it is so, in a young patient with carcinoma colon, what other features clinically you will observe?
So, bleeding per rectum?
Okay, anyway.
Thank you. Thank you, participant CPC 005. You can off your mic. And we now call the next participant, registration number CPC 0014. CPC 0014, please come live, switch on your mic and video. I will be sharing your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, judges.
Good morning. Please let me know when to move on to the next slide. Your time
Yes.
starts now.
So I'm Sanjay M. Gowder, and I'll be presenting the differentials for the given case. So here are my differentials. One is hydatid cyst of the liver. The second is liver abscess. Third is a mesenteric cyst. And fourth is mucocele of gallbladder. So coming to the first differential diagnosis, that is hydatid cyst of the liver. So the points in favor are, there is a long history. There is 3-year history of right-sided abdominal distension along with pain, and the location of the pain too. It is in the right hypochondrium. That is where the liver lies. And also there is gradual increase in swelling, and hydatid cyst, it is a chronic condition. But the point against hydatid cyst is that they say that there is history of colicky pain, which goes against the diagnosis of hydatid cyst, because it's usually asymptomatic and it can present with abdominal distension, but colicky pain is rare. So that is against hydatid cyst. So coming to liver abscess, I'd like to consider amoebic liver abscess. Again, the history, it's a long history. And there is no history of fever too, unlike pyogenic liver abscess. It's usually asymptomatic. It can present with pain, which is again in the right-sided region where the liver lies. And again, it's more common in males than females. The points against amoebic liver abscess is that his age, he is just 23 years, whereas amoebic liver abscess usually presents around the age of 50 years. And also the nature of pain. Usually it will be dull aching, but here there is history of colicky pain, which is against liver abscess. And also his non-alcoholic, because it's observed that liver abscesses, amoebic liver abscesses are more common in alcoholics. My third differential would be a mesenteric cyst. The age of onset usually presents in the first or second decade. So his age is close to that. And again, there's a long history. Usually it's asymptomatic, but if it's a big cyst, it can present with pain, as in this condition. But the point against it is that the location, usually mesenteric cyst, we expect it to be along the line of the attachment of mesentery. But here he says it's in the right side, starting from the right side of the abdomen. Usually we expect it to be somewhere epigastric around the umbilicus. And again, pain is unusual in mesenteric cyst unless it's large, or if there is hemorrhage or infection. Pain is unusual. And again, there is history of progressive abdominal distension. Usually mesenteric cysts, they don't increase in size. Usually it's a static size swelling. And the fourth differential would be mucocele of gallbladder. The point in favor is that the site, it's in the right side, that is the hypochondrium where the gallbladder lies. And again, there is history of progressive distension since 1 year. So that can happen with mucocele, but the points which are strongly against mucocele of gallbladder are his age and his sex, that is male. It's gallbladder mucocele, it's usually secondary to cholecystitis, again, which is more common in females who are diabetic. And here there's no history of cholecystitis too. And also the pain, usually a mucocele, it does not present with colicky pain, but here the patient presents with colicky pain. So that is against mucocele of gallbladder. So at the end of examination, my differentials would be, again, amoebic liver abscess, hydatid cyst of liver, cyst of kidney, and a retroperitoneal mass. So I'm ruling out mucocele of gallbladder and mesenteric cyst. So amoebic liver abscess, again, the points in favor is that we observe a mass which is in the right hypochondrium. So maybe it's a big liver abscess which is extending below the subcostal margin. And also there is tenderness. Usually liver abscess can present with dull aching pain, and on examination there can be tenderness. And also one key feature in the examination which stated that the liver is not palpable separately, meaning that the whatever mass is there, it's probably arising from the liver. And the point against it is that examination reveals the mass to be extending into the lumbar region. So that is quite unusual, unless it's a really, really big abscess. So, and also there is, the mass does not move with respiration. Usually liver, it moves with respiration, but here they say it's not moving with respiration. Again, it could be possible if the liver abscess is...
You have 1 minute.
Okay, the next, hydatid cyst, again, the location and liver not being palpable separately. But the point against is the presence of tenderness, extension into lumbar region, and not moving with respiration, same as liver abscess. Coming to cyst of the kidney, the point in favor is it extends into the lumbar region, and it does not move with respiration because it's a retroperitoneal organ. And point against is that there's no history of renal manifestations like oliguria, hematuria, hypertension, and colicky pain extending along the ureter if we are suspecting cyst leading to renal calculus. And again, liver is not palpable separately. That's something which goes against kidney cyst. And coming to retroperitoneal mass, point in favor is that the site it does not move with respiration, again, because it's retroperitoneal. Point against it is that liver not palpable separately, which does not make sense. And the tenderness again. So at the end of investigation, I'd like to consider amoebic liver abscess,
Your
hydatid
time
cyst.
is up.
Yes, sir.
You now have 3 minutes for question and answer session.
Yes. So my most probable diagnosis in this case, I'd like to consider hydatid cyst of the liver.
Your question and answer session begins now.
Okay.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
So
Doctor,
you have given all the cystic lesions in the differential diagnosis at the history level. Are you biased by looking at the ultrasound report? Because usually, how did you come to the conclusion of hydatid cyst and then the other cystic lesions at the history level?
Sir, the history, there was mass in the history of abdominal distension along with right-sided pain for 3 years. So I was suspecting some chronic benign condition involving the right side. And the first thing I could think of was hydatid cyst because the patient did not have any other constitutional features to think of a malignant condition. So that was why I chose hydatid cyst and amoebic liver abscess.
Hello. There is one strong point to say that it may not be from the liver. Can you just pick it up what it is? Just see. There's something else which suggests that it may not be from the liver. If there is a liver, there is something else that we expect it to be. It moves with the respiration usually, isn't it?
Yes.
So that is not happening here.
Yes.
And another thing is, what else? What else to say that it may not be the liver? There's one more point. Okay.
On ultrasound, they said
any other differential diagnosis other than this that you would like to give? Did you go through the investigations also?
Yes. Sir.
Yeah.
On investigations, the right-sided kidney was not visible.
Mm-hmm. So what could it be?
It could be, sir, I haven't mentioned it here. Can I say it now?
Hmm?
Is it okay?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay, leave it.
Okay.
Any other differences? Only one?
It could be an ectopic kidney.
Okay.
Thank you. CPC number 0014014. You may now switch off your video and your audio.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And now call upon registration number CPC 019. Registration number CPC 019. Please turn on your video and audio. Thank you. I will be sharing your PPT now. Can I start? We will let you know. If you wish for me to move to the previous or next slide, please let me know.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm starting.
Your time starts now.
Morning, dear judges and co-participants and co-hosts. I'm Hajra Fatima. Based upon the history, I would like to say the differential diagnoses are ectopic kidney, chronic appendicular mass, amoeboma, chronic appendicitis, carcinoma colon. Points which are strongly favoring ectopic kidney are intermittent right-sided colicky abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, indicating obstructive symptoms. Next slide, please. Points which are favoring chronic appendicular mass are based on history of intermittent right-sided colicky abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, suggestive of obstructive symptoms. Next slide, please. Amoeboma. Based on history, he is a vendor by occupation, indicating food contamination. And next is nausea, vomiting, suggestive of obstructive symptoms. But the points against this are, there is no history of dysentery, that is blood in stools. Next slide, please. Next, for the chronic appendicitis, intermediate right-sided colicky abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, suggest of obstructive symptoms. These are the points which are favoring this. Next slide, please. Carcinoma colon. The points which are suggesting are intermediate right-sided colicky abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, suggestion of obstructive symptoms. But the point against this are, usually it is not present in young age with a patient of 23 years. And there is no history of loss of appetite. And there is no history of loss of weight. Here ends the history based upon the history. Next is DDs based upon end of examination. Ectopic kidney, chronic appendicular mass, amoeboma, chronic appendicitis, carcinoma colon. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, based upon favoring points are distended mass present on right side, mild tenderness on palpation, mass felt on right side of abdomen involving right hypochondrium and lumbar region, mass not moving with respiration, so could be retroperitoneal. Next slide, please. Okay, for the second condition, the points favoring are distended mass present on right side. Next slide, please. For the third condition, the points favoring are right-sided mass and right hypochondrium. Next slide, please. For the fourth condition, mass felt on the right side of abdomen is the favoring point. Next slide, please. For the fifth condition, mass felt on right side of abdomen and mass not moving with respiration. Next slide, please. Okay, based upon end of investigations, we have 5: ectopic kidney, chronic appendicular mass, amoeboma, chronic appendicitis, and carcinoma colon. Next slide, please. So the points which favor this first condition are based on right kidney, based on USG, right kidney is not visualized. All blood parameters are normal like cell counts, direct bilirubin is raised. Next slide, please. Yeah. For the second conditions, the points which are favoring are counts are normal, direct bilirubin raised indicating obstructive mass. But the point against is right kidney not visualized, going as against chronic appendicular mass. Next slide. Okay, for the third condition, the point favoring is direct bilirubin raised indicating obstructive mass, eosinophils raised indicating amoeboma. Next slide, please. Next slide. For the fifth condition, direct bilirubin raised indicating obstructive mass, but the against is generally carcinoma colon doesn't present as cystic mass. Next. The most probable diagnosis in this case is ectopic kidney. The points supporting are history of intermittent right-sided colicky abdominal pain and progressive abdominal distension since 1 year. Nausea, vomiting suggestive of obstructive symptoms. Counts are normal, right kidney not visualized on USG. Next slide. So additional investigations are required for final diagnosis are surgical profiles so that we can see the normal blood counts and all, and chest X-ray and X-ray erect abdomen and CACT abdomen. I can also add IVP, which is a pyelogram, which shows the blood is coming back into the kidney through the vein, urine. Urine is coming back to the kidney. Thank you. I would like to add a few points as I have time. At the end of investigation, I would like to say chronic appendicitis, since in lab investigation it is shown direct bilirubin is elevated, indicating some mass compressing distal part of CPD, ruling out chronic appendicitis. And also cell counts are elevated. Actually, in chronic appendicitis, cell counts will be elevated, which is not shown here. And most problem diagnosis, I would like to add one more point. Based on USG abdomen, as there is pointing towards ectopic kidney, ruling out chronic appendicular mass of kidney. Thank you.
One question. Can you hear me? I have one question. Am I audible?
So you're audible, sir.
Yeah. So your final diagnosis is ectopic kidney. Is it the ectopic kidney is normal or abnormal in this case? Because it's looking at the history level and examination level, do you suggest any abnormality in the ectopic kidney? Ectopic kidney, or you say that it's outside its normal position? Do you expect?
It is in abnormal, sir. Abnormal position.
Specify what is the abnormality?
Abnormality may be the kidney buds may be fused sometimes.
Okay.
And horse-shaped, there may be different types of kidney shapes, like horse-shaped and all, etc. like that.
Right.
And there can be crossed ectopes. And there may be some embryological defects while in the fetal life. And ascent of kidney may be not happening.
Fine. So I'll ask the other diagnosis.
Hello? Hello?
Hello,
Can you
sir.
hear me? Is there liver? Is there liver involvement in this patient?
So based on history, there may be a liver involvement.
Okay.
But as it is attached to respiration, as it
Yeah.
is attached to the diaphragm, it moves along with during respiration. So I can rule out like that.
No, listen, my dear, because you said that there is an ectopic kidney, isn't it? Ectopic kidney, does it involve any other organ? It is a normal variant.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you please repeat the question?
No, is that ectopic kidney is normal or abnormal? Again, the same question. If you think it is a normal, why the other parameters are abnormal?
Sir, it can be ectopic kidney can be normal and can be abnormal.
So why the liver is involved here? What is the way that the liver is involved? Liver involved or not involved here?
Liver, actually based upon the history lines, I can say liver is involved.
Yeah. So how do you explain that?
Ectopic kidney related to liver.
Yeah, your final diagnosis is ectopic kidney.
Yes, sir. My final diagnosis is
correct.
ectopic kidney.
So how do you explain the liver involvement here?
Right-sided involvement, sir.
Liver.
Mass is
We have
right-sided.
1 minute left.
Right hypochondrium involvement is there, sir. So that may be a connection between those. But it is not palpable thing.
But
No, explain the elevated bilirubin.
Yeah, that's what. Abnormal LFT is there, no?
ALP is increased, sir.
Yeah, not only ALT, bilirubin is increased, direct is increased. So how do you explain that?
CBD is getting compressed, sir. Distal part of CBD is getting compressed. So this is a suggestion of increase in bilirubin.
But how your ectopic kidney compresses the CPD?
Abdomen, it is an abdominal.
Your time is up.
Ascending of kidneys towards the left side.
Thank you. Your time is up. You may now switch off your audio and video.
Thank you so much.
I now call upon the next participant, CPC registration number CPC 020. Registration number CPC 020. Please switch on your video as well as your audio. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. I will be sharing your PPT now. Please let me know if you wish me to move forward or backward as we go on. Your time starts now.
Okay, so the differential diagnosis at the end of clinical history: a renal cyst, a pedunculated hydatid cyst, obstructive colon, and cystic mass of the head of the pancreas. Then points in favor of the differential that is the renal cyst: pain in the right abdomen and persistent abdominal distension. And pedunculated hydatid cyst, vomiting, pain in abdomen, and against this is pedunculated. Against this is non-alcoholic. Obstructive colon, points in favor of differential diagnosis is pain in abdomen, colicky abdominal pain, and nausea and vomiting. Cystic mass in the head of pancreas, points in favor is persistent abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting. Points against, no loss of appetite, and no weight loss. So differential diagnosis at the end of examination: renal cyst, a pedunculated hydatid cyst, obstructive colon. Points in favor will be of renal cyst is diffuse mild tenderness to palpation and mass felt on the right side involving the right hypochondrium and lumbar regions. Points in favor of pedunculated hydatid cyst: mass does not move with respiration, and liver could not be palpated separately. And points against will be mass. Never mind. And then obstructive colon, points in favor will be colicky abdominal pain, distension, mild tenderness to palpation, vomiting, nausea. It's an acute condition. It is not an acute condition. And differential diagnosis at the end of investigations will be renal cyst, pedunculated hydatid cyst. Points in favor of renal cyst will be increased bilirubin and increase in pain of the increase in pain because of the gallbladder obstruction. And then right-sided abdominal pain, giant cystic mass in the right side of the abdomen with extension into the left side, and jaundice. Points against will be renal function tests are normal, and since it's a retroperitoneal organ, CT scan would be needed. And pedunculated hydatid cyst, points in favor is giant cystic mass in the right side of the abdomen with extension into the left side, and gallbladder is compressed and increased bilirubin. So most probable diagnosis would be pedunculated hydatid cyst or renal cyst, which we could. So additional investigations will be for the final diagnosis. We need a CT scan, biopsy of the cystic mass, cytology of the cystic fluid, and renal function tests. So it could either be pedunculated hydatid cyst or renal cyst, which will be found out after the biopsy.
Your Q&A starts now. We invite CSPR sir to start off the Q&A session.
Yeah, you gave good differentials. Explain the normal renal function test in this case.
So,
how do you explain normal renal function test in this case? When your argument is that renal functions are normal, which goes against renal cyst or hydatid cyst.
So it's a so it's compressed. The cyst is compressing the gallbladder.
And gallbladder is okay. So that explains the raised, abnormal LFT. But why renal functions are normal in this case if you're entertaining a diagnosis of renal cyst? And you told that it is going against renal cyst or something in your presentation.
Not sure, sir.
No, how much kidney should be damaged before creatinine and urea goes up?
Hello.
Okay.
Your other two differentials were obstructive colon and pancreatic cyst, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Why did you consider those things, pancreatic cyst and obstructive colon? The obstructive colon is basically acute and it cannot be intermittent. It's continuously progressing problem, right?
Yes, sir. But
yeah, here it is an intermittent pain. But why did you consider that? Colonic obstruction.
so there was pain in the persistent pain in the right abdomen, right? So that's why I considered obstructive colon. But I rolled it out because there's no loss of appetite and no weight loss, no loss of appetite and no weight loss.
No, colonic obstructions. Where do you get pain?
So
colonic obstruction, you get right hypochondriac pain or somewhere else? Pain in colonic obstructions. Pain and abdominal distension.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, where does it happen? Okay, then the pancreatic cyst. We need to consider pancreatic cyst.
So because sometimes the head mass in the pancreatic cyst, it can obstruct the gallbladder.
Yeah, can you describe what is pedunculated hydatid cyst you mean?
So it's a very large hydatid cyst in the...
Pedunculated means what? Large hydatid cyst pedunculated means what? It's moving intra-abdominally?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it moves intra-abdominally, the distension cannot be fixed. Even the distension keeps moving, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but here it is very clearly written it is right hypochondria. Okay, okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, CPC 020. You can off your video and audio. I now call upon CPC 021. CPC 021, please switch on your audio and video.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and we can see you. I will be sharing your PPT now.
Yes. Good morning, my dear professors and judges. Good morning, co-participants.
Yes, your time starts now. You may begin.
DD is at the end of clinical history. So it can be a right-sided dynamic intestinal obstruction, which is due to colocolic intersusception. It can be a right-sided dynamic intestinal obstruction due to fecal volvulus. It can be extrahepatic biliary obstruction due to cholestystolithiasis or cholidocholithiasis. It can be Buchiari syndrome or hydronephrosis or Meckel's diverticulum in varied presentations, or an appendicular mass or Ladd's band or gallstone ileus or even carcinoma sequence. Next slide. So points in favor of the first differential diagnosis, intersusception. It's more common in males than in adults. Abdominal distension is present progressively. Intermittent colic abdominal pain due to intestinal colic. Right-sided abdominal pain. So I go for colocolic, and then vomiting. Points against the DD is a chronic presentation for 3 years as an intestinal obstruction is kind of relatively rare. And the abdominal distension will usually follow the abdominal pain more sooner, within hours to days. But here in this case, it's almost 2 years of latency. Right-sided dynamic intestinal obstruction due to fecal volvulus, same, because it also causes right-sided intestinal obstruction. Abdominal distension, right-sided abdominal pain, intermittent colicky pain, and vomiting will favor the DD, whereas it is more common in females. And again, a chronic presentation for 3 years with the latency period very long, more than 2 years, it again points against the DD. Then third differential, extrahepatic biliary obstruction. So it is points which favor it are right-sided colic abdominal pain, which is an intermittent pain, colicky pain, which could be a biliary colic. But points against the DD, the patient does not present with any jaundice or any pruritus due to cholestatic jaundice, any clay-colored stool, darker urine, or steatorrhea due to lack of bile acid in the duodenum, which is causing steatorrhea, and it is more common in females. 30-40 fertile females is what we see. Differential diagnosis for Buchiari syndrome, right-sided abdominal pain, which is secondary to liver enlargement and seen in a younger age group, and it's a progressive abdominal distension due to ascites, which is before hepatomegaly, that favors the DD. Points against the DD, it is not an intermittent colic abdomen, it is a persistent pain due to Blisson's capsule enlargement, and no symptoms suggestive of variceal bleed or any dilated veins in the abdomen is seen, and there is no jaundice due to portal biliopathy also. Then hydronephrosis, abdominal distension is present, colicky right-sided abdominal pain, and it is a very chronic condition, so it points the diagnosis, and it's more commonly asymptomatic. Whereas against the DD, there's no history of reduced urine output or no symptoms of uremia or uremic encephalopathy due Meckel's diverticulum. Next slide, please. Meckel's diverticulum. The points which favor it are intermittent abdominal pain and abdominal distension, but points against it are there is no obstipation, there is no inflammatory signs for a diverticulitis, there is no occult bleeding for a bleeding Meckel's diverticulum. In appendicular mass, points in favor, abdominal pain, abdominal distension, and a chronic presentation. Points against TD, there is no past history suggestive of acute appendicitis, which may have led to a chronic appendicitis and an appendicular mass right now. And it presents persistently as a persistent abdominal pain in most of the cases, not intermittent. And large band, it's the abdominal distension and intestinal colic are points in favor. Points against it presents in children more common, and obstipation should be present, which is not here in this case. Then gastronilius, distal ileal obstruction causing intestinal colic, that is a favor, and abdominal distension progressively. But the points against the DD, again, there is no obstipation. Again, there is a central distribution of abdominal pain whenever there is an ileal obstruction with a central abdominal pain and central abdominal distension also. So that is ruled out. And CS cecum, it is again a chronic presentation and an abdominal distension with colicky abdominal pain with intestinal obstruction, that is favoring it. But points against it, there is no loss of appetite, there is no loss of weight, and he's a younger age group unless and until he's having familial adenomatous polyposis coli, not very common. So now DDs at the end of my examination: Buchiari syndrome, hydronephrosis, polycystic kidney disease, retroperitoneal cyst, and hydatid cyst of a liver. So differential diagnosis 1, Buchiari syndrome. Points in favor are right hypochondriac abdominal distension due to hepatomegaly, probably due to hepatomegaly. Points against the DD, there is no splenomegaly, there is no ascites. Ascites occurs before hepatomegaly in this case, but there is no ascites. There is no caput metastasis, there is no vaginal bleeding, there is no signs of liver cell failure or encephalopathy. Right-sided hydronephrosis, second differential diagnosis. Next slide, please. Mass and right hypochondrium, mass does not move with respiration, and it's a non-nodular surface on palpation, so it's points in favor, but points against the liver is not palpable separately in this case. That is against the DD. And adult PCKD, so mass and right hypochondrium and right lumbar region, and mass does not move with respiration, that is point favoring, but points against it, there is no nodularity on palpation of right kidney. And differential diagnosis 4, right retroperitoneal, mass in the right hypochondrium, right lumbar region, and chronic presentation, does not move with respiration, no nodularity is present, and there's no points against my DD for this. And points in favor of DD, hydatid cyst. So mass is in right hypochondrium, it is a chronic presentation, and there is no nodularity, so it is again positive. Then DDs at the end of my investigation: right retroperitoneal cystic mass and a hydatid cyst of liver. Differential diagnosis 1. See, there is a giant cystic mass in the right-sided abdomen. It crosses to more than one retroperitoneal compartment, which is very specific for retroperitoneal cysts or masses. There is a raised total serum bilirubin with conjugated hyperbilirubinemia. More than 50% of the total serum bilirubin is conjugated bilirubin. So, and this is probably because of the gallbladder compression that I see in the ultrasound, and which are confirmed by an LFT report, causing an extrahepatic biliary obstruction. And the right kidney is not visualized, means that the retroperitoneal mass is covering the right kidney mostly, because the cystic mass is more visible in ultrasound. Points in favor of the second DD: gallbladder compression by liver is present, and there is a raised ALT and ALT, signifying there is a problem with the liver. It could be, but the liver echogenicity is normal in ultrasound. That rules it out. My most probable diagnosis in this case is the points in favor of is a right retroperitoneal cystic mass. I forgot to mention that, sorry. And the points in favor is a right retroperitoneal cystic mass which is crossing the retroperitoneal compartments from the right to the left. And there is a compressive biliopathy with conjugated hyperbilirubinemia with intestinal obstruction without any signs of peritonitis. And additional investigations to confirm my diagnosis: I would first do an MRI abdomen. I'll do an explorative laparotomy, which will also help me with a biopsy and a histopathology with cytology of cystic fluid, and a plain X-ray abdomen, erect and supine, for finding out if there's any.
You have 1 minute left.
For a plain X-ray erect abdomen for finding out multiple AL fluid levels for intestinal obstruction, if it's present or not, and even if there's any perforation. And supine X-rays to find out what is the level of the obstruction, whether it's in the small bowel or large bowel, in the small bowel, jejunum or ileum. Thank you all.
Good, Rishi.
Yes, sir.
Good, Rishi, you typically presented like a CPC, how the diagnosis should be in a funnel shape. based at the history level, you should have a multiple diagnosis. As you go to the examination and as you go to the investigation, you should narrow down. That's what you typically presented. That's a good point about your presentation. Coming
Thank you,
to your final diagnosis, you said it's a right retroperitoneal cystic mass. That's your most probable diagnosis.
Yes, sir.
Explain it little further, saying that retroperitoneal is a huge.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't hear you. Your voice is breaking, sir.
When we talk about the retroperitoneal cystic mass, there are a group of lesions which comes under that heading. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For to give more explanation on that.
Sir, a retroperitoneal cystic mass is mostly a lymphangioma, which is congenital and present as an adult, and it is progressively increasing in size. It could be a retroperitoneal cystic teratoma, sir. It could be a lipoma, retroperitoneal lipoma, which is undergoing a cystic degenerative change. That is all I could think of, so sorry.
Go to other judges.
Sir, I'm sorry, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I can.
So if you are suspecting some retroperitoneal cyst or mass,
yes, sir.
So again, how will you explain the involvement of the liver here? Again, there is a LFT which is abnormal.
Yes, sir. Just the way it is compressing, the mass is compressing. The mass is progressively increasing in sizes. That is one.
Retroperitoneal mass, how can it compress the CBD?
It
CBD
is
an abdomen.
Yes, sir. It is compressing the gallbladder, sir, and the liver.
Yeah, that's what the liver and gallbladder are intra-abdominal organs. Here the mass is retroperitoneal. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So do you expect that to happen? And another thing is Bucheri. Why did you bring Bucheri here?
Sir, because
there's only one point which is favoring, and there are umpteen points which are against Bucheri. So I don't think that can be considered even in the differential diagnosis, even at the end of the history, because Bucheri is a continuous disease. It cannot be intermittent. Here, it's very clearly mentioned that it's intermittent colicky pain.
Yes, sir.
And Bucheri, you don't get colicky pain. It's a dull aching pain. Liver pains are dull aching pains. Colicky means it has to be haloviscous, right?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Sir.
So haloviscous pain you have to bring. The liver cannot be haloviscous.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Correct. Bucheri is involved. So Bucheri more against than anything which is favoring.
Yes, sir. It's the most against again.
Yeah. So that should have been lost in your diagnosis, not even at the examination, because it came first in the DDs at the end of the examination.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that discussion should have not. I don't think you can even bring there Bucheri, because there are no venous engorgement, no varices which suggest varices.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So
yes,
nothing. Yeah, nothing to say that there is a liver absolutely moment here. The primary pathology may not be in the liver here.
Yes, sir. The liver is not involved because of the normal echogenicity and
time is up.
Yeah, sir.
Thank you, CPC 021. You may off your audio and video.
Congratulations to all the participants who have really worked actively and then you presented your case. So that's really appreciable. I think all of the students who are attending this CPC understand how a same clinical signs and symptoms can be interpreted and how differential diagnosis should be given at each level. So I wanted to say that, so these two cases, round 1 case and round case, is shared by our Dr. C.S. Prasad, who has worked in STMC Kollar for more than 2.5 decades. So sir, you want to say something? Prasad sir.
Yeah, so I should congratulate all the participants for their excellent presentation, excellent preparation in a short time. That means you tried to solve the case within given 2 hours and also present it effectively and defend your findings. That is really remarkable, and congratulations once again. And I feel sorry for Sanjay, because he should have stuck to the given time rather than going on discussing and elaborating each point, or else probably he would have done a better job. And I appreciate Rishi Manimaran for his excellent presentation. As Dr. Suresh was putting it, when you start the CPC, you will have humpty number of differential diagnoses, but with each investigation, examination, and other observations, possibly you should narrow down the list And at the end of for the final diagnosis, you should have 1 or 2 differentials only. So that is clearly presented by Rishi Manimaran.
Thank you,
And
sir.
anyway, I thank all the participants for their excellent job.
Thank you
Okay,
very
Suresh.
much, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, we thank all of the participants as well as our esteemed judges. Thank you, and very well done to all of the participants. I'm sure everybody learned a lot from all of you. Thank you. The decision is now over to our judges.
After that exciting competition, we now have our final speaker of the day, and I invite Dr. Nitin Patil from the Department of Integrative Medicine to introduce him to us all. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to introduce Dr. Sagar Varankar. Dr. Sagar Varankar ji has done his bachelor's in biotechnology in 2006 from University of Mumbai. Later, he pursued master's in biotechnology in 2009 from the University of Pune. He pursued a PhD in ovarian cancer biology in the year 2019 from prestigious National Center for Cell Science, Pune. So currently, he is working as a postdoctoral researcher at the Cambridge Stem Cell Institute, affiliated to the University of Cambridge. His PhD work deciphered the transcriptional mechanism governing cancer cell plasticity, which was published in international biojournals. At present, he is working on understanding the stem cells trauma crosstalk in the adult lung. With this, I invite Dr. Sagar Varankar ji to talk on stem cell and in life. Over to Dr. Sagar Varankar.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. So I'll just share my screen with everyone. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. What I'm going to be talking today is about a stem cells journey into the unknown. The reason I've chosen this title is because while stem cells exist in the body in a state of undifferentiated quiescence, whether or not they will move towards a certain cell fate is not known until and unless they receive an external stimulus. And I hope that in the next 40 minutes or so, I'm able to actually share some of the ideas that are present in stem cell biology today and from where they have been derived and what the applications of stem cells are in the field of regenerative medicine. Now, if we consider life in general is prone to injury, like our bodies knowingly or unknowingly are exposed to some form of injury or other, whether they're scrapes, bruises, cuts, which we unknowingly inflict upon ourselves, or any mishaps which could lead to trauma. And to bounce back from this injury requires the healing of a wound or repair of a tissue. And this usually requires, and this is how an organism is capable of coming back to a physiological condition. Now, certain organisms, as this cartoon suggests, are capable of regenerating different parts of their body, or even if they're blown to pieces, each part can regenerate into an individual on its own. However, we know that in mammals, this extent of regeneration is actually not observed, and it is quite difficult to achieve. However, when we consider the mammals, there are certain aspects of regeneration which have still been maintained, and they are only activated when we do inflict some amount of stimulus or an extrinsic wound or injury on them. Now, something as simple as respiration can actually inflict injury on the body. For example, when you breathe in air, and what the pandemic has taught us over the past year is that any particle that is encountered by our respiratory system can be acted upon by all the different cell populations which are present lining the entire respiratory system. And that response can either lead to elimination of that particle or the sustenance of an injury. Now, when we consider wound infliction, that wound or that injury needs to be healed, and you need to restore a balance back to the physiological state. And that is why the question begins is, where do these properties of regeneration lie? Now, just taking a step back from the mammalian or the adult human system, if we go back to plants, they are capable of actually generating an entire plant from one single cell. And that is where the technology in plant tissue culture has actually taken us. That is why so many cultivars and all these different varieties of plants exist, because people have been actually able to take one cell from one plant and then actually generate different varieties and manipulate them in the laboratory. Moving on to animals, as we go towards eukaryotic organisms, or those which have a cell membrane around them, and look at invertebrates, there are a lot of animals which exist in the marine ecosystem, which are capable of regenerating the entire body. Take this worm, which is known as planaria, for example. If you actually cut it into half or even multiple pieces, each piece of its body is capable of generating a new individual altogether. This indicates that every cell in this organism's body is actually capable of giving rise to the whole organism. As you move upwards in the evolutionary tree, this property is actually lost. In vertebrates, you do not have the complete regeneration of the entire individual in response to trauma. However, if we consider vertebrates like the salamander, axolotl, is capable of undertaking limb regeneration in response to any kind of a wound that is inflicted. So if you were to cut off one of its limbs, it will actually, over the period of a few weeks, regenerate this entire limb, including all the different structures that are required for a functional limb. If we consider mammals, the property of regeneration is not completely lost, although it's a bit restricted. For example, most mammals are capable of regenerating the digit. So if you were to cut off the tip of a digit but maintain the nail bed, you can actually get the reformation of that digit, and including the bone and all the other epithelial structures which are responsible for its functionality. A similar and very common example for, I think, which we all know, is skin regeneration, where if you inflict an injury on the skin over a period of time, this actually does heal and completely seal off the barrier, protects us from any external factors. Now, if we were to focus on the adult humans, we know that a lot of factors actually are responsible for the extent of recovery. Like, as clinicians, you all must know that some people recover better than the others, and that's because while there are certain factors intrinsically known to affect the process of regeneration, like age, but every individual has a pool of a set number of cells in their body which are actually capable of undertaking this process of regeneration, and how they respond to this wound or injury is actually a deciding factor on whether or not that particular trauma will heal. So if we consider tissue repair or regeneration in general, what does it actually entail, and where do these cells which are responsible for this regeneration come in? Taking the example of, say, skin regeneration, just because it's the easiest one to look at right now. In case of an open wound, the first thing that we observe is that the architecture that maintains the tissue is actually lost. And to prevent any kind of an infection, and also to rid of the dead cells that are present in that particular wound, there's an infiltration of a lot of immune cells which kind of scavenge off everything that is not required for that tissue to completely regenerate. At the same time, not only this debris of cells and the infectious particles have to be removed, but this gaping hole that is present in the tissue has to be healed completely. For this to occur, as if you would imagine, despite the skin being made up of epithelial cells, there's a wide variety of cell populations which actually exist there, and they kind of make up the different components of the skin. For example, the sebaceous gland or the hair follicle, the epidermis versus the hypodermis. So if you have to generate all these different cell populations, the question arises is whether this is done by one cell population that exists in somewhere in the skin, or the different types of cells which each give rise to all these different cell populations, which some of these populations which are mentioned over here. So for this wound to completely heal and generate a functional skin, all these different cartoons that are depicting these cells need to heal completely. If that does not happen, it would actually lead to fibrosis, which an external organ like the skin is quite visible in the form of a scar. However, in case of internal organs, fibrosis is often not detected in several cases early on, and that can eventually lead to a debilitating condition. Now, when I mentioned that there must exist cell population which is capable of regenerating or refilling this wound, the question arises is there one cell which gives rise to everything that is responsible for generating a functional organ, or are there different cells which are kind of poised along a trajectory to generate these different cell populations which actually perform different functions? So before I get into the details of it, of how stem cells work, a concept which we need to understand is the concept of potency. As the word suggests, potency is a capacity of a cell to generate daughter cells which can perform a set number of functions. The top of this particular hierarchy, this is a very classical hierarchy that has been talked about in the field of stem cell biology for decades now. At the top of this hierarchy is a totipotent cell, and as the word suggests, it is capable of generating the entire repertoire of cells that exist in an organism. As development progresses, you actually have loss of certain amount of potency. So eventually generates a pluripotent cell, which is capable of generating most cell populations that exist in your body. And then eventually, as this hierarchy suggests, there is a gradual loss of this potency as the cells become more and more committed and actually generate a differentiated cell population which performs your different functions. To go ahead and give a proper example with respect to this potency is looking at different cells that exist during development and in the adult individual. So if you would consider a totipotent cell, as I said, it is capable of giving rise to all cell types in the body, including the extra embryonic tissues like the placenta. So this would be perfectly exemplified by the zygote, which actually gives rise to the entire organism, including the extra embryonic tissues. But as the embryonic development progresses and the zygote reaches the blastocyst stage, which is a pre-implantation stage, generates different layers of cell populations known as the trophoblast and the epiblast. Now, the trophoblast is the one which is capable of giving rise to the extra embryonic tissue. So at this point, the cells have lost their potency to give rise to both the embryonic and the extra embryonic tissues and have become pluripotent cells. While the epiblast is what gives rise to the three germ layers of the body and are responsible for generating the individual and all the different organs that exist within the individual. This point onwards, there is a series of commitment steps which actually generates the next pool of cell populations, which are known as multipotent cells. Now, multipotent cells, when we consider in the concept, in the idea of stem cell hierarchy, are actually organ-specific stem cells. So if you consider the skin, there are stem cells which exist in the skin, which are responsible for only giving rise to the components of the skin and not other organs. But even then, the skin is not made up of one cell type. So because of that, these cells need to be multipotent in nature, capable of giving rise to the entire repertoire of cell populations that exist in a specific organ. Between the multipotent and the nullipotent cell population, there is another cell, stem cell progenitor known as the unipotent cell, which, for example, as the name suggests, can only give rise to one type of cell population. So, for example, I work in the lung, and I extensively study the distal lung, which is comprised of the alveoli. Now, as we all know, the alveoli are the prime centers of gas exchange in the lungs. And when they get damaged, they have to be repaired and to regenerate the three-dimensional structure, which is responsible for gas exchange. So the cells which specifically generate the epithelial cells responsible for this gas exchange are unipotent in nature because they can only and only give rise to that cell population and nothing else. So that becomes a unipotent stem cell. The end of this hierarchy, which they call as nullipotent or differentiated cells, are the cells which are incapable of actually giving rise to any other cell population. And the reason is because they have undergone so many divisions and so many steps of commitment that they kind of are stalled in that state and they become extremely specialized for a particular function. The best example for this would be a neuron. The neuron generation is such a specific and strongly specialized process that you have a cell at the end of that entire process which can only perform that set of functions and not actually contribute or waste a lot of energy in generating other cell populations. And that is why in case of neurodegenerative disorders or even in case of trauma to the brain, the entire process of regeneration lies on neural stem cells and not the differentiated neurons. So if you were to lose more and more of your stem cell population, the process of regeneration would be eventually more and more impaired. To take a very well-studied example of the stem cell hierarchy and to explain how it has greatly benefited treatment of leukemia, we look at hematopoietic stem cells. Now, the hematopoietic stem cells in the adult human are the best understood stem cells that exist even to this day. And the reason being, hope don't get confused by the complicated chart out here, but this is only to emphasize as to the extent to which this population has actually been mapped. And even now, more and more information is being made available about how a hematopoietic stem cell, which exists in the bone marrow, actually undergoes these multiple steps of commitment to generate this entire heterogeneous hierarchy of cells, which perform a wide variety of functions. And because now people know the specific points, the specific markers which are used to identify each of these cell populations, are also able to identify that where in this entire hierarchy a specific mutation or a process has gone awry. Because if you have mutations accumulating in one or the other of these cell populations, you can specifically target those cells and actually design therapies which are detailed, which are targeting these specific populations. It can be very well understood over here, where as you go from the hemangioblast towards a differentiated cell, you see that the cell renewal capacity of these cells is lost. Because all these markers are known for these cell populations, you are actually able to see in a blood sample obtained from a leukemia patient, which population is enriched, and then accordingly targeted with specific inhibitors. I think the tyrosine kinase inhibitors have been very well used in this entire in the field of leukemia treatment. And now I'm also aware of the fact that there have been cases of resistance developing towards these chemotherapeutics, and then further people are trying to develop even more regimented therapies which will allow for the elimination of these stem cells. And that is why treating leukemias has been one of the most successful approaches in with respect to stem cell biology, because people have now understood a lot that there is identifying these cell populations. On the other hand, if we were to go to solid organs or the internal organs, there are tissue-specific stem cells which have been identified, but a lot is still not known about how the hierarchy exists. We are still not sure about which cell population actually lies at the top of the hierarchy. There are of course a lot of studies which have identified cells which definitely are more multipotent as compared to the others, and it is here where the concept of stem cells, progenitor cells, which are derived from the stem cells, and the differentiated cells becomes a bit more murky, because while a cell population is defined as the stem cell, under specific conditions of injury or even during physiology, these cells can behave differently. And because of that, even though more and more information is becoming available, there is still a lot that we need to learn about the internal organ specific stem cells as compared to what we know about the hematopoietic stem cells. So if we were to consider, I'm just going to go through two specific examples in this case. The first one being the intestine. Now, the intestine is the intestine is constantly exposed to a lot of pressures. It is exposed to a lot of chemicals in the body where when the digestion takes place, and this actually erodes off a lot of the cell populations which are existing at the top layer, and that is why that layer needs to be replenished with every few days to kind of ensure that the organ functions properly. So what is known at this point of time is that at the base of the intestinal crypt there lies a cell population which has been considered for the past decade or so as the stem cell population. As cells are lost at the tip, more and more cells from this particular niche actually start differentiating and start moving along the intestinal crypt to generate cell populations which are more differentiated. Similarly, in the best studied example for stem cells in epithelial stem cells is the skin, where again, similar to intestine, you have this, because there's a stratified layer that exists, the basal layer is where the stem cells are present. These are called as the basal stem cells. As you slough off more and more skin, these cells start differentiating and generating the differentiated keratinocytes, which then eventually form the stratum corneum. So as you can see, there are certain organs where this hierarchy is now better understood than the others, but what we are unsure of is as to what extent are these differentiated cells actually capable of giving rise to the stem cells back, and how the crosstalk between these exists. Further, as I mentioned, that the skin is one of the best studied organs when it comes to stem cells, and that is where a lot of the applications that have now been developed are also with respect to the skin. So when we're considering that in response to injury, a stem cell has to get activated firstly, then to ensure that in the long term we do have this capacity to actually regenerate a lost component of an organ. For example, if someone has a traumatic injury at the age of 5, and if all the stem cells in that particular area of the body get used up, does that mean that they will not be able to heal that part of the body at the age of 60? So for that, to ensure that that does not happen, when a stem cell is responding to an injury, one of the things that it does is self-renew, which means that it generates another stem cell which is similar to it or identical to it in some cases. And the second part of the process is differentiation, where one of its daughter cells, instead of generating the stem cell, actually gives rise to a different cell population which will allow the healing of the organ. Now, while this sounds simple and quite straightforward, there are a bunch of things that can actually go wrong during this process. And it's such a tightly controlled process that even the slightest misstep can actually cause a lot of problems. The simplest example of this, of stem cells going astray, is cancer stem cells. Now, while the idea of cancer stem cells was not appreciated for a very long time, in the past 2 decades or so, and that's what my PhD lab worked on as well, people have come to understand that there does exist this population of chemo-resistant cells which do not undertake extensive proliferation or specialized functions in the tumor, and are only responsible for giving rise to the different cell populations in the tumor. So these kinds of stem cells have now been identified in several tumor systems, and a lot of them are actually traced back to the original stem cell that resides in that organ. So basically, the acquisition of mutations by these stem cells is during the process of differentiation or regeneration is what generates cancer stem cells. It's not just cancer that actually responds to, that is a stem cell disease. That apart from that, there are a lot of inflammatory, metabolic, and degenerative disorders which actually stem from the loss of capacity of stem cells to regenerate, or the stem cells misbehaving and not actually being undergoing the process of proliferation and differentiation in a controlled manner. So now that I've talked, and I hopefully have given you a small background in stem cell biology, we move on to the tools that have been developed to study adult stem cell and how they're now being applied in the field of regenerative medicine. So this is a brief overview of what I do in the lab in my postdoctoral work. So if we, one of the tools that is used to study adult stem cells is the organoid culture, where you are capable of taking stem cells from a specific organ in the body and then maintaining them outside the body in specified culture conditions. And these organoids are so called because they actually recapitulate a lot of the architectural similarities that exist in the tissue. So here what I have done is actually cultured mouse alveolar cells as organoids, and these were obtained from a 12-week and a 52-week-old mouse. So as you can see that 12-week-old mice are capable, or the cells that are obtained from 12-week-old mice were actually capable of giving rise to a good number of organoids, whereas I did not get a lot in the 52 weeks, which means that the capacity to actually regenerate or even proliferate is lost with aging. And now we're looking at what are the other components that are associated with this. The second aspect that we also do look at, or a tool that we use, is the tool of lineage tracing, where you label specific cell populations in the tissue. So this is the adult mouse lung, which is undamaged. And the red dots you see over here are actually alveolar stem cells that exist at homeostasis in the undamaged lung. In response to damage, however, you can see that these cells, which are more cuboidal, are round in nature, are actually becoming more thin and elongated. This is the process of differentiation, where they are actually generating the cell populations which are responsible for undertaking the process of a gas exchange. So these tools have actually allowed us to study a lot of concepts in the field of stem cell biology and further apply them towards regenerative medicine. When we consider the application of stem cells, I think in recent history, one of the most well-known people would be Shinya Yamanaka and John Gurdon, who received the Nobel Prize a few years ago for studying induced pluripotent stem cells. Now, John Gurdon in the 80s had actually identified how a differentiated cell. So as I mentioned in the stem cell hierarchy, you have stems, you have a totipotent or a multipotent cell, and then that goes down to a differentiated cell which cannot give rise to any other cell type. But what he actually showed was in the frogs, if you took a differentiated adult cell, you could actually reprogram it and generate a pluripotent cell. This, of almost 2 decades later, Shinya Yamanaka showed that this technology could actually be applied to generate a wide variety of cell populations. This could actually be useful in regenerative medicine. You could do biobanking. You could use them for basic research. You could actually use it to generate personalized medicine, because if you're taking cells from adult individual and then establishing all the different cell types, you would have a wide variety of tools where you could do disease modeling and even identify specific therapy regimes which can be used for these individuals. Another application in stem cell biology has been studying allogenic stem cell transplantation. And what they have done is where, sorry, because the blood system is so well studied, they have been actually able to isolate stem cells from different, from an individual and then actually transplant them into allogenic recipients. We have identified, not we, but people have identified different ways of maintaining these stem cells before transplantation, and also making the recipient body more suitable for receiving these donor cells. Similar to hematopoietic stem cells, another set of stem cells which have been all the rage for the past few years, I would say, are the umbilical cord blood stem cells, which were widely propagated in India as well a few years ago. And I think there are some banks which are still which are still storing umbilical cord blood. And the reason it has become such a rage is because umbilical cord blood is rich in a lot of stem cells which are capable of giving rise to this wide plethora of cell populations. Now, each of these cell populations are quite therapeutic when you consider it, the application in the adult, and they have been used to treat a wide variety of diseases. Even within the UK, the NHS has actually streamlined the process where you can where you have umbilical cord blood banks, and they are being used to store and kind of research on these stem cells, develop tools and also therapies for people who have rare genetic disorders, or even in cases of severe trauma where the body is incapable of healing itself in a very short span of time. Looking at specific cases, I actually came across a few studies which have been recently published and looked at, which have looked at the application of specific stem cell therapies. In this example, they have generated a tissue cultured skin autograft and then used it for treating a condition of slow healing, where this individual, the 76-year-old man, was not healing his wounds. Like, as you can see, the wound is quite large and it was taking a long amount of time for him to heal that particular wound. And in this case, you can actually imagine that the chances of infection or fibrosis or some other complication are quite high. So in this case, what they actually did was they took cells from the skin of his stomach, sorry, not of his abdomen, and they actually used those cells in culture. They established a graph which can be seen over here in culture on a three-dimensional scaffold, and then that was transplanted back onto his wound. And as you can see, over time, this wound actually healed. While before this man had been suffering for a few weeks. So as I mentioned previously, the skin because the skin stem cells are so well understood, engraftment technology has gone quite a long way and has benefited even cosmetic surgery quite a lot. Considering more recent research and even applications of stem cells, because we've known that in the past year or so, the pandemic has kind of destroyed a lot of things globally. This group actually looked at deriving adipose mesenchymal stromal cells and using them as therapy for COVID patients who were requiring mechanical ventilation. So in this case, what they did was they had this was not autographed or not from the same patients. They actually had allogenic transplants where they took stem cells which were derived from liposuction procedures, and they isolated mesenchymal stromal cells which were derived from these liposuction procedures and established them in culture, and then they injected them intravenously into these patients who were who were previously treated with anti-inflammatory agents and were on drugs which were targeting SARS-CoV-2. What was observed in most of the patients, there were patients in their entire study who actually succumbed to death. They were not the complications were not as I have gone through the study, and what I understand is that the complications were not associated with the with any of the injections for the mesenchymal stromal cells, but most of the other patients actually recovered from, and they observed a drastic drop in a lot of the inflammatory cues, and they were either discharged or they completely recovered from and did not require mechanical ventilation further, indicating that the application of stem cells even to help with recovery in COVID patients was quite useful. When we consider the whole idea of applying stem cells, we also need to remember that there are certain safety and ethics that we need to keep in mind. The biggest problems or the safety issues associated with stem cell applications is that if you have a stem cell being transplanted into your body, that cell is capable of giving rise to multiple different types of cell populations. The concern is, what if they actually undergo malignant transformation and become cancer stem cells, or what if they undertake undesired differentiation? Also, what if the mesenchymal stem cells, which I mentioned in the previous study, there have been studies which show that they can promote tumor growth and metastasis. And what if that happens once you transplant these cells in the body? There are also problems which are associated with undesirable immune responses, or where stem cells can influence the surrounding microenvironment. And that is why the studies which are associated with clinical application of stem cells have to be that tightly knit and well-rounded to ensure that the safety concerns are met with. The ethics of it actually are a bit more complicated, because the misconception in the general public is that scientists or clinicians can get their hands on stem cells any day and they can just be propagated in an unregulated fashion, which is not the case. Like, even in the UK, you need to submit detailed research proposals which are reviewed extensively to ensure that you are not misusing stem cells which are being generated or taken from willing or consensual donors. You have to perform tests on these stem cells before they are taken by researchers for their work, and all these tests have to be detailed. You require consent from the donors, and if the donor does not consent to specific tests on their cells, then you're not allowed to undertake them, because in recent years it has become more and more evident that people could use genetic information that is available from a donor against them. And that is why, unless you have the consent and all the documentation which shows that you're capable, you're allowed to undertake these tests, you will not be allowed to work with human stem cells. You also have the UK regulations also require that you submit these stem cells to the UK Stem Cell Bank, because then that acts as a resource for everyone in stem cell biology. And it also allows people to the government to ensure that no one generates new stem cells without any specific reason. So if you already have cell lines in the UK Stem Cell Bank, then you have a resource which can be used by multiple people all around the country. Another thing, the biggest ethical issue is the use of embryonic stem cells, because mostly we use blastocysts. Now, when we consider blastocysts, they are the next step after fertilization of the ovum, and it's a pre-implantation structure that exists during embryonic development. Most blastocysts which are used in stem cell research are actually willingly donated by patients that have undergone in vitro fertilization, because in case of in vitro fertilization, you do not have all the blastocysts being used. You have only a few of them which are actually implanted. So instead of trashing those, it would be good if they are actually used for research and benefit the society. But again, in this case, you also have to take all the consents from the people before you can use them. And you also have ethical issues regarding the ownership of these stem cells, because if you are taking if the donor X is giving those stem cells and you're using them for whatever research, if they have to be applied in the clinic, who decides whether they can be applied to someone? does the original owner decide it, or does the researcher who has actually worked with them decide it? And also, who actually receives the transplants? Like, does it always have to be a relation? Do they have to be related to the original owner, or can they be used for the society at large? So these are still the ethical issues which are kind of being navigated by the field in general, and people are becoming more and more aware about the safety concerns and the ethics that exist for stem cell applications. So with this, I would like to wrap up my talk. I hope I have given you enough, some baseline understanding of what the field of stem cell biology is like today. And I think there will definitely be more advancements in the next decade or more. I would lastly like to thank the organizer of DeMedCon for giving me this opportunity to speak about what I, at this point, have learned about in the field of stem cell biology, and my group members in the Lee Lab and co-facilities at the Stem Cell Institute, which allowed me to generate some of the data, or that one slide of data, which actually I showed all of you. I'm welcome to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, with this, I'll end my talk.
We have some questions here in the chat box. May I read them out to you, sir?
I'll just see them.
Yes, sir, you can see them.
Okay. Okay, as an undergraduate, we find topics such as stem cells very interesting, but how much do you think learn about or work in this field at our level? So are there any platforms, organizations through which undergraduates may develop more experience working and learning about stem cells? So I don't, I'm not, so as an undergraduate back in India, during my undergraduate, I was not able to work with stem cells extensively, only learned the theory of it. I think I only did my, I actually worked with cancer stem cells during my master's dissertation, where we were required to actually work in a research lab. However, there are some really good institutes in Bangalore which work on stem cell biology. The most prominent of them is InStem, and I'm aware that there are several groups in InStem. With it's on the same campus as as GKVK, and they actually there are some labs which are very welcoming to undergraduate students as well. If you are actually interested in them, you can follow them on Twitter or other social media platforms, and they're constantly posting all the work that is going on in their labs. Because one of the researchers who I know over there, who's working on the skin, Dr. Colin Jamora, he has been apart from his basic research, he's also been actively involved in application-based research, and I think he has some grants from big cosmetic companies like L'Oreal and things like that, where he studies the skin and the different processes that govern skin regeneration, and he's constantly updating things on social media as well. So I think if you are looking for opportunities to actually do research on stem cells, I think the closest one and one of the best known ones would be InStem in Bangalore. And there are definitely, as I said, some researchers more than others who are willing to actually let undergraduate students do a short summer internship in their labs, which can be quite helpful, because I know that back when I did my undergraduation, it was quite difficult to get a research position, but now people are becoming a bit more open to letting undergraduates work as well. Okay, the next one is, so I have heard about stem cells of being used for Alzheimer's and arthritis patients. Is there a possibility of future where stem cell therapy could replace drug therapy? I think it would always have to be a combination of drug and stem cell therapy, because as I mentioned, there are still a lot of things we do not understand about stem cells. We do not know where they are going to, actually going to differentiate towards what, and because there's still that concern, a lot of the internal organs have not received complete stem cell transplantation. Like, I can confidently say this for the lung, because we are the concepts associated, despite, like, we would imagine that the lung being such an important organ would have been extensively worked on, but it's because it is an internal organ and the access to it is so restricted, it hasn't been easy to identify what the stem cells were. Like, the stem cells in the lung were identified 7 years ago. That is how recent it is. And now work related to that is just beginning. So because of that, I think stem cell therapy would always be in conjunction with drug therapy, and because apart from the drugs that are used for repair, you would also need to give the individual specific anti-inflammatory agents or specific agents which activate the immune response, because these stem cells, what we have learned in the past few years is that there is a very specific crosstalk with all the other cell populations in the organ, and that crosstalk is what decides how and when the stem cell will activate. So yes, I think it would still be a combination, and in some diseases it is becoming more and more prominent that stem cell therapy is quite evident, but in others not so much. And I also think it would have to do something with the costs, because right now it is still such a novel therapy and very few people go for it. So not a lot of them would be able to afford it. Okay, next one. Can we use stem cells to regenerate neurons to attempt a head transplant? So I'm not sure what you mean by head transplant in this case, but stem cells have definitely been used to regenerate neurons. When I mentioned the induced pluripotent stem cells, which Shinya Yamanaka actually generated 2 decades ago, almost 2 decades ago, the proof of concept was that he took cells from an adult mouse, and he was able to actually reprogram them to such a state that they generated all the different cell populations in that body, or not all, but most of the cell populations, including neurons. And a lot of the people who are working in neurodegenerative disorders are actually using induced pluripotent stem cells and then transplanting them back into animal models, which are models for like Parkinson's, Huntington's, and things like that, to study if they can actually cure these neurodegenerative disorders. So they can be definitely used for like we can generate neurons, and can be used for treating neurodegenerative disorders. I'm not sure about a transplant though, because you would not only need neurons but other cell populations as well. Okay, about the next question is about Dolly the clone sheep and my thoughts on human cloning. Yes, Dolly was definitely a very good example of the achievements of cloning and stem cell technology. Human cloning has a lot of ethical concerns, and I think it's definitely a black area, if not a gray area. I think as I mentioned, there are so many concerns, ethical concerns regarding even the ownership of stem cells which are maintained in a dish, that I don't think that human cloning is the best idea, considering all those ethical aspects of it. And there are already a lot of there have been, like, if you are aware of the Holocaust, during World War II, there have been so many illegal human experiments that were performed with the anti-Semitic emotion, that I don't think human cloning would be the best way forward. Cloning cells in the dish for therapy, yes, definitely that's what people are doing in stem cell biology and regenerative medicine. And I think that is how and where the field is heading, that we have now established and we are now able to maintain these cells in the plates. The next step is to ensure that they are maintained in a way that is reminiscent of the architecture of the tissue, so that just like with the skin engraftment, you can actually engraft parts and bits of a tissue back if it's an external injury, and if it's an internal injury, actually deliver those stem cells such that they are more suited for holding on to the tissue and kind of repairing it completely.
Hello, sir. Rahil here.
Hi.
So I have 2 questions.
Oh, yeah.
My first question, like we know that stem cells, even among stem cells, there are different types of stem cells. For example, yes. A hematopoietic stem cell, even though it's a stem cell, it cannot give rise to a neuron or a side. So when you extract stem cells, how do you know at what stage of differentiation they are, or whether if you're taking them from the lung, do you know whether they'll definitely differentiate into a lung tissue, or do they have the capacity to probably generate into a different, totally different tissue? Because cancer cells also have this ability. Gastric carcinoma can transform into a lung carcinoma.
Yeah. So with respect to the specificity of the stem cells, we know them because we know what we are isolating, because the markers for a lot of these cells are quite well defined. For the hematopoietic stem cells, for example, as I showed that big chart, it was to kind of impress upon everyone how much is now known, and you can actually tell where along the differentiation trajectory that cell is. So when I isolate, if I'm going back to the lung, if I'm isolating lung stem cells, I know the markers that I'm going to be using, and they will definitely only and only give me alveolar stem cells, and they will only generate under physiological conditions. They will only generate alveolar cells, alveolar epithelial cells to be more specific. If you're talking about cells differentiating into other types of cell populations, for example, a hematopoietic stem cell giving rise to neuron or something like that, that is where the induced pluripotent stem cell technology comes into the picture, which I mentioned was worked upon by John Gurdon and Shinya Yamanaka, where you can, even though you're isolating a cell from one part of the body, you can actually reprogram it by exposing it to specific factors such that it goes from cell type A to cell type Z completely. Like, it does not generate anything else, because now the process is so well defined that I think a lot of the therapies are even such that you take a small scraping of you can take a small scraping of your skin and actually generate neurons from that, even though there are no neurons present in that small scraping. So I think to answer your question, physiologically it is not possible. If a lot of the markers for these stem cells are known, so if I'm isolating them, I would definitely be only isolating one type of stem cell, which could only give rise to that specific population. But from an application perspective, you can now potentially generate stem cells of different organs from whatever starting material you have. With respect to cancer, yes, cancer stem cells are capable of giving rise to other. They are so de-differentiated that they can give rise to other components or other cell types. And in case of another thing that we would often observe in ovarian tumors during my PhD was where they undertake a process known as vasculogenic mimicry, where because the tumor grows so much and it does not have blood supply, the tumor cells actually start differentiating into and generating capillaries for themselves. While originally ovarian cells do not have the capacity to form capillaries on their own, but these cells had undergone so much transformation that they undertook this process of vasculogenic mimicry. So I think the capacity of a stem cell to give rise to become multipotent would actually depend upon whether it's physiological or it's pathological. And from an application perspective, yes, you can definitely generate a giant repertoire of cells from just one small sample nowadays.
Thank you, sir. I would like to ask my second question, but we are running out of time now.
Oh, okay.
I'll hand it over to others. I think there are a few more questions in the chat box.
Oh, sure. If you want, you can write to me as well. That's not a problem.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful speech.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for your very interesting talk and for answering all of the doubts so elaborately. I'm sure all of our participants really benefited from your session. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, we thank you, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
We will be now breaking for lunch and we will be reassembling at 2 p.m. for our e-poster presentation.
Thank you. big breaking news coming in, and this is very, very worrying for India. One positive case of the coronavirus has been detected.
We're deeply concerned both by the alarming levels of spread and severity and by the alarming levels of inaction. We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
We will be starting our e-poster presentation shortly. All participants who are present, please message your registration number in the chat box. Welcome back, everyone, to DeMedCon 2021. We will now be having our e-poster presentation. Firstly, to introduce our esteemed judges, I call upon Dr. Mahendra M. from the Department of Community Medicine.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome the judges for e-poster presentation. First judge is Dr. Vijayananda Nayak, who is currently working as assistant professor in the Department of Community and Family Medicine, AIMS, Patna. He has completed his undergraduation and post-graduation from JIPMER, Pondicherry, and has worked as senior resident in Department of Preventive and Social Medicine in JIPMER before joining as assistant professor in the Department of Community and Family Medicine, AIMS, Patna. He has 7 years of experience in teaching and research and has guided or co-guided MPH and MD students in community medicine, and is currently having 16 projects, both intra and extramural funded projects, and working in projects like COVID-19 vaccine effectiveness study and mucormycosis outbreak investigation in Bihar and breakthrough COVID study. He has authored more than 50 publications in reputed national and international journals, and also co-authored 4 chapters in textbooks. He has been a resource person for workshops such as basic epidemiology, tobacco control workshop, scientific writing, SPSS hands-on training workshop, and various PG research methodology workshops. The second judge is Dr. Srikanta Kanungo, who is currently working as Scientist C in Epidemiology Division in ICMR Regional Medical Research Center, Bhubaneswar. He has done his MBBS from MKCG Medical College, Odisha, and MD Community Medicine from Aligarh Muslim University. He is a gold medal, and he has held various positions before he joined as Scientist C in ICMR. He worked as WHO Surveillance Medical Officer in state of UP, and as Senior Resident in Department of Preventive Social Medicine in Jifna, and as Assistant Professor in Department of Community Medicine in IMS Bhubaneswar, and is also currently a member of Doctoral Advisory Committee, Shikya O Anusandhan University, Odisha. He has also had 7 years of teaching and research experience and guided various MPH students, and is currently the Nodal Officer for Capacity Building at ICMR RMRC, both MPH and PhD in Public Health. He is the Research Integrity Officer of ICMR RMRC and editorial member of Journal of Community Medicine. He is the Nodal Officer for COVID Care Home at RMRC and also for vaccine trial mode for Odisha. He has authored chapters on COVID-19 in Odisha in Vigyan Digant and authored more than 30 publications in reputed journals, including Lancet and BMJ Open. He is currently working in various funded projects on tribal health, health system strengthening, multi-morbidity, with funding approximately 7 crores. So I welcome both of them, and I'll hand over it to Minal.
Thank you, sir. We will now begin the poster presentation session. Firstly, a few general instructions. We will be calling out each registration number. As we call it out, we will be sharing the relevant poster. Each participant will have 3 minutes to present their poster plus 1 minute grace time. At the end of 2 minutes, one bell will be rung indicating 1 minute left. At the end of 3 minutes, 2 bells will be rung indicating that your time is up. If you still wish to continue, 1 minute grace time will be provided to you and 2 bells will be rung at the end of 4 minutes. At that point, your poster will be taken off the screen. We will first begin with MBBS ANAT PP030. I will share the poster now. MBBS ANAT PP030. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am R. Abhirami, doing second MBBS in Vinayaga Mission Kirubanandavaria Medical College and Hospital, Salem, Tamil Nadu. My study is about Langer's muscle and other neural variations of arm. Nowadays, anatomical variations in cadaveric studies has become complicated when it occurs in a combined manner. Nowadays, combined variation of muscles vessels in relation to brachial plexus are being noted. So now talking about Langer's muscle, also known as axillary arch muscle, it's a tendinous part of latissimus dorsi, which usually extends from latissimus dorsi to either biceps or triceps brachii muscle. In our case, it was found extending between latissimus dorsi and biceps brachii muscle. The aims and objectives of our study was to evaluate the Langer's muscle and other neural variations of axilla and arm. The materials and methods of our study was done in the dissection hall of anatomy department in our college. and the axillary arch muscle, that is Langer's muscle, and other neural variations were noted. The results were, in cadaver 1, we found an axillary arch muscle on the left side, and it was arising from latissimus dorsi to biceps brachii, and it was running over the neurovascular bundle present in the axillary region. In cadaver 2, we found an anastomotic channel connecting basilic and cephalic vein, and the channel was running posterior to musculocutaneous nerve and anterior to median nerve. In cadaver 3, we found a communicating twig between median nerve and musculocutaneous nerve. So the conclusion and the take-home point of our study is the knowledge of this muscular and neural variation helps to minimize the complications, that is intraoperative complications related to surgeries in and around the axilla. Like especially knowledge about Langer's muscle will be useful while doing routine surgeries in axilla in case of breast cancer, while doing sentinel lymph node biopsy, where the Langer's muscle may impede the access to lower lateral group of lymph nodes. So apart from this, Langer's muscle also leads to complications of median nerve entrapment syndrome, venous engorgement of veins, and edema consistent with hyperabduction syndrome. So surgeons must be aware of these anatomical variations of the muscle, that is Langer's muscle and other neural variations, to avoid complications. So whenever surgery is done, the Langer's arch should be accurately identified and formally divided to allow adequate exposure of axillary contents to achieve a complete lymphatic dissection and preserve other vascular, lymphatic, neural, and anatomical structures. Thank you.
I now call upon registration number MBBS ANAT PP032. MBBS ANAT PP032.
Yes, ma'am.
Your time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Amulya, second year medical student from JSS Medical College. Today I'll be presenting a poster titled Perception of Medical Students on the Influence of Language Barrier in Bedside Teaching Learning. So to begin with, language barriers may lead to miscommunication and create a gap between the medical professional and the patient. Often students who don't speak the regional language find it very difficult during history taking. So we decided to conduct a study to assess the perception of medical students on influence of language barrier in bedside teaching learning, wherein 165 undergraduate students voluntarily filled out a questionnaire which was sent through Google Forms. This cross-sectional study was of purposive type and excluded students whose mother tongue was Kannada. Analysis was done using MS Excel and SPSS software. To find the association, inferential statistics like chi-square analysis and Fisher exact value was used. A set of 11 questions were included in the questionnaire and the responses have been depicted through this graph. So as you can see, the blue color represents the students who agreed to the question, and the orange one represents students who weren't sure of their answer, and the gray one represents the people who disagreed to the question. So we found out that with respect to the mother tongue, there was a significant association seen between perception affecting participants' learning and clinical postings. That is, if language barrier influenced their clinical learning, and if it made communication with patients difficult while taking history, if it made bedside teaching learning less enjoyable, if it made them take the help from their peers while taking patient history. With respect to participants' ability to communicate in local language, significant response was found in the questions if language barrier made adapting to clinical posts more difficult, if it made it harder to communicate with patients from rural background, if it would affect their participation in bedside teaching learning, and if it made them feel the need to take help from their peers during taking history. There was no association seen between gender and the participants' perception on influence of language barrier on clinical postings. With respect to year of study, there was significant association in response to the questions if language barrier made it harder to communicate with patients from urban background and if it made bedside teaching learning less enjoyable. So to conclude, there was a significant evidence suggesting that language barrier affects the participants' learning in clinical postings. Therefore, this study may help promptly discuss the feasibility of teaching local language exclusively in first year to overcome the problem. Thank you, organizers, for letting me participate in this conference.
Thank you. I now call upon participant registration number MBBS Medicine PP011, MBBS Medicine PP011.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Shweta, studying first year MBBS in Vinayaka Mission's Kripananda Vadyar Medical College and Hospital, Salem. My study is about the fracture of femur in old age patient and its management at case study. Our study presents and emphasizes on the surgical treatment and successful recovery of an old aged patient who suffered from fracture of neck of femur. The fracture of neck and femur is relatively common, especially in the elderly population. In our case, we highlight the principle of clinical and ethical assessment and potential treatment of algorithm is proposed. The aim of and purpose of my study is to evaluate a successful surgery and factors associated with a high risk in elderly patient with femur neck fracture. And also our case report aims the students to give the descriptive data about the clinical situation and academic medium in new circulating standard precautions and increase and evaluate the diagnosis and treatment of disease. Case report. A 90-year-old man presented to the emergency department of Neuro Foundation Hospital, Salem, stating a sudden fall from height and had pain in the right hip and unable to bear weight. He had a history of hypertension and his leg pulse was normal and he is non-diabetic. On physical examination of the patient, the right hip was painful and the leg was shortened and extremely rotated. A plain X-ray pre-operative anterior-posterior view in the pelvic region as shown here was taken. On diagnosis, he found there is a fracture of neck in the right femur. Our treatment choice would be the total hip replacement. Within 24 hours, our doctors performed the surgery to facilitate early unrestricted mobilization of patient. After the surgery, within 2 days, his pain significantly reduced, the patient is ambulant and discharged after 4 days. Within the follow-up, the patient leads back his normal life without any complications. Result. The figure here shows the post-operative plain X-ray after total hip replacement, which involves the replacing of upper femur and socket with prosthesis. The patient is fine doing the regular activities without any severity. So, surgical methods are done in elderly without any complications. To conclude my presentation, surgery is the main treatment to prevent from other serious medical conditions. Our main motto is to encourage the budding doctors about the standard post-operative precautions to avoid the dislocation during placing or removing this prosthesis. It enhances the pride of medical field by doing surgery in the elderly. This study would be the new approach to encourage medical students that surgery can be done with 90-year elderly without any complications. So, final treatment choice would always depend on characteristics of patient and degree of infection. Hence, case studies are helpful for medical students to learn the potential pitfalls of treatment and improve patients' outcome. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I thank my guide Rajita ma'am for doing this poster much better.
Thank you. I now call upon participant registration number MBBS Medicine PP024. MBBS Medicine PP024. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gayatri Dhawashang. I belong to Bharati Vidyapit Medical College and Hospital, Sangli. My title for the poster is to study to evaluate the patterns of adverse reactions in frontline healthcare workers within 24 hours post COVID-19 vaccination. So, related to the current pandemic, we studied 90 beneficiaries and 90 beneficiaries through a non-comparative, non-interventional, observational, prospective study. It was conducted through online questionnaires. That is, a Google form was provided to these frontline healthcare workers. It was carried on in January 2021 to March 2021 for a period of 3 months. A self-prepared information data sheet and a feedback questionnaire also was provided to the beneficiaries. The data was assessed and analyzed in terms of percentage later. Now, according to the analysis, you can see on the screen, there's a graph that shows red, green, and blue colors bar diagram. And the red color in this indicates that there were no ADRs present. The green color shows people, the frontline workers who got ADRs in, adverse reactions in 30 minutes. And the blue color shows the frontline workers who showed adverse reactions within 2 days. And the other bar diagram, which you can see, shows the yellow color depicting the people who got frontline workers who got adverse reactions, whereas the white color, which is around 5 to 6%, shows the ones who required medication for those adverse effects. So, final outcome is that all these side effects were the commonly seen side effects were pain, tenderness at the site of injection. They were feverish, had headache and myalgia. All these side effects were relieved after taking medication or required simple medication in form of paracetamol. The take-home message says that more survey data is needed to find out long-term side effects. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for letting me attend the conference and making me present my poster. And thank you to my guide who made this possible. Thank you.
I now call upon registration number MBBS Medicine PP034. MBBS Medicine PP034.
Ma'am, is my screen audio? Hello?
We will be sharing the screen from our side.
Oh, okay.
Your time starts.
Can you? Yes. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am K. Balakrishnan, first year medical student from Madurai Medical College, Tamil Nadu, and my paper is cardiovascular severity associated with COVID-19. And in this presentation, I am going to mainly concentrate on the mechanism of how this coronavirus gets into the host cell. And second, I have made a statistical report on how there is cardiovascular problems related to coronavirus, and also with the side factors such as diabetes mellitus, hypertension, etc., smoking. And the main research objective for doing this paper is to find the solution for the challenges such as heart transplantation, effective donor selection, immunosuppression, and post-transplant management during these hard times of COVID-19 in this pandemic. And as we know, this coronavirus has reached a pandemic in all over the world. It mainly affects the pulmonary system of our human body. Apart from that, it also affects the primary organs such as brain, lungs, intestine, heart, etc. And as I said, I will be going into the mechanism. As we see, this coronavirus first gets attached to the ACE2 receptors present in the membrane of our membrane of our cell. As it gets attached, it disrupts the function of ACE2, that is angiotensin converting enzyme receptor. The main function of ACE2 receptor is to convert angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 1,9 and angiotensin 2 to angiotensin 1,7. As this is getting obstructed, and it makes the and the coronavirus gets inside the cytoplasm and gets replicated into small viron nuclei, and it gets spread. In the right picture, we can see the broad spectrum of how this coronavirus is affecting our body, as it causes heart problems such as myocarditis, MI, and etc. And I also have made a database in which it shows the interrelationship between the smoking and the death event due to cardiovascular system. As we see, I have put a table here, 3 tables at the bottom. And next, the treatment. The treatment is mainly, we can use hydrochloroquine, chloroquine. This is prescribed by doctors, hydrochloroquine, which can decrease the heart rate and make it stable. And as I said, the result of this paper is, due to COVID-19, 7% of the patient experience myocardial infarction from all over the world. The main objective is to find a solution for heart transplantation, donor selection, and effective donor selection and immunosuppression, etc. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and I thank all the coordinators and DeMedCon group. Thank you.
I now call upon registration number MBBS Pedia PP031. MBBS Pedia PP031.
Am I audible? Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. Okay.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hridaya Harikesh, and I'm from Sri Devaraj Urs Medical College, currently pursuing my 3rd year MBBS. So my topic for today is socio-demographic profile and pattern of congenital heart disease in referred children in tertiary cardiac center. It is an observational study. So I would like to mention that this project is affiliated with Sri Sathya Sai Sanjeevani International Center for Child Heart Care and Research, Palwal, Haryana. A little background check on congenital heart diseases. It contributes to over 10% of the infant mortality rate in India. So this study was planned to observe the socio-demographic factors, clinical profile, and pattern of congenital heart disease. So the results were obtained after a direct interview method of about 414 participants. The results are, among children referred to a cardiac center, 54.6% were below 1 year of age. The rate of consanguinity among parents was 2.9%. Percentage of parents from lower middle class and lower socioeconomic class was 79%. Among the patients who sought cardiac care, 37.7% did so within 1 month of referral, while 11.2% delayed for more than a year. Children had to travel more than 100 kilometers with their families to access cardiac care for about 70%. And predominant symptoms seen were respiratory distress, breathing difficulty, cyanosis, and palpitation. Majority of the abnormalities that we saw were ventricular septal defect and tetralogy of Fallot. So we can also see the pie chart below, which shows the socioeconomic status, how it has been distributed, and on the symptoms and signs and the pattern of CHD. I would like to conclude by saying that congenital heart diseases contribute to a significant portion of public health burden. And we need to have a lot of outreach facilities, insurance schemes, monetary support from the government, non-governmental organizations, and even philanthropist organizations like Shri Satya Sai Sanjeevani to go ahead and ensure that each child gets early cardiac care. This study could also be the basis for future studies. And I also feel that more doctors should be trained to become pediatricians and cardiologists so that more patients are able to seek early cardiac care. Thank you everyone for your patient hearing. I would like to thank my mentors, Dr. Sudha Reddy VR and Dr. Shivaraja A, and also Dr. Gautam Shankar, for whom this project would not have been possible. I also thank the Sanjeevani team for also helping me with compiling this project. Thank you, judges. Thank you.
I now call upon participant registration number MBBS Pathology PP018, MBBS Pathology PP018.
Yes.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Poulomi Roy, a first-year medical student from North Bengal Medical College and Hospital, will present my e-poster on importance of pap smear as a cervical screening method. Pap-Nicolau cervical cytology test is capable of detecting cervical cancer at an early stage and is used widely in developed countries, where it has decreased both the incidence and mortality of cervical cancer. A pap smear involves collecting cells from the cervix, the lower narrow end of the uterus. The pap smear is done in conjunction with a pelvic exam. It is recommended for women of reproductive age group. A descriptive observational study was conducted among the patients admitted to the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology for different clinical problems in North Bengal Medical College and Hospital. After obtaining consent, a clinical examination, a per speculum examination, and a brief clinical history was taken from them. Data regarding the pap smear results were obtained from the Department of Pathology, North Bengal Medical College and Hospital. All data were analyzed using MS Excel 2019 and presented in form of charts and tables following the principles of descriptive statistics. Patients with malignant cervical lesions were excluded from the study. The interpretations recorded are as per Bethesda's classification 2014. Women belonging to the age group of 20 to 40 years form the majority. Patients mostly presented with complaints of vaginal discharge. Among them, 21.05% showed absence of any intraepithelial lesion, 77.19% showed reactive cellular changes with inflammation, and 0.01% had high-grade squamous intraepithelial lesions, or HSIL, as described in the pie chart. Those that tested positive for HSIL underwent colposcopy and guided biopsy. As per the current cervical cancer screening guidelines by CDC, women in the age group of 21 to 29 years should get a pap smear done every 3 years. No HPV screening is necessary among them. For women belonging to the age group of 30 to 65 years, a pap smear should be done every 3 years, or a pap smear and HPV test in conjugation should be done every 5 years. For women of the age of 66 or older, no more screening is required. Thus, pap smear cytology is a sufficiently sensitive test for the detection of cervical lesions and can be used as an effective tool to triage. Also, the absence of screening in the age group of 25 to 40 may progress into cervical cancer in the future. Pap smear is thus an important screening method that helps us in detecting a wide range of cytological abnormalities with accuracy. The references used for the study are mentioned in the bottom of the poster. Thank you.
I now call upon registration number MBBS Pathology PP019, MBBS Pathology PP019.
Yeah. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. And your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rohit Kumar HD, a third-year medical student from the Chamarajnagar Institute of Medical Sciences. Today, I'm presenting a poster on cystic metanephric adenoma of the kidney, a case report. Coming to the case history, a 40-year-old female patient presented to the clinic with left lumbar pain of 3 months duration, and based on the imaging, it was diagnosed as renal cell carcinoma and a surgery was conducted. And the left kidney was resected and sent to histopathological examination. In the pathological examination, grossly, a well-circumscribed renal mass was involved in the upper pole of the kidney, measuring 10 into 8 centimeter with multiple cysts and gray white areas. We can appreciate this in the figure 1. And microscopically, the cysts of varying sizes with solid sheet-like growth pattern and compact tubules with scant stroma between the cells was observed. These cysts were lined by cuboidal flattened epithelium, and the individual cells had a scanty cytoplasm. There were no mitotic figures or papillae observed. On immunohistochemistry, CK7 and vimentin were negative. In the view of all the above findings, a diagnosis of metanephric adenoma with cystic changes was made. Metanephric adenoma is a very rare tumor of the kidney, accounting to 0.2% of the adult renal epithelial neoplasms. In most cases, these tumors are asymptomatic and are incidentally diagnosed. The occurrence is more in females compared to males. A gene mutation of PRAF has been recently reported in 85% of these cases. These cannot be differentiated from the conventional renal cell carcinoma based on radiological examination and are usually diagnosed on histopathological examination alone. So, to conclude, the unique features of metanephric adenoma should be clinically and pathologically recognized because of its invariably benign course. And the metanephric adenoma can be deceptively dangerous because these can be mistaken for malignant tumors and vice versa. So the objective of this study, of this case report, is to avoid a conduction of radical nephrectomy and for a proper diagnosis in these cases. So I would like to thank my mentors, Dr. Rupa Urs, who is an associate professor in pathology, and our patho HRE, Dr. Vanishri HR. And also I'd like to thank the organizers of DeMedCon and also the judges. Thank you, everyone.
I now call upon registration number MBBS PH PP015, MBBS PH PP015.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. And your time starts now.
A very good afternoon to everyone present today. I'm Padmavati Krishnakumar from Adichanasangiri Institute of Medical Sciences, Karnataka. And today my poster presentation will be on the topic, the Indian scenario of tuberculosis associated with diabetes mellitus. So why did I choose this topic is because as we all know, India is known as a diabetes capital globally, and we also have a lot of TB cases, and the cases are rising as each year goes by, as we can see from the statistics. So it also becomes extremely important that doctors understand this current prevalent trend of the severity of tuberculosis in diabetic patients, and hence change their clinical management protocols accordingly. So this was the aims and objectives. So the current scenario is that some modeling studies have predicted that 20% of tuberculosis patients can also be underlying diabetics, and predominantly, unfortunately, due to lack of adequate infrastructure, rural areas cannot diagnose cannot diagnose diabetes very quickly, and there's also incidences of lack of maintenance of proper patient records. So as a result, only the private care setting patients get the benefit of being diagnosed with diabetes. And besides that, there's also the social stigma of being diagnosed with tuberculosis, along with these other socioeconomic hardships that TB patients face. So the material and the methodology I adopted was to go through around 30 research papers from various online sources over a period of 8 years that conducted studies in both rural and urban clinical settings within India. And these are the following results. They found that there is a bidirectional relationship between the development of tuberculosis and diabetes. The presence of diabetes can aggravate tuberculosis prognosis and can worsen the patient's condition. And the post-recovery diabetes, post-TB recovery can cause certain hormone imbalances, which causes a spike in blood sugar levels. Besides that, pulmonary TB is more common among diabetics, and they have higher chances of relapses. Along with that, there's also a lot of the drug interactions, that is rifampicin metabolizes the anti-diabetic drugs by inducing hepatic enzymes. So it worsens. So as a result, diabetes worsens in TB patients, which further again worsens the latent tuberculosis infection. And however, there is some improvement taken up by the government of India, where they've ensured that both non-communicable disease clinics and designated TB diagnostic centers screen for the respective diseases. So there are certain solutions where private-public partnership can be strengthened, and doctor awareness should be increased on this rising epidemic to combat it. Thank you.
I now call upon registration number MBBS PH PP 028, MBBS PH PP 028.
I'm audible.
Little bit louder, please.
I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, you're audible. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vishal Raja from Indira Gandhi Medical College and Research Institute, Puducherry. My topic is knowledge, attitude, and practices related to medication errors among nursing professionals. It is a questionnaire-based study in a tertiary care hospital. Just moving on to the introduction part, it is an error which occurs in any pathway of the medication process, like prescribing, transcribing, dispensing, administration, monitoring, etc. We found out that 87% of all medication errors occurs in administration step. They are more common in nurses directly handling administration step. So we have decided to evaluate the level of understanding, belief, and behavior of staff nurses towards medication errors. Moving on to the objectives, in order to assess the knowledge, attitude, and the practices related to medication errors. What are the materials and methods we have used is, we have conducted this research up for 58 nurses who have registered with Indian Nursing Council or other affiliate state council. Those who have 1 year of working experiences. Filling instructions were elaborated to the respondents. The questionnaires contain demographic details, covering 19 questions of knowledge, attitude, and practices related to medication errors. Moving on to the results parts, we have framed 2 tables and 3 attitudes. In first table, we have calculated the parameters like age, education qualifications, designations, years of experience, and we have found out the value of VN, and we have found out the percentage. And moving on to the table 2, demographic characteristics characterized based on the knowledge score. We have calculated the knowledge scores in the category for BSc nursing, MSc nursing, nursing officers, staff nurse, casualty, female ortho, male ortho, etc. And we have found out the knowledge score and p-value. In that, we have found out that p-value less than 0.05 were considered significant. Moving on to the table 3, we have used the parameters and we have calculated the knowledge score for less than 3 and more than 3, and we have found out the p-values. Moving on to the figure 1, we have on attitudes and barriers of medication errors, we have calculated the like thinking medication errors, fears of reporting, lack of knowledge, and these are the parameters we have chosen in figure 1. In figure 2, we have chosen the parameters which is shown in the screen. Moving on to the discussion part, only 1/3 of the respondents were aware of the precise definition of the medication errors. So, need for continuous reflection programs is necessary so that we can avoid the medication errors. Moving on to the conclusion part, majority of the nurses were not able to directly tell the precise definition of the medication errors. However, the nurses were aware of reporting the system of medication errors, ways to prevent them, and portrayed a positive attitude and followed optimal practices and contributing medication errors. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, judges. Thank you, DeMedCon. And thank you, guide. Thank you so much.
I now call upon registration number MBBS Physio PP035, MBBS Physio PP035.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Just a moment. Yes, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, respected people. My topic is study of hand function among patients with diabetic peripheral neuropathy using Michigan Hand Outcome Questionnaire. I took the help of Department of Physio, SDU Medical College, and RL Jalapa Hospital and Research Center, Kolar, for taking my survey. My introduction for this is, as you know, type 2 diabetes mellitus is a heterogeneous disorder characterized by hyperglycemia and multiple microvascular and macrovascular complications. Type 2 diabetes mellitus is a major health problem globally. The global prevalence is 8.8 among adults, with the number expected to rise to 10.4% by 2040. It is estimated that by 2030, the burden of type 2 diabetes mellitus increases globally to 360 million. And according to ICMR study, there are 62.4 million people living with diabetes in India. Then type 2 diabetes mellitus affects many parts of the body. The most common complication being is diabetic neuropathy, retinopathy, nephropathy, and cardiovascular complication. The main reason for the complication is poor glycemic control, low socioeconomic status, lack of awareness, lack of screening among people in rural areas, especially. One of the most common complications is peripheral neuropathy, which is estimated to have a 50% prevalence rate among diabetic patients. And peripheral neuropathy affects both upper and lower extremities. Earlier, the studies were more focused on foot than hand function. That's why I took hand complication in the type 2 diabetes mellitus patient and how that affects their day-to-day living. Now, my aims and objective were hand complication. What is a hand complication seen in the type 2 diabetes mellitus patients affecting their day-to-day living and interpersonal relationship? What are the loss of reducing over the quality of this? With the I use the descriptive cross-sectional study carried out in 40 people suffering from type 2 diabetes mellitus, age group 40 to 75 years old, including both male and female. Biochemical parameters like fasting blood sugar, postprandial blood sugar, and glycated hemoglobin level were estimated. And MNSI, Michigan Neuropathy Screening Instrument I used, was administered to the type 2 diabetes mellitus patient and categorized into two peoples. Hand function was assessed using my Briggs Michigan hand outcome questionnaire among the group. The results I obtained were independent t-test was done to compare hand outcome between the two groups. Type 2 diabetes mellitus patient with peripheral neuropathy presented more poorer hand function compared to type 2 diabetes patient without peripheral neuropathy. Glycated hemoglobin positively correlated with the hand function among group 1 compared to the group 2. The conclusion were hand dysfunction was observed among type 2 diabetes mellitus patient with peripheral neuropathy compared to type 2 diabetes patient without peripheral neuropathy. And the finding of this study may assist both patient and treatment of physician to realize the impact of neuropathy on hand and helps on plan suitable for strategy for intervention or health education to prevent or decline in health function. I want to thank you, Dr. Shobha ma'am, physio department, and my colleagues for taking survey during COVID time also, going to hospital and helping to get the survey from the patient. The language I was not knowing, that is Kannada, but thank you.
I now call upon registration number MBBS PSY PP003. MBBS PSY PP003.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Your time starts now.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Prashant Sara, a second MBBS student from State GS Medical College and KM Hospital, Mumbai. A survey with the aim to assess the knowledge, attitude and practices of parents, teachers and doctors regarding screen overuse and its addiction in children, adolescents and young adults, with the objective of finding the possible solutions for screen addiction, was conducted among 800 participants. Coming to methodology, this was a cross-sectional study. An online questionnaire was designed with a content validity ratio of more than 0.65. This questionnaire contained various questions related to demographics and assessing the knowledge, attitudes, and practices. The important results are the knowledge of screen use guidelines and health concerns was highest among doctors, followed by teachers, and least among parents. This was statistically significant with a p-value of less than 0.01. 95% of doctors believed that any kind of screen overuse should be classified as an addiction. For preventing screen addiction, role of parents was quoted to be the most important by 49% participants, while for overcoming screen addiction, role of the person himself was voted to be the most important by 48% participants. Coming to conclusion, we found that there was moderate to low level of knowledge in study population regarding screen use guidelines, and for tackling screen addiction, a multi-stakeholder approach with focus on informative parental guidance, digital citizenship curriculum, and psychoeducation should be used. This model is displayed in the image. The policymakers should promote the awareness programs and educational ads, and seminars can be conducted for parents and teachers. The digital service providers can create the data which is positive and creating awareness regarding screen time, and healthcare professionals can screen the patients in OPD for the signs of screen addiction and psychoeducate them for the same. As this was an online study, there can be misinterpretation of questionnaire, and as this was a cross-sectional study, more longitudinal studies need to be done to find the incidence of screen overuse. Thank you.
This brings us to the end of our e-poster presentation. A heartfelt gratitude to both of our judges, Dr. Shrikanta Kanungo and Dr. Vijayananda Nayak, as well as to all the participants for their enthusiastic presentations. We wish you all the best of luck.
Yesterday, we got an insight into the student perspective of e-learning by our colleague Anchal Kashyap. And today, for our student forum, we have Athar Sharma from second year MBBS from the first ever CBME batch to share their view on competency-based medical education through an online platform. Athar, I hand it over to you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Athar, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The screen's visible.
Yes, Athar, go ahead.
One second. Good morning, good afternoon to one and all present today. I am Athar Sharma, a second year MBBS student from Sri Devaraj Medical College. This year's DeMedCon 2021 is based on the theme Adaptability for Opportunity. And one of the major adaptation that the education system of our country is going through is adapting or shifting towards online learning. After 20 years, the medical curriculum has been changed. Due to this pandemic, while we are shifting towards this online learning, it is very important that we make sure the objectives of the new CBME curriculum are also fulfilled. Coming towards the goals of CBME. The competency-based medical education is an approach to ensure that the graduates attain the competencies required to discharge their professional duties as health personnel. The CBME curriculum document lists 2,949 outcomes, also called as competencies, to be mastered by the undergraduates, along with suitable teaching, learning, and assessment methods. The shift from knowledge accumulation to skill acquisition is considered as the pivot of the new undergraduate curriculum. After 5.5 years, that is after we complete the MBBS course, we will be called as Indian medical graduates. And being the new CBME curriculum expects us to fulfill 5 important roles. First one being the role of a clinician. A clinician is a person who understands and provides preventive, promotive, curative, palliative, and holistic care with compassion. Next, being a good communicator. We all know that a doctor communicates with patients, families, and colleagues and community. He or she must demonstrate the ability to communicate adequately, sensitively, effectively, and respectfully with the patients in a language that he or she understands, and also in a manner that will improve satisfaction and the healthcare outcomes. He must be a good team leader. Along with being a team leader, he is also a member of the healthcare teams and system with capabilities that collect, analyze, and communicate the health data appropriately. He or she must work effectively and appropriately with the colleagues in an interprofessional healthcare team, respecting the diversity of roles, responsibilities, and the competencies of other professionals. Next, he should play the role of a lifelong learner. He or she must be committed to continuous improvement and knowledge. He or she should always self-assess himself his knowledge, his skills, and continue learning, refining the existing skills and acquiring new ones. Ability to apply the newly gained knowledge or the skills to care of the patient is very important. Coming to the last role that is to be played is the role of a professional. A professional is one who is committed to excellence, is ethical, responsive, and accountable to patients, community, and his profession. He should practice selflessness, integrity, responsibility, accountability, and respect. He or she must respect and maintain the professional boundaries between patients, his colleagues, and the society. He should demonstrate the ability to recognize and manage the ethical and professional conflicts. So with the introduction of this new curriculum, there are a few new things that have been established in our curriculum, one being the foundation course. So the foundation course was a 1-month duration course conducted at the beginning of the MBBS course. It aims at sensitizing the fresh MBBS students with the knowledge and skills that will help him or her to acclimatize to the new professional environment. Next element that was introduced was Hello?
Yes, you're audible, Athar.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the interruption. I'll start it again. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
So the next element that was introduced in the CBME curriculum was the early clinical exposure. The early clinical exposure facilitates an early involvement in the healthcare system that serves as a motivation and reference point for students leading to their professional growth and development. The next element that was introduced was the self-directed learning. The self-study is a very important skill that a student must master. It helps him or her to boost his academic performance. These SDL sessions give us an opportunity to practice the skill under the guidance of our teachers so that we can master the skill and improve ourselves. After the SDL, the next element that was introduced was the Attitudes, Ethic, and Communication module, also abbreviated as ATCOM. We all know that as doctors, we will have to communicate with a variety of people in various walks of life. Having the right attitude and the right ethics is very crucial. All these are discussed and practiced in these sessions. The next element was elective postings. These clinical postings help us give an hands-on experience. These posting departments are changed every 30 days, which helps us in mastering the basic skills in all departments. Next is the feedback. It is very important to introspect ourselves so that we can improve. A feedback is a formal active interaction performed at the completion of an observed activity intended to facilitate a positive change, growth, and improvement of the learner through aided reflection of activities that he or she performs. Last but not the least, the most important element is the log book. It is very important for a doctor to document his day-to-day activities, and the skill of documenting is also equally important. So the logbook is a verified record of the progression of the learners documenting the acquisition to requisite knowledge, skills, attitude, and the competencies. Coming to our view towards this new curriculum that is being imposed. The newly structured curriculum allows us to explore the field of medicine a lot closer and quite early with the help of early clinical exposure. It helps us, or it makes us realize the importance of taking responsibilities on our own shoulders and gives us a path for exploring the curiosities of the subject by ourselves with the help of self-directed learning. The foundation course gives us a bird's eye view of the coming 5.5 years from the subjects themselves to the numerous other challenges that are going to come our way, such as patient interaction. Not only do we learn of the challenges, but also of the probable solutions. Now, with this pandemic hitting throughout the world, we had to adapt ourselves. We had to shift towards an online learning, and making sure that this online learning helps us fulfill the objectives of the CBMA curriculum was very vital. With the outbreak of this COVID-19 virus, medical education has been affected to a great extent. During this crisis, on one hand, medical professionals have embodied the Hippocratic oath, but on the other hand, the education of future doctors has taken a toll. Loss of clinical exposure is one of the major drawbacks for all of us. Hands-on learning always makes the theory lecture easy to understand and helps us retain it for a longer period of time. Clinical postings have always played a major role in medical education, as they help us understand the dynamics of our future workplace and helps us develop professionalism. Every MBBS aspirant who acquires a medical seat always imagines the scene of dissection hall. A student's enthusiasm about discovering the workings of the human body is unimaginable. Unfortunately, the hands-on experience of dissection as well as the clinical examination is lost during this virtual learning. But despite all the various hardships, our teachers and management have always aimed at helping us to learn and acquire as much knowledge as possible. The use of pictures, videos, and clinical scenarios have made it very easy for us to understand the subject. They have always strived their best to stimulate the experience of respective clinical postings as much as possible. Practicals are being conducted using various softwares that closely mimic the laboratory experience. Our teachers have recorded videos of themselves dissecting and performing clinical examinations. These videos have been shared with us to make it easy to understand and also relate. The mentor-mentee programs have always been very helpful to us, especially in this pandemic. It allows us to approach our vertical mentors or the subject mentors to solve our problems. Our academic, mental, and emotional, all sorts of problems are solved by our mentors. Our teachers' support and guidance has helped us to achieve our academic goals. Their motivation has helped us to believe in ourselves and walk with our heads held high. We students are grateful to our teachers. We thank them from the bottom of our heart for their endless efforts. I thank everyone, and also let us aim at breaking the chain with the new SMS, sanitizing, masking, and social distancing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Atul, for enthusiastic and insightful presentation. We shall begin our valedictory ceremony at 3:15 p.m. Please be sure to join us for our ceremony. Thank you.
is big breaking news coming in, and this is very, very worrying for India. One positive case of the coronavirus has been detected.
We're deeply concerned both by the alarming levels of spread and severity and by the alarming levels of inaction. We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
Good afternoon, one and all. We now begin the valedictory ceremony of DeMedCon 2021. To begin the proceedings, I invite Dr. Asha B., Organizing Chairperson of DeMedCon 2021, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Manali. Good afternoon, one and all. On behalf of the Academy and the organizing team, I'm honored to welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony. I would welcome our patrons.
Will you please switch on your video?
Yes, sir. I would welcome our patrons who have been always encouraging in the conduct of this events. Shri R.L. Jalapaji, Founder Chairman, Shri G.H. Nagaraja, Secretary, SDUET, Shri Rajendra J., Administration and Finance Director, Shri Rajesh N. Jagdale, Honorable Chancellor of the Academy, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Ji, our Registrar, Dr. K.N.V. Prasad Sir, to this ceremony. I would also extend my gratitude to our resource persons from overseas and India, Dr. Sean Shetty, California, USA, Dr. Partha Dapke from Hanover, Germany, Dr. Sagar Warankar from University of Cambridge, UK, and the resource persons from India, Dr. Rajshekhar Bellur from Manipal University, Dr. Komal Prasad, Narayan Hrudyalaya Multi-Speciality Hospital, Bangalore, Dr. Animesh Jain from KMC Mangalore, Dr. Rashmi Jain from Ennapoya Medical College, Mangalore. I extend my gratitude and I welcome our advisory committee for this valedictory ceremony. I welcome our Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Principal Dr. Sri Ramalu, who has rendered his unconditional support in the conduct of this event. I welcome Dr. Azim Moideen, our Medical Superintendent, R.L. Jalapa Hospital, Dr. Prakash Dave, Vice Principal, R.L. Jalapa Hospital, Dr. Shashidhar K.N., Vice Principal, SDUMC, Dr. Sarla N., Director Academics, Dr. Vinita Shankar, Director UCHPE, Dr. Sridevi N.S., Director Student Welfare, to this ceremony. I also welcome our judges for e-paper, Dr. Melvin George from SRM Medical College, Dr. Rashmi Jain from Enapoya Medical College, the judges for e-poster presentation, Dr. Shrikant Kanugu and Dr. Vijaya Nandan Nayak from AIMS Patna, the judges for CPC, Dr. CSPR Prasad sir, Dr. TN Suresh from Department of Pathology, Dr. Ravisha from Department of Medicine. I welcome our organizing co-chairman, Dr. Jagdamba, to this session, and the organizing secretaries, Rahil and Manali, who have been instrumental in the organizing of this event. The consistent dedication towards the conduct of this event was immense. I welcome our website and social media committee under the heading of Dr. Ruth Sneha from Psychiatry, and all her team have been instrumental in updating the website regularly. And special gratitude to Sahil Kadyam, who designed the website on his own and have been updating and kept it vibrant throughout. I welcome you all. Our scientific committee under the head of Dr. T.N. Suresh, Dr. Ashwini, Dr. Mahendra, and Mr. Sumant, they have been truly a team work they have done, and the scientific sessions have gone very well. I welcome you all. Our souvenir committee, though most of the students were out of station, but still from the respective places, they have done a commendable job. The design committee under Dr. Parimala and Dr. Lokeshwar, and all the students who have designed right from our DeMedCon logo for 2021 and t-shirts, the souvenirs, the souvenir cover page and brochure, everything has been designed from them. A commendable job, and I welcome you all for this valedictory ceremony. Our registration committee headed by Dr. Charulata and Dr. Kausa Muhammad, under all these able students, they have done a great job, and they've been updating us regularly on the registrations. And very proud to tell that there are more than 1,400 registration across India, and more than 180 colleges have involved in this virtual DeMedCon 2021. I welcome you all. Our treasury, Dr. Nitin Patil and Arnav Patak, I welcome you all for this ceremony. All the heads of the department, section heads and faculty, without your support, it wouldn't have been possible. I welcome you all to this valedictory ceremony. All the delegates across India and their mentors who have encouraged their students to participate, our IT team, photography section, the supporting staff, everyone, I welcome you all for this ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very warm welcome. I now invite Rahil, our Organizing Secretary for DeMedCon 2021, to recount the adventures of our conference and tell us exactly how this conference came into existence. Over to you, Rahil.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be delivering the report for the event DeMedCon 2021. A brief report on how this event was conducted. The credit of conceptualizing DeMedCon 2021 as the first ever. The credit of conceptualizing DeMedCon 2021 as the first ever virtual undergraduate conference embracing undergraduates from all fields of health sciences must be given to our esteemed academy and college, as well as the faculty of the Student Research Committee of Sri Devaraj Urs Medical College. Following this, we, the students, under the able guidance of our faculty, were given the opportunity to set the gears of our gray matter in motion to come up with novel ideas through a student's perspective, and thus began the organizing of DeMedCon 2021. You can see our logo here of the previous DeMedCons 2014, 15, 16, and 17. This year, the Academy decided to broaden its horizon by including students of all health sciences. And hence we had to rethink our logo that was holistic and embraced all the fields of health sciences. We began to brainstorm and decide to redesign our logo that would incorporate all the students. And this was the end result. The caduceus staff representing medicine, the stethoscope representing the clinical side, and the research microscope representing the research aspect of DeMedCon 2021. This being our first ever experience in organizing a conference of such a magnitude, and also us being novices for not having participated in the previous DeMedCons 2014 to 2017, we definitely faced our share of challenges, such as navigating the logistics of an online conference, the limitations imposed by the resultant lockdown and pandemic, and the virtual interface which we were new to. Spreading the word and hyping up our peers and colleagues was another challenge that we had to face. You can see how we adapted to this challenge in keeping in line with our theme by maintaining a social distance, wearing masks, frequent hand washing, and multitasking and working from home. Now let us crunch some numbers. The total number of registrations were 1,413, out of which 174 colleges participated. Students across from 24 states of India participated too. Bringing down the numbers, the delegates were 1,301. We received a total of 47 e-poster registrations, 35 participants for e-paper, and 30 participants for clinico-pathological correlations. The events that were conducted for DeMedCon 2021 were the inauguration and keynote address, 6 plenary sessions, e-paper presentation, e-poster presentation, clinico-pathological correlations competition, as well as the student forum. Keynote address was given by Dr. Sean Shetty, Senior Consultant of Pediatric and Adult Cardiac Surgery from Memorial Heart Vascular Institute, Atlantic Avenue, California, USA, on the topic Ethics and Compassion in Healthcare. I thank Dr. Sean Shetty for being a part of this conference. Despite being a busy consultant cardiac surgeon, you have been generous enough to share your precious time with us to impart your wisdom. The keynote address was the highlight of the inauguration. In this age where our noble profession is increasingly being economized and doctors are losing their touch of compassion and empathy with their patients, it is imperative that we relearn the fundamentals, rekindle the spirit of compassion and care, which was and still is the foundation of medical profession, and acknowledge that the person whom we are treating is a human with emotions and not merely another case to be seen or a diagnosis to be cracked. Our first plenary session was hosted by Dr. Rajashekar Bellu, Professor of the Department of Speech Pathology, Speech and Hearing, Manipal University, on the topic Adaptability to COVID-19 for Optimized Learning in Students. In keeping with the theme of the conference, Dr. Rajashekar enlightened us on the most pressing issue faced by all fields in the current scenario that we are experiencing, how to optimize learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. He provided us with some simple and effective tools and solutions which we hope to integrate in our daily learning activities to help us optimize our learning and become excellent healthcare providers. Our second plenary session was given by Dr. Komal Prasad, Senior Consultant, Neurosurgeon, Narayana Hridayalaya Multi-Specialty Hospital, Bangalore, on the topic Communication Skills. How can we become excellent healthcare professionals if we cannot convey to our patients in the best manner possible what they require from us? The art of communication is one of the most important skills a doctor can possess in their arsenal when dealing with not only patients, but also with their colleagues. An enlightening session on how to develop one of the most important assets a budding doctor can have was communicated to us effortlessly by Dr. Komal Prasad. Third plenary session was by Dr. Animesh Jain, Professor of Community Medicine, KMC Mangalore, and his panel of students on the topic Electives and Mentorship in Health Sciences. In the ever-evolving field of health, electives is a concept that sounded promising but seemed foreign to our students. Similarly, how to effectively utilize mentorship is another aspect which
which sometimes is quite baffling for the majority. Dr. Animesh and his students very skillfully and clarified what both of these have to offer for undergraduate students and how they can be effectively utilized. The fourth plenary session was given by Dr. Animesh Jain, Professor of Community Medicine, KMC Mangalore, and Dr. Rashmi Jain, Additional Professor of Ophthalmology, YMC Mangalore, on the topic presentation skills. Our research project sounds impressive, right? But when it comes to presenting our research, we get stage fear, and for most of us, it is our first time, and hence we lack the necessary experience to present it with clarity and confidence. This amazing talk on how to research a paper has given us the confidence boost we all needed. Our fifth plenary session was by Dr. Partha Dabke, MBBS from KMC Manipal, and PhD from Hanover Medical School and University of Veterinary Medicine, Hanover, Germany, on the topic A Career in Research After MBBS. There are many choices that we can make in our life regarding our career. It can be a daunting decision to make, especially when it isn't a popular choice, such as pursuing a career in research, mainly due to the fear of failure. But Dr. Partha's session has helped dispel those myths and fears by opening up new avenues and opportunities which can broaden our career choices as well as inculcate scientific temperament in us all. The last plenary section 6 was headed by Dr. Sagar Varankar, MSc Biotechnology, University of Pune, PhD from Cambridge Stem Cell Institute, University of Cambridge, UK, on the topic Stem Cells, A New Life. The human biology is a wonder that surpasses human understanding, even to this very day, wherein, to our own amazement, we discover more and more about our own bodies. Stem cells are one such marvel that blow our minds. We believe that Dr. Sagar's incredible session shed some light into this marvelous upcoming field, its current utility and future possibilities, and inspired more of us to engage with it in our own careers. The e-paper presentation, we had our judges, Dr. Melvin George, MD, DM, Associate Professor, Department of Clinical Pharmacology, SRM Medical College, Hospital and Research Center. Dr. Rashmi Jain, Additional Professor of Ophthalmology, Yanapoya Medical College, Mangalore. We received a total of 35 submissions, out of which the 10 best papers were selected and the winners will be announced shortly. For our e-poster presentation, our judges were Dr. Vijaya Nanda Nayak, Assistant Professor, Department of Community and Family Medicine, AIMS, Patna, Dr. Shrikanta Kanungo, Scientist C, RMRC, ICMR, Odisha. We received a total of 47 registrations, out of which 14 posters were submitted for presentation. The winners shall be announced in the next few minutes. Our most awaited event, clinico-pathological correlations. The judges were Dr. C.S.B.R. Prasad, former professor and HOD, Department of Pathology, SDUMC Kola, Dr. Ravisha A., professor and HOD, Department of Medicine, SDUMC Kola, Dr. T.N. Suresh, professor, Department of Pathology, SDUMC Kola. We received a total of 30 registrations for the first round, out of which the top 5 participants proceeded to the second round. The winners of the second round shall be declared by our honorable principal shortly. Through our colleagues Anchal and other student forum, we were able to understand how the online learning experience has been and how we deal with the vicissitudes of time and maximize our opportunities in this ever-changing field of health sciences. I am sure this has been a great learning experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahil. It was truly wonderful to relive those memories for one last time. At this juncture, I would like to call upon our Honorable Registrar, Dr. K.N.B. Prasad Sir, to speak a few words on this event. Sir, would you please oblige?
Yeah. Good afternoon to all the organizers of DeMedCon 2021 and the delegates of DeMedCon 2021. Indeed, the times through which we are passing now are quite unprecedented in terms of any field you talk about. Crisis is the single word which comes out as the experience that each one of us is undergoing. You take any field, whether it is finance, whether it is education, whether it is even politics. So the word, what comes out common is crisis, crisis, crisis. And in fact, I would congratulate the team, the young team, and the Student Research Council of Devarajas Medical College, and the students who have thought about and conducted this conference in the midst of this whole challenge that the humanity is undergoing. And in fact, while conducting this conference during this period of stress, the pandemic that is happening, the learning, probably we may not see these times anymore in our lifetime. Maybe for next whole 1 century or 2 century, this type of learning experience will not be presented to any one of us in the next 1 century or 2 centuries. So what I want to derive is, because this is a students' conference, crisis has been throughout the history of mankind. But how you interpret it, how you react to it, and how you bounce back from the learnings of the crisis will define your tomorrow. And that's what probably might have been the understanding in having the theme of the conference as adaptability for, I think it is adaptability for opportunity. What more better way to think about in these situations of acute discomfort that the whole humanity is going through, where you cannot predict or control the future. The only way which is available for us is to adapt and live in the present. And the best way to adapt is to think about action of change. And when you think about, when you start the ball rolling in terms of action, you think about change, the opportunities are there in front of you, and that leads to success, that leads to learning, which will help all of us to survive the future crises in case we come across tomorrow. I can just talk about the plenaries which went through. They were touching more the theme in one way or other. And along with the theme, there was a lot of other lateral learning also happening in terms of communication skills, in terms of research that the students can conduct. And it was a, what I can put it as a rainbow of various plenaries which were collected. And it was an excellent opportunity which was provided to all the delegates to learn and to be a bit more stronger in dealing with what we are seeing around us. With these words, I would again congratulate the Student Research Council of Sri Devarajas Medical College, as well as the student community of Sri Devaraja's Medical College and the active students who have been the members of the organizing team to have shown the delegates some path of learning to lead to success and probably become a bit more better in facing crises in their future. Congratulations to all, kudos to the team, and 3 cheers to the young students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of appreciation. Before we move on to the most awaited moment of announcement of winners, I would like to call upon our participants. If any of you wish to give your feedback, you're most welcome to volunteer right now and share your experience of DeMedCon 2021 with all of us.
Am I audible? May I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It was truly a wonderful opportunity to attend this conference, a 2-day conference. And as a delegate and also as a participant from the poster competition, I truly enjoyed this entire conference and the talks by Dr. Sean Shetty, Dr. Anish, Dr. Partha Dapke, Dr. Sagar Varankar, all of them had spoken from the heart and we all truly enjoyed it. I'm really looking forward to an offline session and probably more hands-on experience from our college. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing your feedback with us. Would one more participant like to share the experience?
May I go next?
Yes, please do. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Hajira Fatima, studying MBBS second year from Deccan Medical College, Hyderabad. So thank you, DeMedCon, for such an excellent opportunity. Conducting such session in pandemic is a truly win for you guys. Even we med students were stuck in time in this pandemic, but DeMedCon helped us by conducting this session to give the back essence of being a medical student. And I would like to thank the generous judges, hosts, and conducting team. And the conducting team especially were so good to approach and very responsive. The DeMedCon team always solved the queries I always had about any participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hajra. It was our pleasure to interact with you and we hope you really had an enjoyable experience. Do we have one more participant who would like to share the experience? I guess everybody is on the edge of their seats waiting to hear the announcement of the results. So without any further ado, I now call upon our Honorable Principal Sir, Dr. P.N. Sri Ramalu, for the moment that we have all been waiting for, the announcement of the winners. Sir, would you please oblige?
Very good evening. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizing team for this wonderful DeMedCon 2021. As your theme of this conference, adaptability, is self-explanatory. This generation of the students from offline teaching learning activities to the online teaching learning activity. And same way, the offline conference to the online conference. As our organizing secretary was mentioning, this is the first online undergraduate national conference conducted. Congratulations to all of you. And once again, without hiding my feelings, I request all of you to give them the big applause for having 1,405 registrations, 174 colleges participated, and 25 states across India. It's a big achievement. Congratulations to all of you. And as all of you are waiting, e-poster presentations, 35 participants. All 35 participants have done well. But to announce 1, 2, 3 third places, they are marginally better than others. The third place go to shared by Pallavi Koran.
Sir, are you in the right slide? Just make sure you're on the right slide.
Yes, sir. Right slide.
Okay, fine.
Pallavi Koran, DVVPF College of Physiotherapy, Ahmedabad. Harsh Jain, ESIC Medical College, Faridabad, Haryana. Both of them shared the third place. Second place secured by Utkarsh Raj, MS Ramaya Medical College, Bengaluru. And first place goes to Sirish Rao, Seth GS Medical College, KM Hospital, Mumbai. E-poster presentations, there were 47 participants. All the 47 e-posters were informative, educative, and research oriented. Out of these 47, third place is secured by Amulya, JSS Medical College, Mysuru. Second place goes to Padmavati, Adi Chunchanagiri Institute of Medical Sciences, Vellore, Karnataka, India. First place is secured by Hridaya Harikesh, Sri Devarajas Medical College, Kolar, Karnataka, India. Clinico-pathological correlations, there were 30 participants, which was educative, informative to everybody. But the winner is Rishi Manimaran, Vinayaka Mission, Tirupunanda, Warrior Medical College and Hospital, Salem. I congratulate all the winners. Once again, I thank the organizers for well conducting this conference and giving me this opportunity to announce the results of the scientific session winners, paper, poster, and CPC winners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And congratulations to all of our winners. And for those who didn't make the cut this time, don't get disheartened. There will always be another time. I now invite Raheel to deliver the vote of thanks and officially close the curtains on DeMedCon 2021. Raheel, over to you.
Good afternoon once again. It's my honor to be delivering the vote of thanks for DeMedCon 2021. We have finally come to the end of the 5th National Undergraduate Medical Conference, DeMedCon 2021. We truly hope that you all had a wonderful time with us and a rich experience inculcating the best from the best. On behalf of the organizing committee I would like to thank our patrons, Shri R.L. Jalapaji, Founder and Chairman, SDUET, Shri G.H. Nagaraja, Secretary, SDUET, Shri Rajendra J., Administration and Finance Director, SDUET, Shri Rajesh N. Jagadale, Honorable Chancellor, SDUAHER, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, SDUAHER, and Dr. K.N.B. Prasad, Registrar of SDUAHER. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would also like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Sean Sethi. He is a senior consultant of pediatric and adult cardiac surgery from the Memorial Heart Vascular Institute, Atlantic Avenue, California, USA. Thank you, sir, for being a part of this conference and for sparing your precious time with us and sharing your wisdom. The conference's much awaited highlights were the plenary sessions. We express our heartfelt gratitude to our speakers, Dr. Komal Prasad, Senior Consultant, Neurosurgeon, Narayana Hridayalaya Multi-Specialty Hospital, Bangalore. Dr. Rajashekar Bellu, Professor of the Department of Speech and Hearing, Manipal University, Mangalore. Dr. Animesh Jain, Professor of Community Medicine, KMC, Mangalore. Dr. Rashmi Jain, Additional Professor of Ophthalmology, Yenapoya Medical College, Mangalore. Dr. Partha Dabke from MBBS KMC Manipal, PhD, Hanover Medical School and University of Veterinary Medicine, Hanover, Germany. Dr. Sagar Varankar, MSc Biotechnology, University of Pune, PhD from Cambridge Stem Cell Institute, University of Cambridge. We thank you all for sharing your invaluable insights and experience with us. I would also like to thank our judges for the e-paper presentation. Their unbiased judging may ensure that this event went smoothly and there was no malpractices and the winners were announced correctly. The judges for the e-paper presentation are Dr. Melvin George, DM, Clinical Pharmacology, SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center. Dr. Rashmi Jain, MS, Additional Professor of Ophthalmology, Yenapoya Medical College, Mangalore. Our judges for e-poster presentation, Dr. Shrikanta Kanungo, Scientist C, Epidemiology Division, ICMR, Regional Medical Research Center, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Bijaya Nanda Nayak, Assistant Professor, Department of Community and Family Medicine, AIIMS, Patna. The judges for clinico-pathological correlations are Dr. C.S.B.R. Prasad, former professor and HOD, Department of Pathology, SDUMC Kolar. Dr. Ravisha A., professor and HOD of Department of Medicine, SDUMC Kolar. Dr. T.N. Suresh, professor, Department of Pathology, SDUMC Kolar. I would also like to thank our advisory committee for their continual support and blessings. Dr. Sri Ramulu PN, Principal, SDUMC and Dean Faculty of Medicine. Dr. S.M. Azim Moihuddin, Medical Superintendent, R.L. Jalapa Hospital and Research Center. Dr. Prakash Dave, Vice Principal, R.L. Jalapa Hospital. Dr. Shashidhar K.N., Vice Principal, SDUMC. Dr. Sarala N., Director of Academics. Dr. Vinuta Shankar N.S., Director, UCHPE. Dr. Sri Devi N.S., Director, Student Welfare. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our principal, Dr. P. N. Sri Ramanu, for continually supporting us in this endeavor with his encouragement and blessings. I thank you, sir. I would also like to thank our organizing committee, organizing chairperson, Dr. Asha B., organizing co-chairperson, Dr. Jagadamba B., organizing secretary, Menali Desanayakar, Our website and social media committee, Dr. Ruth Sneha, Mr. Sahil Kadian, Ms. Kanupriya Prasad. Our scientific committee, Dr. T. N. Suresh, Dr. Ashwini N.S., Dr. Mahindra M., Dr. Sumant A.V., Mr. Vaibhav Vats. Our seminar committee, Dr. Sumant T., Dr. Chaitra M.C., and Ms. Anchal Kashyap, Ms. Nidhi Chandran, Ms. Afra Nazia. Our design committee, Dr. S. Parimala, Dr. Lokeshwar, Mr. Kamran Afaq, Ms. Anjana Ashok, Ms. Kartika Jayaprasad, Ms. Yukta Gaba, and Ms. Bhavika K. Our registration committee, Dr. Charulata, Dr. Kausar Mohammadi, Mr. Rohit Vijay, Ms. Sri Gayatri, and Mr. Vishal Srivastav, and so Mr. Sunil Sharma. Our treasury committee, Dr. Nitin J. Patil, and Mr. Aruna Pathak. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank the IT team and support staff for providing us with their assistance and ensuring that the event proceeded as smoothly as possible without interruptions or glitches. I would also like to thank all the delegates and participants without whom this event would be incomplete and not be possible. Thank you for making this event a grand success. Thank you once again. And I close the curtains on DeMedCon 2021. Goodbye, take care, stay safe.
Yeah.
I request everyone to join for a group photo in front of the college.
Ma'am, shall I end the meeting?
Yeah, you can end. I just ask Manali to announce again. All the faculty, students, everybody.
I invite all the organizing committee members, all faculty, students, and dignitaries to assemble in front of the college building for a group photo. Thank you.